everyone, and welcome back to a supersized edition of the Losers Lounge podcast. Wherever you're listening, whatever time you're listening, it is good to be on the air, and especially because, it is finally that time of the year. Probably one of the best times of the year to be a wrestling fan. Whoa, whoa, WrestleMania. Oh yes, WrestleMania 42 is finally here. This year, they're going back to Las Vegas, Nevada, which I don't know if that was the smartest decision, but it was a decision, and well, hey, anytime it's a WrestleMania, it's always gonna be a fun one. I'll tell you, it is going to be incredible, and of course, it's not just Mania we're talking about as tradition. We'll get to that in a second, but of course, we gotta introduce the crew, starting things off with a man who has been as much of a regular as can be. It is the heelest of ballers, HeelBalor!
Well, we finally made it. The heelest of battles is back on YouTube on the Losers Lounge podcast. It's great to be back. This WrestleMania season has been rough. It's been bumpy. It's been dumpy. It's been insane. It's been, I don't know what else kind of words to come up with it, but it's been a roller coaster of a ride. It's good to be here to talk WrestleMania. And yeah, can't wait to talk about it. Should be good. There's some things on the card that are kind of questionable, that are very questionable, but you know what? We're going to get to that when we get to that. Great to be here.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of potholes on the road this year, but, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes the bloody road crew haven't gone around to fixing up the road, but you know what? Hey, at least we made it. At least we finally made it, and that is the important thing. And of course, always good to have this man on the air, one of our regulars as can be. It is the Skull King, Beast Mode 9000!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, it is I, the Skull King, Beast Mode 9000, back here on the Losers Lounge podcast, and I should have had the episode number in front of me. I don't know offhand what episode number we're on, but I do know it's only about 2 or 3 more until we reach, well, 6.
Oh.
Yeah. 167 episodes is right around the corner. And then right after that is 169, which, well, Mike, Hawk, and Hugh Janus would enjoy that, but that's also neither here nor there. I am very excited to talk about the granddaddy of them all, as they like to call it, Wrestle Bloody fucking Mania. Some of the stuff on the card looks... It looks. That's about the nicest thing I could fucking say about it. Some of the stuff looks really rad, and some of the stuff I feel like Han Solo. I have a bad feeling about it, but we will get to that when we do indeed get to that. But it is great to be here to talk about one of the biggest wrestling shows on the calendar, WrestleMania.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there is a reason why they give them those nicknames. The granddaddy of them all, the showcase at the Immortals. It's a special time of year. And it's always good to have your buddies around for such an incredible time of the year, especially when you got someone as cultured as our man, Leo the Phenom!
Well, there's only one man that can really do it for the culture, and that is yours truly. Oh, am I kidding? This whole crew does it for the culture. Yeah, we are here for WrestleMania. It is episode 165. So you weren't too far off, Beast.
We got 2 left.
Yeah, 2 left. Well, it's been quite a road to get to this WrestleMania. Some good, some bad. But in the end, all we can hope for is a good show in the end. Because it's not always about the journey. It's sometimes about the destination.
Oh, yes. That has been proven time after time when it comes to WrestleMania. It really has, where the road may be kind of terribly built, but at least the destination is going to be worth it. And I know this person very much knows that it is worth the destination. Oh, yes, you know him. You love him. He is the man who brought us all here. He is the sinner of wrestling sinners. It is Christian freaking Miracle.
Sinner of wrestling sinners. Are you implying there's more than one of them out there?
I mean, you're the best at it, mate. You are the absolute best.
I mean, I'm the best at it because I'm the only one. Been the only one for like 12 years, but it's okay. I'm glad to be here for the Losers Lounge podcast for its season 9 premiere. Season 9, folks. This podcast started in 2018, and the first episode was about WrestleMania 34, and it's expanded ever since. These last 8 years has been amazing. Even when I haven't been here, I've listened to the episodes I missed. These guys all do a great job, and that's why I'm glad to be here to talk WrestleMania. Both good and bad. That's the best part about it. There's always room for improvement. In this case, there's a lot of room for improvement. But we'll get to that when we get to that. But we're not getting to WrestleMania first, are we, Tyler?
Oh, no. Because, of course, it is always tradition here on the podcast to talk the extra things as well when it comes to WrestleMania weekend. And I think we will start things off with a little bit of a detour to WrestleMania SmackDown. And, well, a tradition that has lasted for an insanely long time when it comes to the WWE. That, of course, being the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royale. Of course, the annual tradition usually reserved for before WrestleMania or on the pre-show to WrestleMania. And honestly, it's one of those kind of matches that just makes you go, yeah, we're finally in that season. And it's a fun little concept. Get a bunch of your talent, put them in the same match, and just have them battle for an awesome trophy. I mean, hey, awesome trophies are awesome trophies. And keep in mind, the Battle Royal has made stars of many of its winners. It also hasn't for some, but you know how it goes. It's a little bit of a, I don't know what you put it, just like a bit of a risk-reward sort of thing. Just like, hey, you may become a top guy, maybe not. It depends, really, but we still love it either way. So, Christian, I think I'll start with you, actually. Who do you think has got this year's Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal?
Well, we do know it worked out last year for Carmelo Hayes. He's the guy who won the Battle Royal the previous year, so worked out for him. This year, definitely needs to be a big impact, and the one person I'm thinking is probably what others are probably thinking. Royce Keys should be the winner of the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. There isn't really much to say, aside from the fact that Royce Keys, in my opinion, deserves it. It's either that, or for the hilarious reasons, I'd have Kit Wilson or maybe even Danhausen win the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. Whether it's push for a good moment, push for a funny moment, push because you're the future, those are the reasons why people should win the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. That's why my main pick is formerly Powerhouse Hobbs. I'm still getting used to that. I've been calling him that since AEW, but it's all good. Royce Keys should be the guy to win the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal because I think that'd be fantastic. That's about all I have to say because there isn't much to say about this, so that's my pick.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, it's fair enough with the naming sort of thing. Just like, hey, you're going so used to a name that's like, it's hard to get out of your head. So, yeah. Leo, I'll go with you next. Who do you think has got this year's Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal?
Honestly, same idea with Christian. It's got to be Royce Keys because if you really want him to look and feel like a big deal, especially since this is his debut year in the WWE, he came in the Royal Rumble. Haven't seen him for a couple months. Then he was properly just this past SmackDown. What better way to really introduce him and make him feel as big as he is than win the Andre the Giant Battle Royal? If it isn't going to be him, like Christian said, it's probably going to be a Kid Wilson or Danhausen. just kind of make it a funny thing, or just for shits and giggles, they'll just give it to uh, just to make everybody laugh and hilarity. Screw it, give it a jelly roll.
What?
You heard me.
Oh my
He's,
god.
he's already a Grammy winner. Why not be an Andre the Giant Battle Royal winner?
I mean, you do make a good point on that, at least. You do make a very good point.
Yeah, but my initial prediction is for Royce Keys to win it.
Well, hey, I mean, always good to have something in the back of your mind, just in case. HeelBalor, I'll go with you next. Who do you think has got this year's Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal?
I'm going to piggyback on what Leo and Christian said. Pretty much my pick is the same. I'm going to go with Royce Keys. I think, since him being gone since the Rumble, him finally debuting on SmackDown, bad choice of brand, by the way, I think it's best for him to win. If he were to have somebody else win, maybe like Leo said, like Kit Wilson or maybe a Jelly Roll or Danhausen. But yeah, I'm going to keep mine short and sweet. Royce Keys wins.
You know what? That is definitely fair for sure. And, Beast, who have you got for this year's Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal?
I don't watch shit down. And yes, I call it shit down because that shit sucks. But if I'm gonna see on like Twitter and Instagram who wins the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal, is probably gonna be Powerhouse Hobbs, Royce Keys. I don't really care though, but I hope that he does win because hey, good for him, absolutely. And good for whoever wins. I do hope that they push Powerhouse Hobbs a little bit, but I mean, I'll probably be playing a little bit of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 during this, or maybe trying to troubleshoot my PS3 because I have some problems with that. But we'll get to that later in the card because that's also probably what I'm going to do during a couple of the matches on WrestleMania, unfortunately. But maybe Bob Burnquist or Bucky Lasik will win. Who knows?
You know what? I wouldn't mind that, actually. I wouldn't mind that. Then again, I'd probably play some Reford. So, yeah.
Very base.
Honestly, for me, when it comes to the Battle Royal, yeah, like, I have to agree with you guys, honestly. I'm also gonna be going with Royce Keys. I think Royce is someone who definitely could do with the rub of winning the Battle Royal, and that could help propel him to greater success down the road. Like, I think he, in the near future, would make a great United States champion or Intercontinental champion. Will that happen immediately? Well, maybe, but you know what? I'm intrigued to see where they go with Royce Keys, so he's definitely up there. But if I have to put it like...
Well, sorry for interrupting, but can I add in something that this should also be a case?
Yeah?
Yeah. The winner of the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal should get an Intercontinental or U.S. title match of their choice at Backlash.
Yeah.
I agree.
Like,
If
I
not
had
Backlash, then though, if not Backlash, then like maybe like
that.
Raw or SmackDown right after WrestleMania.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna throw out there. That'd be a possibility because, like, you really just get a trophy. Like, can we get like title opportunities out? That's just me.
Yeah, this is why the reason I say Backlash is because Backlash is supposed to be the post-Mania show, so it makes sense it would come as a result of something that happened around WrestleMania time.
Yeah, and I mean, I had seen someone post up a video on, I think it was TikTok sort of thing, talking about it sort of thing, and I do have to agree with that. It is definitely something that they should do, giving them some kind of opportunity. I think that would be a nice thing for them to do. I will say, if there was anyone else who I think could win, I might actually say it might be an NXT call-up, and I think that call-up would be Ethan Page. Like, I think it is definitely due for Ethan Page to be called up and drafted over to either Raw or SmackDown, and I think him winning the Battle Royal could be a good way to debut him. I mean, just look at how Baron Corbin, when he won the Battle Royal, that was his call-up. That was his sort of draft moment. So, yeah, honestly, either way, like, if it's either Royce or Ethan, I very much would be excited to see how it goes.
That was also the last time the Andre the Giant Battle Royal was actually on WrestleMania itself, like on the main show.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy
10 years
to
ago.
think about. Yeah, 10 years ago. It's crazy to think about, but, you know, that's just how time goes. That's just how time goes. But now we're gonna take a little bit of a detour and let's take a look at the Hall of Fame. Oh yes, the Hall of Fame. It's always a tradition within WrestleMania weekend, and I'll tell you, this year's lineup, it very much is deserving, and there is definitely some good stuff here. I believe this year for the Hall of Fame, instead of being at the Fontainebleau, it's going to be at the, was it the Park MGM? I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, it's at the Dolby Live Theater at the Park MGM, right across the street from T-Mobile Arena.
Nice. That makes it a lot easier to get to as well, because, like, it's only
Yeah,
like...
if you want to go... Yeah, to those who are attending SmackDown on Friday, which is at the time of release tonight, if you want to go to the Hall of Fame, yeah, it's just across the street. And if you're lucky, maybe you're around that area, so that helps out. The one thing I just don't like is, why is it at midnight Eastern time? I'm like, that doesn't work for me, brother.
Yeah. Like, it may work for some of the international fans, but we'd probably be tired out anyway from, like, a long day, so...
I am watching the Hall of Fame at Saturday morning.
I'm sorry, but us, like, what about the wrestlers?
Yeah.
They were. Wasn't
they
Booker
were,
T
like,
fast asleep last year?
Booker T, Bianca Belair was falling asleep.
Poor town.
Last year it was a little later, actually. It was at 10 p.m. local time, which of course was 1 a.m. our time, and the show went on for 3.5 hours, so it was like past 1 o'clock in the morning over there.
And they look pissed in the audience. They're like, why are we here? They look so pissed.
Yeah, it needs to have a day on its own, because that's what I've always liked about the Hall of Fame. It has to be on a day on its own, especially whenever I was down there during WrestleMania week, and I was always showing up looking sharp in my suit.
Or if not, like, just keep it there at the arena where SmackDown is, and like immediately after, like, okay, let's get this ready.
Yeah.
To be fair, I was there. I was there for that occasion twice, in Dallas and Los Angeles in 22 and 23, and it was also very tiring. So, regardless, it's honestly just not a good idea.
Yeah. I think realistically, for WWE's sake, they probably would be better off moving it to the Thursday, but, you know, that's what they decide upon, that's what they decide to do, so it is what it is. So, there's a great lineup this year of inductees, and I think we will start things off with something that was introduced last year, but is definitely quite fitting to have on a show like this. It is the Immortal Moment, and this year's Immortal Moment is the legendary match from WrestleMania 3, Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant. Like, as a match, as something legendary in WrestleMania history, it's something that it's part of the lexicon of WrestleMania. I mean, for like a few years, honestly, whenever you started watching a WWE broadcast, you saw the slam from that match in the WWE logo and introduction sort of thing. So it's part of that pantheon of the history of the company, but I'll get to more of that myself in a little bit. Beast, I'll start with you here. What do you make of this year's Immortal Moment?
I mean, yeah, I'm shocked this wasn't the first one. Because, I mean, you know, growing up watching WWE, you know, you saw it every fucking week. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. So really all I can say about it, I'm just shocked it wasn't the first one. Like, I'm glad that Brett and Stone Cold was like the first like match and moment to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. That's rad. They absolutely deserve that. In my opinion, they deserve it over this. I'm just surprised that WWE didn't have this be the first one because of how much of a boner they have for this moment. But yeah, hey man, I'm just shocked that it wasn't the first one. But hey, it's going in, so yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I get it. So if you're okay with this, Tyler, I'll take charge.
Yep, that's fine with me, man.
Yeah, I get what Beast is saying here. I think the reason why they have an erection for it, creepy erection for the Miz, is because of the fact that if you look at
Michael Cole style.
Yes, indeed. If you look at this whole thing as a fan in the present day, yeah, you can understand why. Like, okay, we see it all the time. See on the signature intro. We see it throughout the history of WrestleMania moments and whatnot. Um, Whenever I look at immortal moments, I like to think of myself not as a fan as I am right now, but I like to imagine and picture what it was like for the people there in 1987 when that happened. Pontiac Silverdome in nearby Detroit, Michigan. The moment that happened when Hulk Hogan did slam Andre the Giant, well, then again, that match itself was already being hyped up as a massive deal due to the fact that Andre the Giant was 15 years undefeated. And everybody figured, okay, Hogan's been champ for like, at that point, what, 3 years? So they were like, yeah, this is it. This is the moment Andre's taking the title. Or maybe the Hulkster could take the win as well. We'll never know. It was, without a doubt, one of the most unpredictable matches of that time. When you're 1987, nobody has insiders, nobody has social media, nobody has anything of that sort. So when you hear about the body slam and everything, it's not just the fact that it did happen, it's the fact that even those who got word about what happened, it's at the time in 1987, one of the most jaw-dropping moments. That's why it's so historic and still visited upon to this very day, because you ask a wrestling fan, you ask a guy who's a wrestling fan from like years ago, yeah, they know what that is. Even people who don't watch wrestling, they know exactly about it. It's an immortal moment because the entire world knows about it. Or so the fact that non-wrestling fans know Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. So non-wrestling fans know of the body slam. Matter of fact, for a lot of people, that's the only thing they know about wrestling. So that goes to show how historic it is and how it's honestly the most deserving immortal moment, in my opinion. Because immortal moments in wrestling had to be known beyond wrestling. That is known beyond wrestling. Perhaps number one. That to me is why it deserves it. And that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the context. I mean, Andre at that point, at that time, he pretty much was thinking about, oh, this might be my last kind of match, because, like, oh, he's definitely feeling a bit more banged up at that time. He was interested in doing more acting stuff. I mean, he was busy doing Princess Bride, I believe, at the time. And yeah,
To
this
this day, I still haven't seen that movie. Is
yeah,
it good?
It's one of the greatest movies ever made.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I'm not in love with it, but like if you put it on, like okay, I'll watch it.
yeah, like it is definitely.
Andre is one of the funnier parts of the movie.
Oh yeah, that is for sure. HeelBalor, I'll go with you next, actually. What do you make of this year's immortal moment?
I mean, it's a legendary moment. I've seen the match itself. It's not really the best, obviously, but I can understand why it's here. Just to keep it short and sweet and to the point, I'm with Beast. This match should have been the first one to go into the Hall of Fame, at least. That's just me. Then Stone Cold and Brett should have been the second. That's just me. Legendary moment at all, but yeah, that's all I really can say about it.
And that is honestly fair. That is very fair there. And Leo, what do you make of this year's immortal moment?
Like I'm cool with it. Like if you really think about it, like in the grand scheme of things, it is like the first like WrestleMania moment. You're like sure you have the first WrestleMania, but like there was nothing really like I would say like super stand out besides like the main event. And then like WrestleMania 2, that nightmare, you just toss it aside. Then you look at WrestleMania 3, like almost 90,000 people in attendance. Of like you had an amazing match with Macho Man and the Dragon early in the card, and then you get to this moment like the money match, and like sure like with how it is today, like we all know like oh Hogan and Andre have fought before. Hogan's even slammed Andre before. But remember, like in that mindset of '87, like you don't have the internet. People don't know, like really know things unless it's like they're like a historian, like they really look into things like that happened. But like as the casual audience, the actual like just there for the spectacle. Like this is one of the greatest moments because you will never expect a 500-pound plus man to be like picked up and slammed down, but by your favorite wrestler at that point, especially when he was built like as such a monster. So yeah, like it is deserving. I think it could have been last year's moment, but you know what? Like better late than never.
Yeah, that's obviously the best takeaway for it. Better late than never. For me, when it comes to the moment, keep in mind, like, this was in an age where, like, we'd never had, like, the internet was technically kinda becoming a thing, but not really. It was more like services like Quantum Link, America Online sort of thing. And, like, this was an age where, like, you couldn't immediately, like, go on your computer surfing or watch something surfing. Like, you had to watch it via, like, pay-per-view, cable, like, VCR sort of thing. You didn't have, like, immediate access sort of thing. So it's like a
Closed
moment.
circuit. It was closed circuit television, actually.
Yeah, closed circuit around that point.
Closed circuit pay-per-view was getting more attraction of the when it came around telling like that you couldn't just say like, hey, I'm gonna stay home and watch it, especially in the state of Michigan. Like Mr. McMahon literally was like don't show it at closed circuit, don't show it at bars. Like you want to watch WrestleMania, you better come to fill the stadium.
Yeah. So, like, very much of that era, of that sort of time frame where it's like it was harder to imagine this kind of thing. This moment turned from being something that may seemed like simple sort of thing to being something properly legendary as such. I mean, everyone knows the visual of Hogan slamming Andre. Everyone knows that. And look, the overall match, if you think about the overall match, if you look at it from the mindset of someone today, sort of thing, they will obviously tell you that the match hasn't aged the best, obviously. But if you think about it in the mindset of someone from the 1980s, and this is the wrestling style of the 1980s, bit slower pace, bit more controlled sort of thing, if that's the best way to put it. Very much, this would have been something special to them. And keep in mind, as we said earlier, like, Andre, he was at that point where he was considering retirement. So for him, he wanted one last great match for his career, and Hogan gave him that great match. Hogan gave him the match that he wanted, and for that fact alone, it's quite special. And the fact that after that, Andre was like, you know what? Maybe I might want to keep doing this. Like, that that just goes to show how legendary of a match it is for that fact alone. Just like for convincing Andre, being like, hey, maybe I still got it. Like,
Oh, they went on to have like three other major matches, or four I should say, against each other in the coming years. Like remember, like that match at Mania 3 was so big that they ran the match back at the first ever show of the main event on NBC, and that had over 30 million views at like for that one match. And then they did it again for WrestleMania 4. And then
And
they finally,
they completely fucked it over at WrestleMania 4 with a double disqualification.
which I still think is crap because like Hogan hit Andre with a chair first, but okay, but you know what, whatever. And then they finally had the blow off like one-on-one match at Shea Stadium inside a cage. And then let's not forget SummerSlam '88, the first SummerSlam, the main event, the Mega Powers versus the Mega Bucks, and that was kind of like okay, like no more Hogan and Andre. Like from now on, like Andre would go on to face like Jake Roberts, Ultimate Warrior, until he finally retired in 1990 because he was getting too big. He couldn't even walk.
yeah. Like, it just goes to show how legendary of a match this was, because, like, it led to so much, and it helped to propel WWE like WWF at the time. It just helped to propel them even further in like the mainstream sort of mindset, the mainstream audience sort of thing. So there is a reason why this match is so important to the company, and I'm glad that's in the Hall of Fame this year. It may have taken them a while to get to it, but it was definitely worth it. But speaking of the 1980s sort of era of WWE, WWF at the time sort of thing, our next person we're going to be talking about here is actually going to be a part of the legacy wing for this year, and this man is a legend of that 1980s era. It is Bad News Brown, and very much Bad News Brown was a major part of that era of WWE WWF. Like, he was a major player in a time that had so many major players, and considering the stuff that he's done, it's kind of impressive in that sort of sense. Like,
And another thing, of course, about the whole deal when it comes to Bad News Brown is he was a major player indeed at a time when it was still difficult for black people to be in a spot like this.
yeah, like obviously
1976 Olympic bronze medalist as well.
that's crazy. That's honestly crazy to know that as such. Like, he had legitimate background in sports and that kind of thing. He had that legitimate background for everything. So
Yeah, for pro wrestling, there's not really much we can say about his wrestling career because he didn't exactly do much aside from really winning a battle royal at WrestleMania like 4. But if you look at his accolades, I'm looking at them right now. Like I said, 1976 Olympic bronze medalist, 2-time Pan American Games gold medalist in 67 and 75, 67, nah. And 4-time Stampede Wrestling North American Heavyweight Champion. I mean, think about this. Gold medalist in the Pan American Games in the 1960s. A black person doing that, a lot of times it's unheard of.
yeah, like,
And honestly, it may not have been like an ultimate standpoint for black people in sports and other things, but the fact that any of this is happening at a time when racism was at its all-time high, that just goes to show, like, this is part of inspiration, proof of there's hope. You know what I mean?
yeah, like, it really does mean that for sure. And it just goes to show that pure legacy that he had there. So, Leo, I think I'll start with you here. What do you make of the career of Bad News Brown, and like any personal thoughts as such?
I'm actually shocked it took this long to get him in there. Like, I would have thought like maybe like 10, 20 years ago he would have been inducted. But you know what? Like I said before, better late than never. It's a deserving class to be added in. For moments, personally, like I never really went back to watch stuff of the 80s. Like, I know of it. Like, I know who Bad News Brown is. I know like some stuff he's involved with. Like, Bad News Brown was the first wrestler to face Hulk Hogan when Hogan was starting to recede his hairline, and he decided to come out with a war bonnet. And but there's that one Mania match with Roddy Piper. We don't need to go further than that. But like I said before, better late than never that Bad News Brown is getting in.
Yeah, I mean, hey, better late than never. That's always the best way to put it. Just better late than never. HeelBalor, I'll go with you next. I think this is probably an important one for you to talk about. What do you make of the career of Bad News Brown, and if there's any sort of moments you remember?
I'll be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know much. I really don't, but I'll just say this. I mean, big congratulations. That's really all I can say about it. I think we get to mostly a few other people. I probably say the same thing, but I will say this, congratulations on going to the Hall of Fame. And well deserved. Well deserved. I think he tore down, I believe African American barriers, which is pretty cool. And it's not like Christians said racism and all that stuff, so that's pretty awesome as well. But Yeah, I mean, not much to really say, but big congratulations. Big congratulations.
Hell yeah. I mean, hey, sometimes you just gotta go short and sweet. Sometimes it's just what you gotta do here. Christian, I know you said some stuff earlier, but do you have any more insight into like Bad News Brown, and do you have any sort of like personal thoughts?
Well, the deal with Bad News Brown is like the one thing that's unfortunate is he wasn't inducted at a time when it could have been a good thing for him, and also when he was alive. But it's all good though because I think that's the point of Legacy Wing. They're not really inducting him based off of his WWE stuff, but rather his entire career in general. Hence why, you have the accolades that's been placed in front of you on his accomplishments. So that's why I'm like, honestly, understandable and well deserved. That's all I got to say. Well done.
Oh yeah, like that's always been one of the best parts about the Legacy Wing, just all that history sort of thing. And Beast, what do you make of Bad News Brown getting into the Hall of Fame? Do you have like any personal sort of like thoughts and insight sort of thing?
Yeah, so I don't want to say I'm more of a historian, but I definitely have watched a little bit of wrestling from around that time. It was a damn shame he never really got a fair shake at being a main event guy, because I do think Bad News Brown was one of the most underrated talents of the time. He, again, like Christian said and Will said, he broke down barriers for African American people in the world of combat sports in general. And he was a great talent. I think his best match was probably the street fight he had with Savage in '89. That was really fucking great. His match with Savage on it was in October of '88, and that was for the WWF title, I believe. That was actually in the Boston Gardens. Just I would say a stone's throw away from me here at Parts Unknown, but more of a stone's throw than you would think. More of like a 4, 5, maybe 6, 7 hour drive. Whoa. But that's also a fucking fantastic match. And I do absolutely love the match between him and Junkyard Dog during the latter half of '88 as well, because you have two men who are breaking down barriers for black people in the world of combat sports, going at it and beating the shit out of each other. And it shows people around the time who were very racist that you can have wonderful people in the world of combat sports who aren't just white. And Junkyard Dog and Bad News Brown were that. And it was a great match where Bad News Brown actually got the win too. Like I thought it was great. So big ups to Bad News Brown. Very, very unfortunate he never got a fair shake as a main event guy because he was super underrated. But yeah, happy he's going in 100%. And if you haven't seen his stuff, especially with Randy Savage, check it the fuck out. It's very, very good.
Oh yeah, absolutely deserving for sure. For my sort of thoughts sort of thing, obviously I wasn't around for that era, but I always like doing my research on like that kind of era time, just like, oh, who were the guys of that era sort of thing. And like, I think a lot of us can agree here that we had, like, back in the day, there's some WWE encyclopedia books where it's like they had all this information, all these different guys sort of thing. And seeing Bad News Brown's entry in that and just learning who he was and just like, oh, this guy sounds interesting. This guy sounds cool. And like later on, just seeing some more of his stuff, like his in-ring work, it's like, yeah, I can see why he was someone special, why he was such an important part of that era of professional wrestling. And I mean, look, it's definitely hard to like gauge thoughts sometimes, but like if someone's going into the Hall of Fame, then that there's a reason why they are going in. And absolutely what we've said so far, like, very much there's an exact reason why he's going in, and he bloody deserves it. He really does. So congratulations there, Bad News Brown. You deserve it, mate. You absolutely deserve it. Speaking of the Legacy Wing, another person to get into the Legacy Wing this year is someone who has had many names in the professional wrestling business. Whether it be Psycho Sid, Sid Vicious, Sid Justice, or, well, just Sid. Sid is one of those names who is very much common of the 90s and 2000s in, like, professional wrestling circles, and he has had a legendary career that a lot of people may not talk about as such, but I think we probably have a fair bit to say here. So, Beast, what do you make of Sid, and do you have any sort of, like, personal thoughts and such?
Yeah, so here's the thing. I don't really understand why WWE doesn't induct people when they're alive. Like, I don't know. I think he could have gone in years before when he actually was alive and kicking, but oh well, man. I'm glad he's going in now, but he should have gone in when he was alive. Sid, it sucks because Sid, when he broke his leg in WCW doing that fucking second rope big boot that whoever the fuck told him it was a good fucking idea. After that, he never really he like retired for a while, and the only like time he really came back was that it was a Raw 1000 and doing like a couple bumps with Heath Slater. He never really wrestled again and was never really the same, which does suck because he was a solid big man. He definitely was a little more sloppy in the ring. I think his best match was probably his cage match against Brett because, I mean, Brett could have a good match with a fucking broomstick. But yeah, I just think WWE should have inducted him when he was alive. I think he deserved that, and the fact that they didn't is a bit of a shame. But I'm glad Sid is going in now, with posthumously, as one would say. But yeah, R.I.P. Sid. I'm just disappointed that they didn't induct him when he was alive because they had many opportunities to, and it's not like he was wrestling at all past that point either. But yeah, definitely seek out again. I think his best match was that cage match with Brett. Definitely seek that out. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, R.I.P. Sid, and I'm glad he's going in now.
Oh yeah, like, absolutely deserving to be going in, and hey, as we said, better late than never, I suppose. Better late than never. Christian, I'll go for you next. Any sort of, like, overall thoughts and history sort of thing when it comes to Sid, and, like, personal thoughts and such?
Well, I think that's what's very interesting is he's Sid Justice, Sid Vicious, Sid, Psycho Sid, you name it, has been through a lot in pro wrestling, and I think it's amazing that he didn't exactly have a long career in the WWF, but he did main event WrestleMania twice. If you think about it, Hulk Hogan and The Undertaker. Not good matches, obviously. The two-time world champion, the fact that he actually did manage to headline WrestleMania twice in a short career is something to really think about. As for his stint at WCW, yeah, I remember that was I saw that leg injury thing and I was like, oh my God. That at the time was really brutal. But to me, nothing was as brutal as his greatest promo of all time. You're only half the man that I am, and I have half the brains that you do.
I mean, it was definitely funny, that's for sure.
It really was. But yeah, I really wish that he was inducted in the WWE Hall of Fame while he was still alive. He passed away in August of 2024. And I'm shocked that it took him literally dying and then a year and a half later before they decided, you know what? We should probably do this. And the fact that he was inducted in the Legacy Wing, I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, Legacy Wing, I just always looked at it as those who have been gone for a long time, who has been a legendary career, or just inductees that WWE just doesn't want to give a full-length introduction to. And from what I heard, Sid Justice is not getting like a full introduction, just like a shout-out thing. That's the other thing that kind of pissed me off about it. But overall, though, I really am glad that he's going to the Hall of Fame, and I think, to me, it's an underrated induction because it could have been way better. So that's just my thoughts on it. But congratulations, Psycho Sid, Sid Justice, Sid Vicious, Sid. You deserve it. Rest in peace.
Yeah, one of the more unique big men in the history of professional wrestling. Leo, do you have like any overall thoughts and like personal opinion sort of thing when it comes to Sid?
And I wish he went in sooner while he was alive, but uh, it's just oh my, I suppose. He's the only wrestler to ever only main event WrestleMania, like both with Hogan and Undertaker. If honestly, some of his best work was actually out of the WWF, mostly in WCW. If you go back and watch like some of his matches with like Sting, he had a couple good ones with Vader. If he's also really been a part of some actual like really big matches. You'll have to go out and seek them. So for that, like for a big man to leave as much of an impact as he has, when he at least wanted to wrestle and not go play softball, like I'm shocked it took as long as it did to actually put him in. But it's happening now. So, oh well. Good going, Sid.
I mean, hey, that there's a reason why there are people out there who are deserving to be in the Hall of Fame, and Sid absolutely is one of them. And HeelBalor, do you have like any sort of personal thoughts or like history sort of thing when it comes to Sid?
I think everyone pretty much said it best. Two-time WWE champ. I'm looking at his accolades right now. Two-time WCW World Champ, lead two-time main event of WrestleMania itself. A member of the Four Horsemen, which is something. And yeah, just honestly, like I'm just gonna repeat everything that everyone else said here. Like should have been done when he was alive, but his accolades speak for himself, and it's well deserved. Well deserved.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much deserving, that's for sure. I think for me personally, when it comes to Sid, obviously wasn't around to see like him in his prime when he was competing in the ring sort of thing, but looking back at the history and looking back at his matches sort of thing, the one thing I can give him is that he definitely had a fair share of charisma. I mean, even when he was doing like a lot of silly things sort of thing, and whenever he's made like a few botches at times, like he at least was kind of chill about it. He at least was like he didn't need to play off something. He just needed to be him, and that's honestly something that can be taken away, like something important that can be taken to sort of thing, I guess, if that's the best way to put it. But
Also,
yeah,
one more thing.
oh yeah.
I forgot to add this in. Beast earlier when you asked who was the one who recommended that he did that bump to off the top rope that broke his leg. Apparently, that was John Laurinaitis.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because apparently they actually wanted him to do a move off the top rope, and they like he suggested a big boot. Sid didn't want to do it, but he kind of was pressured into it.
Oh, WCW. Boy. But still, I mean, Sid absolutely is deserving of this opportunity, and hey, we're glad that he is in finally. We are absolutely glad. Speaking of WCW and the history that company has had, our next person that we're talking about here is someone who definitely made a bit of an impact in WCW, but overall has made an impact in the wider landscape of sports in that sense. That being this year's Celebrity Wing inductee, Dennis Rodman. Now, if you may not be familiar with Dennis Rodman, he used to be a basketball player for the Chicago Bulls, and he was one of the best basketball players of that era. And eventually, he got himself involved in the world of professional wrestling thanks to the New World Order, a faction that has had a heavy legacy in the industry. So, very much, Rodman has been a part of a lot of big moments within WCW and the NWO. So, it's kind of fitting that for someone to go into Celebrity Wing, he would be that kind of choice for it here. So, HeelBalor, I'm gonna go with you here. What do you make of Dennis Rodman, and do you have like any personal thoughts and such?
Once again, looking at the accolades, ladies and gentlemen, 5-time NBA champion, had major crossovers in WCW, brought mainstream attention to wrestling in the 90s, and participated in high-profile matches during these NBA stuff. Honestly, it's not bad accolades right there, and well deserved. Just really not much to say about this one as well, but big congratulations on going into the Hall of Fame.
Oh yeah, for sure. Leo, any sort of like thoughts you have on Dennis Rodman and like any sort of personal stuff as well?
I mean, I'll tell you what, he, he's a lot bigger of a star than you may think. Like he, uh, like you said, 5-time NBA champion with the Bulls. When he's actually appeared more times in WCW than you actually remember. The first time was actually not even when the MWO started. It was actually Ash at the Beach '95. He was accompanying Hulk Hogan, and he cut a promo. I don't know what the heck he said. He just kind of spewed out, and he made a suggestion to Mean Gene's like, "Yeah, the last time I saw you was at the Detroit airport. That's the last time you're ever gonna see me at the Detroit airport." I mean, to be fair, have you seen Detroit?
Damn.
Anyway, by the way, because of him, Dennis Rodman, he is actually responsible for the two of the top 3 highest pay-per-view winning shows that WCW got on with Bash at the Beach '97 and '98. They're only right under Starrcade '97 for the highest money-making pay-per-views that WCW did. With the first match being him and Hogan versus Luger and the Giant, as we know, the Big Show, and then the next year, an even bigger match with Hogan and Rodman versus DDP and Karl Malone. And then he also had one other match against the Macho Man in a Falls Count Anywhere match, Road Wild '99.
Yeah, something like
After
that.
that is yeah. So like a basketball legend, a major contributor to wrestling with WCW, even a movie star. Let's not forget he such classics as Simon Says, and was that one movie he did with Jean-Claude Van Damme. uh, the one where Mickey Rourke got blown up by a mine with a tiger about to jump him.
Damn.
I'm not joking. That's actually what happened. Double Team. That's the movie I was talking about.
I mean, hey, sometimes you can draw a blank on this kind of thing.
Yeah. And let's not forget, that movie gave us the greatest moment that Dennis Rodman ever had on screen. He saved himself from an explosion in a coliseum by hiding behind a Coke machine.
Based.
So yeah, Dennis Rodman. I kind of wish he was inducted while Hogan was alive because they were buddies. But you know what? May as well go in now. That's a thing. That's a theme with this year's Hall of Fame. Like they could have gone in sooner.
Yeah, like that definitely seems to be the theme of this year's Hall of Fame ceremony in a sense. Just like, hey, this person should have gone in when they should have, sort of thing. I mean, hey, it is what it is, though. It is what it is, and at least they're getting in now, which is the important part. Beast, what do you make of Dennis Rodman? Do you have, like, any personal thoughts and such related to him?
Yeah, so I'm not a big basketball guy, but I know a little bit of his stats and that he was a multiple-time champion with the Chicago Bulls. A great basketball player, absolutely, and I'm glad that, you know, when he did come into wrestling, that he was just too sweet with the NWO, which was Very, very goated.
Too sweet.
Very, very, very much too sweet. Hey, Will's Dennis Rodman, and I don't know what that makes me. It doesn't make me Hulk Hogan. Fuck the Hulk Hogan. But
Scott Hall?
I'm very glad Dennis Rodman. I mean, yeah, I did Scott Hall minus the drinking problem. But I'm very glad that Dennis Rodman is going into the Hall of Fame. Fuck yeah. And he also played for the Dallas Mavericks, which, you know, to quote Riff Raff, I would have played for the Dallas Mavericks, but they found crack in my jacket. Do that information as you will, Riff Raff style. But very, very happy for Dennis Rodman. Hell yeah. Base Dennis Rodman going into the Hall of Fame on the Celebrity Wing style.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's just the little things that count, sort of thing. And, Christian, what do you make of Dennis Rodman going into the Hall of Fame? And do you have, like, any personal thoughts and such?
I'm not really much of a basketball guy myself, but it's okay though. I do know of his accolades. I read them up, and I do know about how he was a member of the NWO for a while, and he's one of the very few Celebrity Hall of Fame inductees where it's understandable, really deserving, and you're like, oh yeah, I remember he was a part of this, and he did great in this and that. And the fact of the matter is, Dennis Rodman, successful basketball player, successful even in pro wrestling, didn't really do much, but it was enough to be memorable. I don't really remember it much because I didn't look at it myself, but it's okay. I really believe that based off of what everybody else here on the podcast had said, it's proof that this is a deserving induction, and all I basically have to say is congratulations to Dennis Rodman.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Honestly, for me, when it comes to Dennis Rodman, he is someone who, again, I wasn't too familiar with as such, because, like, I'm not much of a basketball guy myself, and I'm also, like, WCW, that whole sort of thing, I'm not as familiar with, I guess. Like, I gotta catch up on more WCW stuff when I can, but knowing the legacy that Rodman had with WCW at that time, like, being a major part of the company in, like, its peak, like, its kind of peak era, and having, like, major matchups with some of WCW's talent, like Savage, like DDP, like the Giant, it's like, very much, it just goes to show something that, like, hey, this guy, he was there during some of the biggest moments in the company's history, and sure, we do give the NWO some flack in the modern day for, like, a lot of the things that happened, but you know what? I think realistically, just they had a lot of fun doing the NWO, and honestly, for someone like Rodman to have come in and be a natural fit for the group, yeah, I mean, Rodman was one of those bad boys in, like, the sports world of that era. Like, kind of in a similar sense to Mike Tyson, in that kind of sense. Just, like, one of those people who you didn't want to cross with. So, yeah, very much. It is definitely deserving for Dennis Rodman to get in. Absolutely deserving, for sure. Oh, man, I mean, we're talking about a lot of deserving picks in the Hall of Fame this year, and this one's been due for a very long time. That, of course, being Demolition, one of the greatest wrestling factions of that era, having one of the longest tag team title reigns ever, really. I mean, their record as tag team champions wasn't really broken for, like, 2 decades, 3 decades, something like that, which is kind of crazy to think about in that kind of sense. And all 3 members of the group had a major impact, and even when they went on their own sort of thing, like, the members of the group had their own storied legacies, but Demolition overall, it was something special. It was something special for that era. So, Christian, what do you make of Demolition, and do you have any sort of personal thoughts?
I'm just glad that nobody is gonna confuse them with the Road Warriors. Look at these. Look at this, folks. See this team? See that team? They're not the same people.
Exactly. Even if both of them
I
were
don't know why.
inspired by Mad
There were
Max.
times I thought that it's like, but didn't the Road Warriors go by something else? I'm like, that was the Legion of Doom, you idiots.
Yeah.
And even then, you look at Axe and Smash, and then later Crush, and it's like they look nothing like them. I don't know why there were times that I guarantee those are just wrestling fans who just thought they were one and the same. Like I was like, there was a time when someone actually said, "Hey, do you remember the longest reigning tag champs? Yeah, the Road Warriors." I'm like, "What? When was that? I mean, didn't they have that title reign that was a long time? That was Demolition, you idiots." Yeah, but Demolition was without a doubt one of the most dominating tag teams, not just of the 70s, but of the 80s as well, and also heading into the 90s. It's really cool to see how much that. Boy, it's not really much to say. I mean, like they were an amazing tag team. They were dominant. I mean, you had to be dominant if you were a champ for almost 500 days. And what I also like about them is the fact that I just like their names. You know, they call themselves Demolition. What's your name? Your name? My name's Axe. And I'm Smash. So what does that make you? Crush. That works. All right. So Demolition, I will say that for the longest time, they were exactly what a tag team should be. You want to be able to make sure that your team, rubs off on one another. Shut up! Don't take that the wrong way. And when that happens, it's like being entertaining. I'm just saying shit. I'm just saying shit because I'll be honest, I'm a little tired, but it's okay because it's been a long day for me. Demolition, I'm just thankful that it's about time they went to the Hall of Fame. When I heard about the induction, I was like, wait, again? At first I was like, again. And then I was like, flipping through the list of Hall of Fame classes. I'm like, nope. Holy shit. That just makes you wonder who the hell else is not in there that's been overdue. So, Demolition, and the other thing I'm glad about it is, as far as I know anyway, both members, I think, are still alive and well. So, I mean, except, of course, for the original Smash, you know what I mean? But I'm thankful that they're actually alive here to accept that induction. So, congratulations are in order for them. And there's also one last thing I wanted to say before we move on to the next guy. The one thing I like about the Hall of Fame this year is the fact that The Undertaker has been the one making the announcements lately. In a sense, that's his new character and his new gimmick, and it makes sense. The term Undertaker is someone who guides someone into their immortal life. So, who better to, guide Hall of Fame legends into the Hall of Fame than the dead man?
Oh, yeah.
So congratulations, Demolition. And yeah, that's about all I got to say. I know that was embarrassing.
Well, hey, I mean, you made a good point there with Taika mentioning, how he's been doing all the inductions. I mean, he's been doing a lot lately. AAA Booker and this. It's like, he's really doing a fair bit for the company now. Even podcaster, but let's be honest here. Our podcast is a lot more crazy at times than his. HeelBalor, I think I'll go with you next. What do you make of Demolition, and do you have any sort of personal thoughts?
I mean, once again, a tag team that's very deserving on going into the Hall of Fame. The accolades speak for itself. Honestly, I think Christian pretty much put it out there. Just well deserved with this one as well. Very well deserved.
Oh yeah, that is true. Absolutely true. Beast, I'll go with you next. What do you make of Demolition going into the Hall of Fame, and do you have any personal thoughts?
Yeah, it's shocking to me that they were a ripoff of the Legion of Doom, the WWF ripoff of the Legion of Doom, and they got probably bigger than the Legion of Doom at one point. Like, Demolition held the longest reign of the tag championships until the New Day broke it, and that is awesome. I watched a little bit of Demolition stuff for back in the day. Of course, I wasn't born then, but I've gone back since and watched it. Personally, to me, Strikeforce, their match with Strikeforce was great. At what WrestleMania was that? Mania 6? Was that 5 or was that 6?
5.
5? Okay. That was a great match too. It was
6 is when they faced Haku and Andre the Giant.
You're correct. Yes. Their match with Strikeforce was lovely. Personally, I prefer their 89 match against the Brainbusters. Like their match against the Brainbusters was awesome, but I do like me some Strikeforce. That is a great fucking tag team based Tito Santana style. But Demolition, I don't want to say a highly underrated tag team, but a tag team that I don't think the modern generation knows a lot about, and they should, because they're a great fucking tag team, and I'm glad they're going in now, and hopefully this will show some people who are either new to wrestling or younger people, starting out watching wrestling, whoever, that Demolition is one of the greatest tag teams to ever do it, and they can watch some of their stuff from back in the day because they're very, very good.
Oh yeah, hopefully it introduces a new audience, and especially after they got in as the DLC characters in 2K26, it's like hopefully that also helps to kind of get people the idea of, hey, I need to check out what these guys were about. So yeah, just everything's working out in terms of timing, I suppose. And Leo, what do you make of Demolition, and do you have any sort of personal thoughts?
Another case of they should have gone sooner, but I understand why they weren't, because unfortunately, I think Axe and Smash we're not on the best of terms uh, with the company, primarily with Vince McMahon within the 90s into the 2000s, into the 2010s. But things, as you get older, you're like, make peace. And now they're gonna get their chance to go in. They, at one time, the longest tag champions of all time. I like, what was it, 400 some days, 479 days.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that well, now they're third, right behind the New Day and behind the Usos. So, but that's nothing to sleep on. To think that was a record that was held for nearly 20 years.
Yeah. Like, it's just crazy to think
So,
about.
yeah, crazy to think about it. And then you go, and then, their careers after, yeah, Axe, he had to retire due to severe injuries. Smash, of course, go on to have multiple different gimmicks. Of course, with the greatest gimmick of all time, the Repo Man. And we can throw in Crush in there too if we want. The man I know he's got a decorated career. I'm always gonna just remember him as Undertaker's buddy.
Yeah.
So, so long overdue. Congrats, Demolition.
Oh yeah, absolutely long overdue. Me personally, when it comes to Demolition, I think as a group, like looking back in the history books, like as a group, yeah, sure, there's obviously like a lot of the comparisons people make to Legion of Doom, and even to like what they overall were inspired by, which was Mad Max, and like how those sort of gimmicks, sort of thing of that era, were inspired by that film series. Which, I mean, funny thing as an Aussie, just knowing that everyone was like, people were inspired by something that we made, it just make it rubs it just makes me feel special. It makes us feel special in a sense. But still, I mean, Demolition, longest running tag team champions for like 19, 20 years. Like that is a long time. Like 25 years. I'm not exactly sure like the exact number of how long it would have been, but still, I mean, to have such a record for a long time is kind of incredible. I mean, their look is recognizable, and all three of the members were pretty decent wrestlers of the era. And keep in mind, this was the 1980s. Like, you weren't gonna be seeing like work rate and like the flippy shit and that kind of thing. You were seeing like pure intensity, pure ruggedness, and Demolition. They showed it with their in-ring work. So absolutely props to Demolition for finally getting into the Hall of Fame. It is well due and it is well deserved. But I mean, there's a lot of people out there who are well deserving to be in the Hall of Fame, and I think this next person, man, I can't believe we're talking about this soon, but this man is well deserving to be in the Hall of Fame. I never thought it would happen, but it has. Ladies and gentlemen, the next person that we are talking about is the phenomenal AJ Styles. I can't believe we're actually talking about him going into the Hall of Fame this year. It's just crazy to think about, considering, like, just a few months back, we were talking about AJ Styles as an in-ring competitor sort of thing, and now we're talking about him going into the Hall of Fame. It's crazy to think about. It really is. I mean, of course, AJ has had one of the greatest careers in terms of, like, a professional wrestler. I mean, of course, starting out across, like, the independents before making his way to WCW for a spell, before that company folded and he competed in companies like, what was it? XWF? Yeah, XWF. And World Wrestling All-Stars, before eventually becoming the centerpiece of TNA, becoming the company's first ever X Division champion and having many reigns with the NWA World title before eventually the TNA World title. And yeah, like, AJ for the longest time was like a major part of the history of TNA before he then left TNA to look ahead towards New Japan and Ring of Honor, become the leader of the Bullet Club for a spell before then making it to WWE and spending the last 10 years being probably one of the best wrestlers signed to WWE. And now, here we are. It's crazy to think about. So, Leo, I'll go with you first. What are you going to say about AJ Styles now that he's in the Hall of Fame? And any sort of personal thoughts?
Man, like I knew he would be in the Hall of Fame. I just never expected to be so soon, right after he was made to retire. And for a career that has lasted for as long as I've been born, like that is quite a career renaissance to go through, from small independents to being picked up and showcased in the final days of WCW, to World Wrestling All-Stars, to then become the cornerstone of TNA. Even to this day, when you think of the letters TNA, you think AJ Styles. With all the crazy moments that matches that he's had in that company alone, with still to this day, like, one of only 2 5-star matches in the company's history, that amazing triple threat with Christopher Daniels and Samoa Joe, to the matches that he's had with Kurt Angle, Christian Cage.
Wait, by 5-star, do you mean your rating or Dave Meltzer?
The old fart.
Oh, who cares about him? Just go by your own.
It was by my own. It would be like a 6-star match.
Fair enough.
I don't really care about star ratings. It's like, I'm just being, like, in the grander scheme of things, like Wrestling Observer's lists of whatever. Like, I mean, of course, the matches with Kurt Angle, Christian Cage, Sting, and my personal, like, the match that made me fall like fall in love, I guess you would say, become his biggest fan, was actually the very first match I've ever even heard of TNA while scrimming the old YouTube of 2006, where I found a 360 quality video someone put of TNA Lockdown, where it was Sting's Warriors versus Jeff Jarrett's Army. And he was basically the Iron Man of the match, going in first, lasting all the way to the end, where the moment that was crazy for me to, like, my 7-year-old mind just kind of got blown away, was seeing AJ Styles on the roof of the Lethal Lockdown cage climb a Jeff Hardy style ladder, grab onto a truss on the ceiling of the old Impact Zone, basically monkey bar his way over to the center, then drop a good 20 feet down to crash through James Storm, who was laying on a table. That moment there is what made me into an AJ Styles fan, and it made me a TNA fan. I have to start watching this. Then, of course, going on to continue his career after that, to leave to go to New Japan, become the leader of the Bullet Club, and still to this day, the best leader of the Bullet Club. No disrespect to Prince Devitt, aka Finn Balor, no disrespect to Kenny Omega, but AJ Styles was the best leader of the Bullet Club. And then to go all the way here to the WWE, have a 10-year span where he won the WWE Championship within just 7 months of being there. He gained the trust of Vince that, okay, I'm going to put my top championship on you. Then go on to keep going and have all these incredible rivalries with the likes of Samoa Joe, Shinsuke Nakamura, Randy Orton, The Undertaker, where he had his final match in the Boneyard. And then keep going at this high caliber all the way until this year, where he was finally retired by Gunther.
I'm surprised that out of all the list of rivalries you mentioned, you never mentioned the one and only John Cena.
Of course, how can I forget?
Beat up John Cena!
Yeah, I guess we could say John Cena and AJ Styles were in each other's top 3 rivals of all time. Because to me, John Cena's top 3 are like Edge, Punk, Styles. And then for Styles, it's Cena, Samoa Joe, Christopher Daniels. Oh, if let his career now, it seems like he's happy to go out now, and I'm shocked it was literally a month after saying his retiring, and on the night he was gonna say his goodbyes, here comes Big Booger Red to be like, hey, we got unfinished business because we gotta put you in the Hall of Fame. Basically, I'm gonna go this. Can I go this far? Considering how crap that game is, I guess you want to say he pulled a Trey and Red from 2K20, or
Oh God!
he retired before, like a little after or at the Royal Rumble, and then was put in the Hall of Fame immediately after.
That's crazy to think about how that is connected.
I don't know. That's kind of what came into my mind. So, yeah, congrats, AJ Styles. I'm so happy for you. Even though personally as a fan, I wish you still wrestle, but you're content with your career. You want to go out on a high, so kudos.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just talking about that legendary career, it just goes to show how much deserving he is to be in the Hall of Fame. Christian, I'll go with you next. What do you make of AJ Styles overall, and do you have any personal thoughts here?
Do I have any personal thoughts on AJ Styles? Do you want the short version, or do you want the Stephen King novel version?
However you
I'm just
want to
kidding.
do
If
it,
we,
man.
I'm just kidding. If I do that, we're gonna be here for longer and longer and longer than needed. And I'd rather. I'm so excited to get to WrestleMania. So what I decided to do was devise mine into like a short little list here. Figured it'd be a lot easier to do it that way. I've been a fan of AJ Styles since I started watching TNA wrestling in like 2005, I think it was. And I didn't keep up with TNA a lot because at the time I was still not allowed to. I wasn't technically allowed to watch wrestling per my mom's rules, but my brother and I kept sneaking around and watching it anyway because, well, that's what you're supposed to do. Um, in all fairness, though, like AJ Styles, when I saw him in TNA wrestling, I was amazed at what he was capable of doing. And I had a question: was he ever in WWF back in the day? And I look up and I look and think back at all the stuff I saw, and I was like, no, he wasn't. And this was one of
But
the first times.
technically,
Well,
he
yeah,
was on like an episode of Jacked in Metal.
yeah. My point being, like, AJ Styles was the first guy that I was truly introduced as someone outside of the WWE, and made me realize there are other wrestlers out there, there are other stars out there are other promotions out there. Let's see what we got. And I followed AJ's career for the longest time, especially when he went to the WWE as well in 2016. The last 10 years has been a lot of fun. I know how the last few years of his WWE run wasn't as good as, the first few years, but that's okay because at the time when, you get to the age where you're in your mid 40s, closing in on your 50s, you're like, it's not about being thrown all the gold one more time because, we're trying to send you off or whatnot. Like, not everybody gets like a John Cena retirement tour thingy. But the thing I was thankful for is how I was able to watch AJ Styles' career, how much he dominated TNA wrestling. Honestly, he's the guy who truly helped make TNA as big a company as it was. And to this day, I still love the occasionally popping in on TNA wrestling. Anytime it's in my Toronto region, I always go there. Um, but AJ Styles, legendary career, legendary wrestler, and he did say himself that he was completely going to be retired from wrestling the moment he goes into a Hall of Fame. So here we go. Here is in the WWE Hall of Fame. I still wonder if there are some people who think that, oh, no, he's going to go to AEW. I mean, that would have been nice, yes, but I think it's a good thing that he didn't go for the sake of his health because I know he was dealing with neck issues. Let's be perfectly honest. They would have exploited that. But I'm just thankful that he got to leave while still at 100% health, just like how Shawn Michaels had retired in 2010 at 100% health. I know they're the whole crown jewel thing, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? My point being, like, the best time to retire is when you can still go at least a couple more years because you're like, nah, then I don't want to risk it because now he can definitely help the stars of tomorrow, help with the training, help with, like, inspiring even more than he already has. And that's always the best type of trainer. So I look forward to seeing what else AJ Styles is going to do in the world of pro wrestling now that actually being a pro wrestler in a career is behind him. So congratulations are in order to AJ Styles.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he put TNA on the map globally, and he really did make that company special, and it just goes to show how special of a talent he was in that sense. Base, what do you make of AJ Styles overall, and do you have like any personal thoughts as such?
Man, oh man. So I first knew about AJ Styles in like 2013-ish, 2012, 2013, when me and my family first started watching TNA. Went back and watched all of his older shit. He went to New Japan for a while, and then when he debuted at number 3 in the 2016 Rumble, holy fuck, it's been 10 years. That does not feel right. I remember exactly where I was. I was on my couch watching the Rumble, and AJ comes out, and I'm flipping my lid, my dad's like, "Who's this?" And I'm like, "Dad, remember when we watched TNA a couple years ago? This is that guy." He's like, "Oh, that's AJ Styles. Okay, hell yeah." And then he like remembered who AJ was, and I was telling him all about like AJ stuff in TNA, the shit we didn't end up seeing because we were late to the party, the stuff afterwards when he went to Ring of Honor and New Japan, and then his older stuff in Ring of Honor as well. If I had to choose a favorite AJ Styles match, I can't. I absolutely cannot. If I had to choose a favorite AJ Styles match from each promotion that he's been in, I also cannot. I mean, it's a laundry list, right? I mean, the triple threat between him, Joe, and Daniels at Unbreakable 2005 is probably the greatest TNA match of all time. Him versus Joe at Turning Point 05 is also fantastic. Him versus Kurt Angle at Genesis 2010, fantastic. Him versus Petey Williams at Genesis 2005, fucking fantastic. Him in New Japan versus Okada, like him versus Suzuki, him versus Tanahashi, him versus Nakamura in the fucking G1 Climax in 2015, like. This son of a bitch has had a laundry list of fan-goddamn-tastic matches. And that's... I didn't even mention his Ring of Honor stuff. Like, if I had to pick, I would prefer his older Ring of Honor stuff. That's just me. Because, like, he went to Ring of Honor twice. He went to Ring of Honor in the early 2000s, and he wrestled Danielson, Punk. One of my grandpas shouts out Paul London. But then when he went to New Japan and led the Bullet Club, he came back to Ring of Honor for like a cup of coffee when Ring of Honor was doing stuff with New Japan at like Supercard of Honor. I think they did stuff as like a co-promotion thing. AJ did a couple matches. He's always been great. He's always been fantastic, and I am lucky enough to have been able to see AJ Styles' final pay-per-view one-on-one singles win at War Games 2022 against Finn Balor. I'm lucky enough to have seen that live. And that was great. That was awesome. Hell yeah. Big ups to AJ Styles. Glad he's going in, and he deserves to be in every wrestling Hall of Fame ever. Even the companies that he wasn't in. Just induct that son of a bitch, because there is nobody quite as phenomenal as the one and only AJ motherfucking goddamn Styles. And to end on this, if you played the old Fire Pro games, there's a reference to AJ Styles in there because they couldn't use the real wrestlers' names. There's an old Fire Pro Wrestling game. I think it's Fire Pro Wrestling 3 for the PS2. There's a wrestler in there that looks just like AJ Styles, but they couldn't use his name, so they called him Andy Spirals. So big shouts out to Andy Spirals on being inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame, and you should induct him everywhere, even in companies that, one, don't exist anymore, and two, he was never in because, God damn it, he deserves it.
I mean, yeah, he was someone who has made such a massive impact in the industry that, yeah, full on. I mean, there's a reason why his nickname was the Phenomenal One. So, yeah. HeelBalor, I know you definitely have a lot to say on this one. What do you overall think of AJ Styles' career sort of thing, and do you have any personal thoughts?
AJ fucking Styles. This dude is literally, it's in his freaking nickname, phenomenal. I first found AJ Styles in 2009. My first exposure to him was, I believe, a match with him and Kurt Angle. And I was like blown away. He was my first, TNA wrestler. And that's pretty important to me because, like, I watched TNA first time because of Jeff Hardy. And the second time I saw AJ Styles, I'm like, who's this? Who's this guy? And I went and looked up some of his old stuff. But really, that was really a big exposure to him, and just the accolades, man. Just there's so many. Former TNA World Champion, I believe the inaugural ROH Pure Champion, former WWE Champion, former IWGP Heavyweight Champion, the leader of the freaking Bullet Club. Just there's so many accolades we could go over. We could be here forever talking about AJ Styles, man. This dude is incredible. 8-time World Champion, 26 championships across major promotions. Freaking, this dude's incredible. The leader of the Bullet Club. And yes, as much as I love Prince Devitt, AJ Styles is the better leader of the Bullet Club. I love Kenny Omega. AJ Styles to the better leader of the Bullet Club. Then there's David Finlay. We don't talk about him.
What about Jay White?
There. He's anyone better than David Finlay. So there you go. Anyways, I just wanted to say that. First ever TNA Grand Slam champ, the first ever TNA Triple Crown champ, 3-time NWA World Champ. Just there's so many accolades we could go over, man, of AJ Styles, dude. Like
First ever
his
X Division
rivalries
champion.
with, yep, X Division champ, freaking his WWE accolades, 2-time WWE champion, with his second reign being 371 days, ended at the hands of Daniel Bryan, freaking awesome. His rivalry with John Cena, his rivalry that was questionable with Shinsuke Nakamura. We don't talk about that match. We talk about the one in New Japan Pro Wrestling. The match that introduced me to Shinsuke Nakamura was with AJ Styles.
Yeah, the rivalry in WWE didn't happen. The rivalry in New Japan
we don't
happened.
talk
I don't
about
know.
that.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that ever. Yeah, we talk about the last match they had. That was incredible. We don't talk about the other ones they had. No, they were shit. His rivalry with John Cena, his rivalry with Finn Balor. I'm never forgetting it. TLC 2017. I remember, like, you know, just being so hyped. I'm like, yo, the former leaders of Bullet Club finally meeting for the first time, and I was blown away. Blown away. Yes, Finn got the win afterwards, and they did the 2 sweep, which was unscripted. Like, it's so surreal just looking back on that match. Like, when AJ came to the WWE, the one match I always wanted to see was him and Finn Balor. And boy, we got it numerous times. And just, it's always a classic. And just, it's so incredible. And just, former United States champion, former, like I said, WWE champion twice. With the man who had the, with the WrestleMania 36 on the tournament match and all that. Just, or Taylor's last WrestleMania. There's so many accolades we can go over. I could be forever. I can read a book about AJ Styles, man. Just there's so many, and it's kind of poetic here, just crazy. Like 10 years ago, I remember losing my mind because I remember seeing rumors, that kind of stuff, of him coming to the WWE. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. His music hits at number 3, and I'm like, first of all, I'm confused. Like, who's this music? They show Roman and I'm like, all confused, which was stupid, by the way. He comes out and says, I am Phenom. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I remember just being so excited, just losing my mind. I'm like, yo, it's AJ Styles. Like holy crap. And just, it's surreal. It really is just surreal that he came to the WWE and all that. Just, and he did a lot. A lot. And just, you know, big shout out to one of our friends, who's a big AJ Styles fan, and Antoine, you know, that's his boy right here. And just, kind of poetic. We're talking about his boy here, and it's WrestleMania season. Just, you know, and of course AJ's retirement at the hands of Gunther, which was questionable. I'll give it that. I really wanted to see a little bit more from AJ. I wanted one more Finn Balor match, just one more. But you know, I'm glad at least we got it numerous times. You know, AJ's happy with being retired. He's leading the future, all that. You know, he's done everything. He deserves to have a break and just rest. He's a father and stuff like that. He's done it all. Literally 28 years in the business, he's done it all. Thank you, AJ Styles, for an incredible career, man. This is surreal. I'm gonna be emotional during this. Like, I love AJ Styles. So, and as a, you know, when AJ left TNA, I left with him. That's why I found the Bullet Club. When AJ left TNA, I went right along with him. That's why I found, like, Bullet Club. That's why I found Cedric Alexander. That's why I found numerous people because of AJ Styles. And, like, I'm so glad I followed him everywhere he went. Debuted in WWE. Just very, very excited for him. And just there's so many accolades. Just, I know I'm repeating myself over and over again, but god dang it, man. We could be here all day talking about this man. I don't think anyone would be like, oh, it's getting boring or something like that. No, we could literally be here all day talking about AJ Styles. It'd be incredible. But all I'm going to say is, AJ, you deserve this. You have earned this. You have done everything, and we love you and we appreciate you. Thank you what you've done for the business of professional wrestling, everywhere you've went, whether it's TNA, New Japan, Ring of Honor. It doesn't matter. You did it all, and you deserve this so much. Thank you, AJ Styles, and I too sweet to that.
Oh, yeah, indeed. Oh, man. Gonna be hard for me to top what you guys have said, but I'm gonna try my best here. Man, what is there to say about AJ Styles that hasn't been said before? He is one of the greatest of all time. Like, one of the actual greatest of all time. I mean, being someone who lives outside the US sort of thing. TNA as a company, we didn't really have as much easy access to, I guess. I mean, yeah, we did have it. We had it on a Fuel TV, I believe, is what we had on first, and then it was on Main Event pay-per-view. Well, both the pay-per-views and the weekly series eventually, but pretty much TNA was a regular part of the wrestling sort of thing, and AJ Styles was a major part of that. Funny thing was, though, I never really followed him as much as like everyone. Like, I knew who he was because of TNA, like seeing all the stuff about TNA sort of thing back in the day. Just I knew, oh yeah, he looks like a cool guy sort of thing. But then when he got into WWE, that's when I properly was introduced like fully to AJ Styles, and he was just something special. There was something special about AJ Styles that was crazy to think about. And he's had some of the best matches in WWE's history. And even just recently, before his retirement, he had some amazing matchups and such. And man, I mean, some of his final matches, like the match with Nakamura, the tag match with Javon Evans and Leon Slater, like fuck it's crazy to think how he had those matches like in the past like few months, and now here we are. If there's one real thing that I wish could have been changed sort of thing is AJ having one last match in TNA. I wish that happened, but obviously I understand. Like, he's been in this business for so long, he's done everything, he's won everything. It's like, I can understand it for sure, and it's great that he gets one last accolade to his career, Hall of Famer, and he deserves it so much. He really does. Massive congratulations to AJ Styles, and I really hope what you do next in the industry will be great, because honestly, to be legit, he would make an incredible sort of like booker. He would make an incredible sort of person running the shows as such. I mean, I feel like he could be the kind of person who could step up to that role if the time comes. So, yeah, but again, congratulations, AJ. You bloody deserve it, mate. You really do. Oh, man, but we got one last Hall of Famer to talk about, and it's one that, whilst their career may be interesting to talk about, I think their overall legacy in the industry is definitely deserving to have here. That, of course, being the billion-dollar princess, Stephanie McMahon. Now, Stephanie McMahon, obviously part of the McMahon family. She, in a on-screen wrestling context, she's definitely had quite a career. Like, multi-time general manager and authority figure across the industry. Of course, former women's champion. Like, she's done a fair bit in that sense, but when you look at her role in the greater business sense, like chief brand officer for many years, and then eventually becoming the CEO of the company, well, before a lot of crazy stuff happened with that, Stephanie was someone who made a massive impact to the company, and say what you will about her, she's definitely earned her spot at least. She's definitely has earned it here. So, HeelBalor, I'll start with you. What do you make of Stephanie McMahon, and do you have any sort of personal thoughts and such?
The billion-dollar princess Stephanie McMahon. Really, honestly, her accolades pretty much speak for herself. I know she became a one-time WWF Women's Champ, so that's something. That's pretty cool. But mostly, she's basically known for, like, obviously the daughter of Vince, marriage to Triple H. I remember, when she took the art. My first exposure to Stephanie, and this is so insane because this is my first time I saw her, was in 2009 with the Randy Orton Triple H rivalry. And the first time I saw her was when she got RKO'd by Randy. I'm like, here comes Triple H. And I'm like, what is this? Like, are they boyfriend, girlfriend? Then reveal, of course, that they're married. I'm like, oh, okay. I know she was the general manager of SmackDown, so that was something. The whole father-daughter match with her and Vince, which no comment. Just really
Is it bad I kind of fuck with that I Quit match?
No, not really. I mean, I've seen it. something. I'll say that, man. I guess when you get to you, bro, you can talk
It's
about it.
kind of good, man. I don't know.
It's something. She was in the Authority with Triple H and all that, the McMahon Helmsley era and all that stuff. Just, just really, there's a lot to say about her. I think everybody else will speak as well, but like, that's really all I know for her. Like, honestly, well deserved, and yeah, well deserved.
Yeah, like it's very much the kind of thing where it's like she's had that Hall of Fame level career that it does deserve it as such, like for sure.
And the rivalry with Brie Bella. We can't forget about that. Anyways, moving on.
Oh yeah, don't forget about that, of course. Leo, I'll go with you next. What do you make of Stephanie McMahon? And do you have any sort of personal faults as such?
I'm kind of surprised that not that it took this long, but like she's going in at all. And not that she doesn't deserve it. It's just I would have thought that like they would have wanted to wait like many more years, but you know what? Like, yeah, her father ain't going in anytime soon. You know, her grandfather is. So, only the second McMahon to actually go into their own Hall of Fame. Say what you want, but like she really showed out. Like especially when she first appeared. No joke. The first time she appeared was in December of 1998. Some people may not know this. I know most people will recall. Like, wait a minute, did she like come on screen like 99, like right after WrestleMania as Vince's daughter? Like, no, the first time we actually saw her was in December of '98. Was a backstage segment. Stone Cold was holding a shovel. He was looking for the Undertaker, and he passed by her, and he asked her like, "Have you seen the Undertaker?" Like, "No, I haven't seen him. Sorry." Like, no way. That was actually the first time she was ever on screen. So then go that she like say what you want like okay, like she's never really had like a good match, like with the exception of like the last match she ever had. Like, but like some of the moments she's and like storylines like have been some of the most memorable in the company's history. Like we all remember like her relationship with Test, and then like where she was drunk or drugged, and then unconsciously married to Triple H in storyline, all for it to come out as like, oh no, she was in on it. One of the most, let me say, one of the most justified heel turns of all time, because like she turned heel on her father because let's not forget, just a couple months earlier, he came out as the higher power and basically had her life made a living hell. Also, Vince could get back at Stone Cold.
Yeah.
And then the whole Helmsley McMahon regime in 2000 to her being revealed as the quote unquote new owner of ECW during the Alliance, having a surprisingly good match with Trish Stratus at No Way Out 01, considering like Steph was never a good in the ring, and Trish is like was not like at the level she would become at that point. And then after that, becoming the general manager of SmackDown, weirdly sexualizing herself a lot of the times. To then like HeelBalor added that uncomfortable I quit match with her father. Like it's not a bad match. It's just kind of like like ugh, uncomfortable to say the least. To then let's spend years away, have a family with Paul Levesque, come back for that rivalry that Triple H had with Randy, become the heel authority figure that she would be in the 2010s all the way up to, honestly, let's say the best match of WrestleMania 34, her and Triple H versus Kurt Angle and Ronda Rousey. Like that, and that's to her day, the last match she ever had. And you know what? What a hell of a way to go out. So Stephanie, you've made enough of an impact that you deserve this.
Oh, yeah. Like, very much. There's so much that she has done overall that's like, it is deserving for her to be in the Hall of Fame. Christian, I'll go with you next here. What do you make of Stephanie McMahon's overall career, and do you have any sort of personal thoughts?
Well, we've heard stories of her WWE career in terms of what she did on screen and storylines. I'm talking more about what she's been doing behind the scenes. Like, it was Stephanie McMahon who truly was on board with revolutionizing the women's division in 2015 to the point where women's wrestling in the WWE is where it is right now. Had it not been for Stephanie actually going forward and helping pull the trigger for this, um, who knows what would have happened? Would divas still be divas or whatnot? Um, would the women would never have been to where they are now? Not main event pay-per-views competing inside Hell in a Cell, Royal Rumble Elimination Chamber, Money in the Bank, even main event in WrestleMania, or more importantly, having a chance and being treated as superstars, almost like they're not equal to the men, obviously. However, over this past year, one thing I can say is like the women of wrestling have been better than the men at times. A lot of what has been going on is because of Stephanie McMahon, and she really is an inspiration for women's wrestling. She may not be much of a women's wrestler, but that doesn't mean she is not as big an impact on where women's wrestling is right now in the WWE, because everybody has always been saying for the longest time about how women deserve better and whatnot. She's the one who allowed them to actually have a chance. I do believe they deserve better than what they're getting right now as well, but I'm just thankful we're not in the strip match days. We're not in the broad panties days. We're not in the Santa's Helper Battle Royal crap, swimsuit bikini contests,
Fulfill
or
your fantasy?
5 second match or 5 second matches. Because it's about time that women in wrestling are on a better spotlight. And I'm hoping the spotlight just gets bigger for them. And that's why, like, Stephanie McMahon, here's the thing. Here's something I've always wanted. It's like, how cool would it be, in my opinion, if like the WWE actually split up their creative teams? Triple H should continue writing for the men's division. Imagine Stephanie McMahon, head of creative for the women's division. I think that would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be a really good idea. I mean, it probably would be better when it would be better than what TNA tried to do with, what was it, Brooke Hogan doing like the bloody head of the Knockouts division thing. Stephanie would do that way better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if like she's someone who really would thrive in the creative department, but I know she is somebody who wants more for the women's division, even to this very day. So this is why, like, I'm hoping, like, one day for sure, like, you never know, maybe she could join as a creative member or somebody who is helping run the women's division, because I think we need more women to run the women's division. And Stephanie McMahon is already a fantastic leader. Everything that she did to ensure that women's wrestling gets on a better standpoint is part of why I believe this is a deserving Hall of Fame induction. She is the second McMahon to be inducted in the Hall of Fame after Vince Jr. I mean, Vince Sr., sorry. Vince Jr., we don't know about him. We don't know if he'll ever go into the Hall of Fame, but Vince Sr., yeah. Stephanie's grandfather was the first McMahon going to the Hall of Fame. I figured Shane would probably be the next one, but no, Stephanie is. But it's a great thing that she's going in now, because hopefully like this will mean more as well for the women's division. Like, my focus when it comes to Stephanie has always been her work behind the scenes. She was great on screen. She played the bitch character very well, made everybody hate her. And she's just amazing what she does on screen, but she does even better behind the scenes. That's why overall, this is a very deserving induction, no matter what the internet might say.
Yeah, I know, obviously, the whole joke online has been like, oh, Stephanie McMahon invented women, or something like that, but she definitely did give the female talent a voice in that sense to help make the women's division the best it can be, and with her time as a chief brand officer sort of thing, that definitely helped with that. Based, I'll go with you here now. What do you make of Stephanie McMahon's career overall and her accomplishments sort of thing? And do you have any personal thoughts?
Oh yeah, man. Like I think it is definitely deserving. She's probably the most deserving McMahon out of the bunch to go in. I do think that we do need more women booking the women as well, and I do hope that this leads to more opportunities and good shit for all the women, because we got too many men, man. We need more women power in this shit. Big ups to Steph. I do like the I Quit match with her dad, as much as I can't stand Vince. I do like that match. I know it is an uncomfortable watch, but it's like, it's so bad that it's good. Like, I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy. But big ups to Steph. I'm glad that she is going in. And yeah, probably again, she's probably the most deserving McMahon. Not counting Triple H because he's a Levesque. She's probably the most deserving McMahon out of the bunch. Linda, no. Vince, fuck no. Shane, go buy some more Jordans. Stephanie's probably the most deserving out of all.
I mean, well, here's the thing. Like, regardless of personal belief regarding Vince Jr., Vince Jr. is the reason we're even sitting here at these desks.
That is true.
That's why I'm like, based off of the allegations going on, I get it. But with the whole deal of his overall impact in wrestling, I'd say, much as people will probably disagree with me, Vince Jr. is the most deserving McMahon.
That is valid.
The fact that we're here.
That is valid.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have known any of you guys.
That is valid.
But it's like, I get it, dude. It actually makes a lot of sense, like, regarding, what Stephanie did. So you're on point, especially, by the way, the comment about that I Quit match. Yeah, it was weird, uncomfortable, especially because of the fact that Stephanie was legitimately Marianne Paul Levesque afterwards. And Linda had threatened to divorce Vince if Stephanie arrived at the wedding and she had like a black eye or a bloody nose or anything like that, or any sort of injury. So that's another reason why it was an uncomfortable scene.
But it was good. It was so bad. It was good, dude. Like, I don't know. I got to go back and rewatch it. What a time that was. But absolutely, Stephanie does deserve it. And yeah, we do need more women booking the women and more women power in general. So hell yeah, Steph. And here's hoping that this leads to more good things down the road.
Oh yeah, that's what you gotta hope for. Just hope for the best, and if it comes, it comes. Simple as that. I think for me, when it comes to Stephanie McMahon, like, you say what you will about her stuff being on screen. Like, I mean, she was great as general manager of SmackDown in 2002, 2003. She definitely played her part well in the storylines that she was a part of in the late 90s, early 2000s sort of thing. Even in the Invasion, she was a pretty good part of it. She actually was, as such. And then when you move on to the Authority, like, look, the Authority as a storyline was convoluted, messy, and kind of stupid at points. But the one thing you can admit is that Stephanie played her role very well. She really did. She was charismatic on the mic, and yes, her promos were so regular that they all blended together in that kind of sense, but she was a good talker. She absolutely was. And look, yeah, her matches may not be like the greatest, but she definitely can at least have semblance of going. She definitely is, like, she's definitely better than what a lot of people would think, if that's the best way to put it. Just, she's decent. She was definitely decent in the ring. But her biggest contribution to wrestling overall is in the backstage sense. It's off the screen. It's obviously like the chief brand officer stuff, the CEO stuff. Like, the amount of time she spent in that sort of role, she made a massive impact, and she helped give WWE a lot of opportunities, sort of thing. Like, I don't know if it was her who signed, like, a lot of deals for, like, merch deals or partnerships and that kind of thing, but you gotta think that she would have had to have a major part in whenever deciding those kind of things, like media rights deals as well. Just, Stephanie made such a massive impact for the company that's like, you can't forget all that. And yeah, we joke nowadays, sort of, I mean, like, oh, Stephanie invented women and that kind of thing, but she made a massive role in building the women's division to the way it is today. And without her in that sense, I don't know how the women's division would look like today. So you gotta give props to Stephanie for that. And look, is this the kind of Hall of Fame induction sort of thing where it's like, people may question it? Yeah, I get that, but is she deserving? Yeah, she absolutely is deserving. And say what you will about, like, her family sort of thing, she is definitely someone who is deserving to go into the Hall of Fame. She absolutely is. Oh man, that was a lot to get through, folks. Hall of Fame definitely is going to be a lot of fun, but it's time, guys. It is finally time. We've gone
Let's
through...
Now,
go.
before we do get started, couple of things. Number one, just to make absolutely sure, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we're already like about 2 hours deep into this, because we record on what's called OBS. If anybody is familiar, just wanted to make sure that OBS is still recording, make sure we're still good.
And obviously we are, folks, so don't you worry about
Alrighty,
that.
sweet. Because you never know, it likes to crash on us sometimes, technical difficulties here and there. We haven't had a podcast this long in a little bit. Wanted to make absolutely sure, get all of our T's crossed and our I's dotted before we move on to WrestleMania. But before we do that, well, Will?
Yes, sir.
I think...
Hold on.
I
don't even knock at the door.
I think
Yeah,
there's
someone's
somebody
at the
at the door.
Well,
That'd be
let me
the
go see.
pizza.
Hold on. Come on, guys. Let's go see.
I ordered pizza.
What'd you
Yo.
order?
Technically,
Papa
Beast,
John's?
you're the one. Technically, Beast, you're the one who ordered the pizza. I'm just the one who paid the money because you constantly, Regardless, pizza guy's here.
All right, well, let's go
Pizza.
see. All right, I got the door open. Wait. Holy shit.
Wait, what?
Boys, come here for a second. Come here for a second.
Yeah?
Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah,
There's someone at the
Holy
door.
shit!
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Kelsey!
Kelsey.
oh my god!
Holy crap.
It's been
It's been 7 years.
8 years.
7 years.
6, 7?
6, 7.
Oh god.
years?
Oh god.
Holy shit!
Yeah, the way you came in, Kelsey, you may as well be a Tupac hologram. Like, what the fuck is up, folks?
Ladies and gentlemen, 2019 Optimistic Hall of Fame inductee. It's Kelsey, the OG for the Losers Lounge.
What's up, y'all?
Oh my god, I missed you so much.
Oh my god, I missed you too. What the fuck?
Missed you.
Missed you too.
Her-
What the hell?
Her
Oh my
last
God.
podcast, for the record, ladies and gentlemen, her last podcast was 2019. It was actually WrestleMania 35. So
Yep.
it's full circle.
Literally full circle. Wow.
What a
Crazy.
fucking time.
I know, right? Lots
I
of shit.
honestly, I did not think I would ever come back, but like, let me just say, I'm so happy to be here.
We're so happy
Like-
to have you.
What
Oh,
the
yeah.
fuck?
You know what?
Three-
Willie, pull up a seat. Pull up another seat. We need
All right, come
another
on, all
seat
right.
over here.
Come on, get in here. You want the OGs? Get in here. Hell yeah.
Like 3 of 5 OGs in the same fucking call doing the
Yeah.
podcast. That's wild.
Yeah.
And maybe one day, you never know. One day, the 5 OGs might be back again for a reunion.
Oh my god, I
Ooh.
need that. I
I-
need that to happen. That needs to happen.
I mean, you
Yeah.
never
Well,
know.
we'll see.
Shit.
I
Never
mean,
know.
that's obviously the kind of thing you never know for sure. But hey, WrestleMania season's all about surprises, and what a surprise!
This is the greatest
folks.
surprise ever.
Woo! What a fucking surprise.
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
It's a beautiful day outside. We're doing this damn thing.
Hell yeah.
You know it. You know it.
Oh, yes, indeed. So I think we should get on started here. And this time, normally when we do our Mania pods, we tend to like to go in like the match order sort of thing, like whatever order we feel. But you know what? For this Mania podcast, I think we should go by the Mania nights here, because why not? There's a lot of matches to get through here, folks, so let's get this party started, and I think we will start things off with the two matches that, well, are actually going to be airing in the US technically for, well, those who pay for cable. Because these two matches that we're going to talk about first are the ones that are going to be on ESPN2 alongside of Netflix and the ESPN Unlimited thing. So let's get to it, and I think we'll start things off with a 6-man tag team match, as it is the Vision, Logan Paul and Austin Theory, alongside of I Show Speed, taking on the Usos and LA Knight. Yeah!
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
we would ever expect I Show Speed to have a WrestleMania match. Actually, I kind of thought it would because, he had a funny Royal Rumble appearance last year.
Bro got
I think you
murdered.
mean. I think the way you meant to say it was absolutely trucked.
Yeah. Don't worry, Speed. Breaker won't get you this time. Don't worry, mate. But
Are you sure about that? We don't know about
Yeah.
that. We don't know if he won't show up.
yeah, you never know. for
Imagine
sure.
just shows up and spears him one more time again.
Oh, I'll be over the moon for that shit.
That would be funny. That would definitely be funny. But still, this has been a really funny story in general. Because, like, I Show Speed, the way he got involved with this was because of the antics of Danhausen. Yes, Danhausen was the one inside of the crate. And he has been having such a good time cursing whoever it may be to curse. And, well, in his cursing escapade, he cursed I Show Speed, and Speed has been having some really bad luck. And now he got himself involved in LA Knight's business and the Usos' business, so now, well, he looks to be getting a receipt, and pretty much Logan and Theory were like, you know what, best if you side with us here. So, this should be quite interesting. You know what? I think I'll start with you, Kelsey, actually. What do you make of this 6-man tag team match, and who you got winning?
Honestly, if we're being quite honest, this is a match that I'm kind of like about. I don't know. I mean, personally, I haven't really been like keeping up with it a lot, so I don't really know much to say. But honestly, I can tell you who I want to win, obviously, the Usos and LA Knight. But other than that, I don't really have much to say about it. Like, I just, like, I'm not really too excited for it. I won't lie.
And I mean, that is definitely a fair way to look at it. Just like, sometimes it's a matter of like, this match may not be my cup of tea, but, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. That's just how it be. Beast, I'll go with you next here. What do you make of this 6-man tag, and who you got winning?
I have the Vision and I Show Speed winning due to some shenanigans of I Show Speed falling into the cover and getting the pin. Something's gonna fucking happen. If that doesn't happen, and if he's cleared, which I don't think he is, Braun Breaker could return and fucking spear I Show Speed and then cost them the match. But that's if he's cleared. I don't think he is. If he's not cleared, I got Division and I Show Speed winning, and I Show Speed's going to get the fucking pin because of some dumb bullshit shenanigans, which is going to further the story. It's going to be weird. But hey, if Braun is cleared, please, Braun, please, that would be very nice. That'd be awesome. Just fucking 25 miles an hour, big sprint, run, base style, spear the crap out of I Show Speed. Thank you very much.
I mean, that would be funny. That would definitely be funny for sure. Leo, I'll go with you next. What do you make of this 6-man tag team match?
Of all those storylines going into WrestleMania, this one has made me laugh the most. Because, honestly, like, Speed has... He is not a heel in this story. He is a victim. A victim of circumstances that is put upon him, I guess you could say, by the curse of Danhausen. All Danhausen wanted was like, what do you say I get on your jet and we can co-host your show together? I'm like, no, thank you. Well then, you are cursed. And from there, like, his channels lost views. His some sponsors, I think, dropped. He got involved into the match where he cost the Usos the titles and punched LA Knight with brass knuckles. He didn't mean to, but he did. And then LA Knight coming to Speed's house, which, might I add, LA Knight, this is the third time you've done this. Yeah, first you did it at AJ Styles, then you did it to Logan Paul, and now you do it at I Show Speed. Okay, so, I mean, I don't really, have a preference for who wins, but if I was to say who does, I'm going to say The Vision and I Show Speed, mainly because I can see a scenario where backstage, either on the kickoff or the show itself, Speed finds Danhausen, and he's like, please lift this curse. It's ruining me, man. I'll do whatever you want. You can co-host my show, whatever. And Danhausen would be like, okay, shake my hand. You're uncursed. But in the match, Speed still gets the absolute bejesus beaten out of him. But in the end, he's gonna get knocked out or something. But either Austin Theory or Logan Paul is gonna hit one of the Usos or LA Knight with brass knuckles, and they're gonna put Speed's unconscious body over whoever's got hit, and that's how they get the win.
Now that is definitely some smart thinking there. That is definitely smart for sure. HeelBalor, I'll go with you next. What do you make of this 6-man tag team match?
You know, the Heelers to Balors loves themselves some good comedy, and quite frankly, this has been some fun comedy. I know people are very, this show is very focused on celebrities, and we'll get to that later. Oh, we definitely will. This is the one where I'm like, okay, this actually works. The whole thing with Danhausen cursing I Show Speed was hilarious. Like, you're cursed and all that, your life's gonna be ruined. Oh my god. It's crazy, it's insane. Speed basically being the victim of in the Vision, all that kind of stuff has been wild and insane. LA Knight attacking him on his little show, which is hilarious. Yeah, I'm agreeing with what Beast and Leo said. I think the Vision's probably gonna win this match, and then somehow maybe afterwards Danhausen's gonna come out, maybe uncurse him right in front of the audience, or maybe backstage, but yeah, this should be fun just because of the dynamics of how I Show Speed's gonna be in the ring and all that. And yeah, that's what I got is the Vision and I Show Speed winning. Or maybe afterwards, maybe they have a scenario where Speed just beats the piss out of Theory and Logan Paul somehow and just runs away. That'd be hilarious. But I do have the Vision winning this match.
You know what? That is definitely fair to think of that, for sure. And, Christian, what do you make of this 6-man tag team match?
Well, it's either this match or LA Knight and the Usos would have been left off the card. That's for sure. But the whole story with the Vision has been so random as a result of injuries, changes, you name it. It all happened. Had all those injuries not happened, I guarantee this match we wouldn't be talking about it. But we are talking about it, so that is what it is. The fact of the matter is, LA Knight and the Usos, they've had their issues here and there. The whole deal with the Vision recruiting ISHO Speed because they need another partner was funny, and I think this is going to be a hilarious way to kick off WrestleMania. I think LA Knight and the Usos are going to take this win, and how they're going to do it is both Usos hit a 1D on Speed. I think that would be funny as hell. Because knowing Speed, he can take a beating. He's taking an RKO. He's taking that spear from Braun Breaker. Imagine he takes the 1D from the Usos as a result. Or he could take a BFT from LA Knight. But I think this is going to be the case of the good guys will win this match. But afterwards, and you never know. We could actually see some more of this. We could see this could be the result of what could be Braun Breaker's return because last I checked, he was medically cleared. But keep an eye on for him either for this match or potentially for a match we're going to talk about a little later. But for now, I say LA Knight and the Usos win.
That is definitely a fair enough way to look at it. Honestly, I think this is definitely low-key one of the better built matches on the show. Like, sure, it definitely... Comedy, obviously, is subjective. In fact, I actually talked about in last year's Mania pod how comedy very much is like a subjective sort of thing. And I think for me with this, I'm enjoying it as such. Like the whole thing of like, oh, Danhausen cursed Speed, so now Speed life has just gone so miserable that now, boom, he's just thrown into this scenario. It is funny. I'm really liking that for sure. Of course, the Usos losing the belts to the Vision. Well, whatever members of the Vision are currently left, and that's a fair enough decision. That is fair enough. An LA Knight gang involved in this. You know what? If there was a way to get people on the card, this was it, and this was definitely a fun way to do it. I'm actually gonna be a little bit bold when it comes to my prediction, because like, there's another thing we gotta keep in mind as well, is that when it comes to Big Jimmy Uso, he may need to take some time off soon. Obviously, we don't know when, but he may need to take a bit of time off soon. So, I think, and this is me predicting here, I think before the match starts, Jey Uso comes out, LA Knight comes out, but then on the Titantron, they show the Vision and Speed taking out Jimmy Uso before they make their way to the ring. And then, you know what I think's going to happen? Like, they're going to be like, oh crap, we need a partner. But who shows up to save the day? Danhausen. Yep, I actually think that Jimmy Uso will be replaced in the match with Danhausen. I think, like, look, will that happen? Maybe not, but I'd like to see Danhausen get involved in a match like this. I'd like to see it. It would be his first Mania match, and it would be a lot of fun, and honestly, no matter what, if it's Danhausen or Jimmy Uso being involved in the match alongside of Jey Uso and LA Knight, I think the babyfaces are going to get the win. I think this match is going to be so silly enough where it's like, yeah, it'll work out. And then after the match, Danhausen can go on over to Speed and be like, yeah, you took a bit too much of a beating there. All right, you're uncursed. And that's how they're going to go from there. So yeah, I think that's how I feel when it comes to that. But still, I think that should work out nicely. But man, this next one, folks. Oh, it's not going to be a nice one for any of the competitors involved in this one. It is a unsanctioned match as Jacob Fatu takes on Drew McIntyre. This story has been incredible. Drew months before was the world champion. He was a WWE champion. on top of the world, and then Jacob Fatu destroyed his chances of being at the top, and now these two cannot stand each other. They're beating the piss out of each other, so now it has come to this moment. And oh boy, it is gonna be a bloodbath. It is going to be a war. Christian, I'll start with you here. What do you make of Jacob Fatu versus Drew McIntyre?
Well, the unsanctioned match is not the direction I would have gone for this, but I will say it is going to be a hell of a fight. This is the second WrestleMania in Las Vegas in a row, so it's the second year in a row where McIntyre is in a singles street fight of some sort. Last year it was against Damian Priest, and now this year against Jacob Fatu. I would have preferred that Drew McIntyre stayed as WWE champion because he really deserves it. And I didn't like that they just had him champion before the road to WrestleMania began. And even during the road to Mania, past the Rumble, past the Chamber, then he drops it on a random SmackDown back to Cody. And now he's just like no longer in the main event title scene. Like none of that made any sense whatsoever. I mean, the WWE title scene already doesn't make any sense, and we're going to get to that a little later. But I really think it should have stayed as is. You know, Jacob Fatu even got involved in the title scene. So I never understood why they did not just make a fatal four-way with these guys for the championship. It would have been fantastic and would have had all the star power you need. But that's something that's unfortunately just not happening. So it is what it is. I really think in this case, Jacob Fatu is going to take the win. Not because Drew McIntyre is filming Highlander, because I heard he's currently filming Highlander. He's literally going back and forth from Scotland to wherever WWE is, back to Scotland, back to wherever WWE is, and back and forth. But I think Jacob Fatu is going to take this because I think they want to try and showcase him as indeed a dominant top threat so that he could be in the WWE Championship scene at some point later down the line this year. I could totally see that happening, and I personally would not be against it. I just wish circumstances of the unsanctioned match were not wrong place at the wrong time, you know? But I'm going to say, yeah, Jacob Fatu is going to take the win, and I'm just hoping that it's going to be a violent match, because it should be. It's unsanctioned. They've been brawling week in and week out. It would suck if they've been brawling for weeks, all just to have a poor match at WrestleMania. But let's see how it works out. I'm going, yeah, indeed, Jacob Fatu for the win.
Fair enough, fair enough. And I mean, good point you mentioned with Highlander there, because, like, CinemaCon's currently on as well. So it's like, yeah, very much. Drew, he's been very busy as such, so yeah. HeelBalor, I'll go with you next. What do you make of the unsanctioned match?
Well, before we get to that, our fellow loser Kelsey might have to leave in just a bit. She's about to leave work. So just want to let the fans and everybody else in here know that she will be leaving in just a bit. She go home and all that, but yeah, just want to let that be known. For me, like the Drew McIntyre Jacob Fatu rivalry. First of all, Drew should have kept the WWE Championship, because when we talk about the WWE, I'm not going to waste my voice just yet. I'm going to waste my voice in the WWE title picture. To keep this short and sweet, this rivalry has been fun. Remember, someone attacked Jacob Fatu when we never found out apparently who it was? I guess it was Drew McIntyre, unless WWE... We all know these wrestling companies have any brain cells nowadays. So I guess they just dropped that storyline like every company always does nowadays. Not to say the rivalry's been bad, it's just shouldn't have dropped the storyline. It's been fun. I'll give it that. Drew and Jacob are going to go out there and beat the living piss out of each other. I can't wait to see that. The dynamic between the two and just the violence that hopefully they'll be putting out there is going to be incredible. Jacob Fatu is winning this match. Drew McIntyre, as much as I do like him, he didn't really need the win, honestly. He'd be fine afterwards. I wish he was walking in as WWE champion, but that's neither here nor there. This is going to be a fun match. I can't wait for it. Jacob is winning this match, and I can't wait for it. So yeah, going to go with the Samoan Werewolf, Jacob Fatu, all gas, no brakes. Y'all know what I mean.
Oh yeah, we know what you mean with that. Kelsey, I know when you get back you'll give us the predictions for like the remainder of your matches here. But what do you make of Jacob Fatu versus Drew McIntyre, and who you got winning?
Dude, I love this feud. This feud is fucking awesome. Like, they're gonna be beating the shit out of each other. This match is gonna be so good. Like Willie and Christian said, I wish Drew was also still the champ because they did him so dirty having him lose to Cody. But that's for another time. But like I'm so hyped for this match. I just know it's gonna be a literal bloodbath and I can't wait. Um as far as my prediction goes, I'm gonna have to say Jacob as well. I definitely see him winning for sure.
Yeah, that is definitely a fair way to look at. Beast, I'll go with you next here. What do you make of the unsanctioned match?
My body is ready. I love me a good unsanctioned match. I love me a good bloodbath. Dude, like, you're talking to a motherfucker who loves me some MMA, talking to a motherfucker who loves me a good street fight, who loves me a good hardcore match, who loves me violence personified, and I need it. SpongeBob Water Tree Dome style, dude. Like, this is gonna be insanity. I am going to be glued to my screen, and I'm glad that this is going to be on the freebie-ish gimmick, whatever the fuck they're doing for Mania this year, because goddamn, I think that this is going to get a lot of people really excited for the rest of the card. I think it's going to set the tone for the rest of the card. Some of it might end up falling flat. We'll get to that later. But I think that this is going to set a really good tone for the audience, and I'm glad that they're putting it on cable where everybody can really see it more, and it's gonna be fucking wonderful. As for my prediction, well, you could go either way with this. You could give it to Drew, you could give it to Jacob, and I really wouldn't care. And I'll tell you why I wouldn't care. Because I couldn't care in the best way possible.
Oh?
I could not give two single shits in the best way possible because all I want is violence. All I want is blood. All I want is destruction.
Oh.
And I have but one prediction.
Oh?
Kelsey's not been around for this.
Oh,
No,
God.
she hasn't.
I have but one prediction. It's one word. 3 letters.
Oh, God.
Say the line, Bart. Yes.
He said the thing!
Yeah! Let's go!
Sign me the fuck up. Now, inject it into my veins. I need it. Absolutely, 1000%, indubiously, unequivocally, in totality and perpetuity. Yes, I need it. Sign me up. Inject it right into my bloodstream. I need this match to cook. I need it to be violence. I need it to be destruction. I want to see them kill each other. Yes, I don't give a fuck who wins. I don't care if it's Jacob. I don't care if it's Drew. Just give me violence. I want more. Yes.
Of course, figuratively on the kill pot. Not literally, of course, but still.
Well, duh. Like, it's combat sports. Just beat the fucking piss out of each other. Like, that's all I want. Like, yes, it's a fucking figure of speech. Don't actually die, please. Unless you're Nick Gage, don't actually die in a match, because, no.
Nick fucking Gage, we love him.
MDK all fucking day.
MDK all day.
Oh, man. I mean, when it comes to pure chaos, this is the kind of match where it's like, yeah, you want that pure chaos. Leo, what do you make of the unsanctioned match?
This is in my top 3 most anticipated matches of the show. I want blood, I want violence, I want tables broken, I want chairs broken. I want thumbtacks, because why the hell did you add it into 2K26 if you're not going to use it in the real show? And actually make it, worth using. Unlike AEW, who he just throws it in there for every no DQ match, because, by God, we need the people to pop. To go nuts. If anything, actually make it an unsanctioned match that's actually like worth the namesake. Because the last time we had an unsanctioned match, me and Christian can say because we were there in the stadium, Seth Rollins and Triple H. Fine match. It's just when you think unsanctioned, this was not it.
Although it was nice to see Stephanie McMahon go to the table.
Yeah, that was like the highlight of the match. But but when you hear unsanctioned, like you expect to see like absolute carnage to a T. But with WWE, a lot of the times when they say unsanctioned, it's more just a storyline thing, not like an excuse to like just go absolutely insane. Which I feel they should. Like, if you're like saying you're like, hey, we're gonna have an unsanctioned match, okay, go absolutely balls to the wall. That and who's gonna win? I don't care who wins. I just want the best match possible. But if I was going to have a prediction, everyone here has said Jacob Fatu, with the exception of Beast, who said like yes. But for me, like, even though I have a similar saying, yes, give it to me and inject it into my veins, open my pee hole and pour that thing down there.
Yo!
Whoa!
What the hell?
Yo!
Oh my god!
That's a first.
Base, but oh my god.
Very base.
but
Oh, sound this sound this
That is
shit.
crazy.
Holy crap.
I'm gonna say
I'm never gonna let you forget that.
I don't forget things easily, so I won't.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna say that, and everyone said Jacob Fatu. I'm gonna say I'm gonna go with Drew McIntyre because I think this is gonna go down the route similar to what the rivalry with Damian Priest went last year, where Drew's gonna win at Mania, but the overall rivalry, I think Jacob Fatu will win. As I predict a fatal 4-way for the title at Backlash. Not the other match that I've heard rumors for, which we'll get to later, and then like a proper 1-on-1, probably a Clash in Italy, where they'll settle the rivalry.
You know what? That is definitely fair. That is fair to look at that for sure. Oh man, to be honest, when it comes to this year's WrestleMania, there are 4 matches on the Mania card that I've been like 100% satisfied with, like the building story where it's like, yeah, I am hyped as hell for that match. This is one of those 4. Honestly, I am so excited for Jacob and Drew. Like, these two have been on a warpath for months. And the fact that this is going to be on ESPN 2, I believe, on like cable TV for you guys in the States, that's crazy to think about. And look, I wouldn't be surprised if Drew out here goes for another video game collaboration attire, considering last year he had that awesome Doomslayer attire. One of the best attires WWE's ever done, not gonna lie. Or, well, best collabs, but you get what I mean. But still, like, 100% I expect this match to be awesome. Like, it is going to be as brutal as possible. I mean, WWE and unsanctioned matches can be a mixed bag. I mean, yes, we brought up Seth and Triple H, but look at Johnny Gargano versus Tommaso Ciampa. That was an unsanctioned match as well, and that match was incredible. One of the best unsanctioned matches the
Shout out to
company's
Black
ever
and
done.
Gold. Shout out to Black and Gold.
And let's not forget, in my opinion, the best one of all time, which is Triple H versus Shawn Michaels 02 SummerSlam.
Oh, yeah, that
Classic.
too. Like, that was a classic. So, WWE absolutely can do unsanctioned matches right. So, I expect this match to be incredible. Who have I got winning when it comes to this match? I've got Jacob winning. I think giving Jacob Fatu a big win like this would be fantastic, and it would up his stock. Because, like, Jacob Fatu needs to be put back into the world title scene sooner rather than later, and I think a win here would help with that. And honestly, like, Jacob Fatu, I've said so many times here on this podcast, he is one of my favorites for a reason. And he is one of those guys who I can see being a face of the company. Like, not the face, but just a face of the company. So, like, yeah, I've got Jacob Fatu here. I think overall it just makes sense for the storyline, and I think it is going to be incredible.
And as ACDC once said, if you want blood, we got it.
Oh, yeah, that for sure. But I mean, this next match we're talking about, it may not be as bloody as the last one, but it'll still be quite an intense one. It is Seth Rollins versus Gunther. Yeah, so Seth Rollins made his return at Elimination Chamber, and he very much has been on the ire of a Mr. Paul Heyman after, well, all the things he's went through. And well, Seth, he needed a challenger for WrestleMania. So Gunther, he's around here like, you know what? I want to take a chance. I want to take down a modern day legend like Seth Rollins and put him down. Make him tap like a little bitch. All that kind of thing. And, well, I mean, it's basic of a story, but sometimes you don't need much of, like, a crazy story. Sometimes you just need two men who are that good, putting them in a match and just like, hey, you want to see this match? You got it. Sometimes it's just all you need. Leo, I'll start with you first. What do you make of Seth Rollins versus Gunther?
Obviously, this was not the match that they initially wanted. They wanted Seth Rollins versus Braun Breaker. But circumstances out of their control prevented that. So, this was a good, like, replacement. Like, I know Gunther had another match in hand. They wanted to do him and Rey Mysterio. Have him retire Little Ray. But as that's here or there. Why is the question for this match? But I kind of already have a good idea as to why. The reason Gunther attacked Seth Rollins for Paul Heyman is that he said it himself on Raw, like, you're gonna owe me a favor down the road. What that favor is, you feed me your beast and I end his career.
That's copyright infringement, sir.
I didn't say your whole name.
Valid. You're right.
Because hey, at least I didn't say like you feed me my beast, because like I'm gonna have to feed you to Gunther.
He's gonna eat me? That's kind of sus.
I mean, you're 5'6". He could eat you.
Eat me. Eat it, yeah.
He's 5'6".
No, I'm not 5'6". No, you got that wrong, Leo. I'm 5'3", but yeah, close enough.
5'3".
Wow.
That's crazy.
So you're just so you're about a foot taller than Willie?
Whoa. Yeah, Will's a midget.
I'm like 5'6".
Hey, at least you know I'm not compensating for anything.
That is true. That is true.
I'm the one who doesn't need to compensate. I'm 6'1". So
6'7".
6'7".
So, if I was 6'7", I'd be a basketball player right now.
Yeah, 6'7", you like handling like balls. I'm sorry.
So anyway, so basically, going down the road, most likely at SummerSlam, Gunther wants Brock Lesnar, and he wants to end his career. And that's the favor that Paul Heyman's going to have to offer to that's why Gunther's doing this match. But also because he feels personally insulted that, like, in his reigns, like, either as IC or world champion, he never really got the best, like, top superstars to come after him. He always, like, look back, like in his 2 world title reigns, like, who did he defend against? Sami Zayn, Damian Priest, Finn Balor, Jey Uso, Goldberg, CM Punk. Like, okay, yeah, like, those are some major names, but then, like you also, when you're like, you believe yourself to be the absolute best, you want to, like, also to face the Roman Reigns, you want to face the Seth Rollins, and to be basically bookending, like you didn't want to face me and try to beat me, or in case I could beat you. I feel personally insulted by that. So that's why we're having this match. I expect a great match. Don't get me wrong. I bet, like, these are, like, 2 of the very best. Like, even though I'm not that high on Gunther, I never was. Even when he was Walter or was at the IC title run, like, I never was, like, that big into him. Like, I don't really care for, like, his style. Like, I love some of his matches, but, like, the way he goes through it is like, or maybe it's just the way some of them are booked, and, like, and that's why, like, the better ones really do stick out. So for that, I'm gonna be like, yeah, like, you know what, I'll take this match for what it is. Who's winning? I wanna say Gunther. And say, like, hey, because I can see a scenario where Braun Breaker shows up, because he's been reported cleared, where he shows up dressed as a hooded figure, because that's what's been Seth's whole deal for the last couple of months. He shows up and you think, like, oh, Seth's got backup against the other. Boom, spear. And it shows, like, oh, it's Breaker, and from there Gunther can come in, power bomb, or put Seth to sleep and win. However, I can see a way where they don't want Seth to lose right out the gate, like, once he comes back after being on the shelf for 6 months. Like, will it be a clean win? No, like, I can see where, like, Seth, like, has to really, like kind of stomp Gunther again and again and again and again. Like, after, like, throwing him into the ring post or whatever, like, kind of take a couple cheap shots, because, like, yes, he's a face again, but, like, never really lost all those heel tactics that he uses. So for that, I'm gonna say Seth will win, but I'm not gonna be shocked if Gunther wins because Braun Breaker gets involved.
Yeah. Like, you always gotta take these different scenarios into account. Like, you always gonna. Base, I'll go with you next. What do you make of Seth Rollins versus Gunther?
This is going to be a lot of fun, man. I got Gunther winning just because this is also where I think Braun could show up and cost Seth. Just because I like seeing Gunther get a lot of heat. You know, he's one of the last really good heels in the modern day of professional wrestling, and people actually hate him, and that's good. Like, people need that, you know? He's a good heel, and I think he needs as much heat as he possibly can get. And I would have him win here, and I would just have him keep his momentum rolling. And I would not have him be surmounted for a long time, because he's that good, and he proves it by being a dick. And I love it, man. Like, he's a really good heel, and keep that heat going. I definitely got Gunther winning, and maybe Braun could show up and cost Seth.
Oh, yeah. Just a matter of, like, thinking about it for sure. Christian, I'll go with you next. What do you make of Seth Rollins versus Gunther?
Oh, it's either this or we're left off the card. Again. Another one of those matches. Yeah, this is part of why it's been a wild and weird ass road to WrestleMania. But as a match itself, Seth Rollins and Gunther is definitely something worth watching. It's definitely going to be the sleeper. No pun intended, of course, to Gunther. But I'm excited for it simply because, it exists because they had no other option. And I just think that I just want a good match out of this because it's come to the point where we're like, it's been a really bad road to WrestleMania. It's been tiring at times and it's just been like nonsensical. Just give us a good weekend of wrestling matches. So that's part of why I'm looking forward to it because I know for a fact Seth Rollins and Gunther are more than capable of putting on an amazing match. So it should be a fun Saturday night. So I'm going for Gunther to win this match because I still think that he should be on a much heavier role than that of Seth. So that's why, like, Seth, and besides, Gunther's lost at the last, how many WrestleManias? The last 2 Manias, I think, now.
Yeah,
And he's still
one
coming
of
off of the retirement of John Cena, Goldberg, and AJ Styles. So that's why I'm like saying he should keep up with his momentum. Just because he's been off TV doesn't mean he should lose to Seth and allow Seth to regain his momentum because Seth Rollins is already a made name. He's already going to be fine no matter what happens. So Gunther, I am predicting, will win this match.
Fair enough, fair enough. If you're a made name in the industry, then yeah, that overall makes sense. And HeelBalor, I'll go with you here. What do you make of Seth Rollins versus Gunther?
These two, obviously, their accolades speak for themselves. I don't need to sit here and explain it. Just go out and look, and just their resume speaks for themselves. They faced off in 2019 once, and it was, I believe, interrupted. It was by DQ. I think it was with the Undisputed Era or something like that. Jumped. That was with Adam Cole. But I do remember they faced off in 2019 in the UK. It's a very fun match, and now like them facing off again is gonna be fun. Seth Rollins again. Yeah, I know I have this thing with Seth Rollins, but honestly nowadays he's back in my good grace because again it's very serious now. He ain't laughing, doing the goofy shit anymore. You know what? Back on my good side now, Seth. Pretty cool. Gunther, like Leo said, he's lost last 2 Manias. He needs to win this one. Is this where Braun Breaker returns? First of all, I'll be ecstatic if my guy returns because I miss him very much. And second of all, I could definitely see a scenario where they wouldn't want to have Seth or Gunther lose clean and you just have some random dude just come in there and just wreck someone's shit. And maybe this is where Braun Breaker does return, but regardless, Gunther's winning this match. Gunther's winning. So that's what I'm going to go with him.
Alright then, fair enough when it comes
I
to it.
will admit, I think it's great that everybody here has been saying Gunther's name correctly, and I didn't have to do my signature catchphrase.
Oh, Gunther.
Yeah, exactly.
Gunther. Great guy. Great guy.
Yep.
Yeah, oh Gunther.
He didn't catch that.
And of course, people haven't. I'm just glad you guys are not been calling him the other name they used to be. That way, I don't have to correct you.
Walter.
Gunther.
Yeah, Gunther. Now ring
I used to do that all the time.
it's like when people say like, "Oh, it's Tommy." Like, no, it's Kenta.
All right. Continue on.
Oh yeah. Honestly, this is the other match on night 1 that I am like 100% hyped for, cause like this honestly is going to be freaking incredible. I mean, we're talking about 2 men here who are some of the best in the industry. Like, they really are. And like, you look at their resumes, you look at the stuff they've done, it's like, yeah, there is a reason why they are at a high spot in their careers. And yeah, I think it just goes to show right here, right now, that it's like, yeah, it's just so important and so special. Who have I got winning? I actually think it's quite easy with this one. and it's Gunther. Why? Well, I actually have 2 reasons for giving Gunther the win. Because, well, first things first, I think Braun Breaker is absolutely going to show up. And I think that's obviously one of the first reasons for it, because, like, Breaker will show up, Breaker will spear Seth, Breaker will essentially help give Gunther the win with Heyman just in shock, being like, what? Being like, just kind of because, like, oh wow, no, that's gonna help lead into, like, future story sort of thing. And that does help build to Breaker versus Seth. I think that's the direction they're gonna be going in for Backlash. So, yeah, I think Breaker versus Seth, that makes all the sense in the world. Have Breaker come in, take down Seth, and yeah, just help Gunther so that you can establish that. The other reason why I've got this as a Gunther win is because this is a match where Gunther absolutely needs to win this to get his momentum back for the world title scene. I absolutely think that Gunther, he is the kind of guy now where it's like, yeah, it's about time he gets back into the world title scene. Because, like, considering his whole story, his whole career killer gimmick, it's like, it would make sense for him to get back into the world title scene soon. So, I think realistically, Gunther is going to get the win here, and that will propel him to the world title scene. And I'll get to a little bit more on that later. You'll probably know what I'll be on about here, folks, but still, I see Gunther winning. I think it just makes overall a lot of sense, and it does a lot for future plans. So, yeah, that just makes sense. But, well, that's all of Night 1's non-title contests. Let's get to some title matches, and there's a fair few to get through. And I think I will start off with the Women's Tag Team Championships, as it is the team of Nia Jax and Lash Legend defending the belts against Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss, Bayley and Lyra Valkyria, and Nikki and Brie, the Bella Twins. Oh, yes. I mean, this is kind of one of those matches where, like, oh, we need to find a way to get the women's tag titles on the show. I don't know, throw a bunch of teams in one big match. I mean, hey, it is a pretty big match after all, so, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough for sure. And it is nice to see a tag title get defended at Mania. At least it's a tag title. But still, should be quite an interesting one. HeelBalor, will start with you here. What do you make of the Women's Tag Team Championship match?
I mean, it's cool. That's all I can really say about it. I mean, Nia Jax and Lash Legend are just, Lash Legend's garbage. That's all I can say about that one. Nia is, yeah, I said she has improved. She's kind of failed on that a little bit recently. Bayley and Lyra, I'll get to them in just a bit. We got the team of the Bella Twins. I mean, cool, awesome. They are legends and all that stuff. I mean, weren't y'all like criticizing the company a few years ago, but you're back? I mean, whatever. Then you have Shaw and Alexa. They have a little bit of, some animosity between them that could come into play in this match. Then you got Bayley and Lyra. As I call them, the Bird Warriors. I don't know, the freaking, the roll birds. I don't know, the feather models. I don't freaking know. Can I come up with a nickname here, boys? But this is going to be fun. I mean, there's only one right runner in this match. It's not the Bellas. It's not Shawn Alexa. And it damn well is not Nia Jax and Lash Legend. It is going to be Bayley and Lyra. Bayley and Lyra should win this match. Bayley and Lyra very stupid. Don't put on the Bellas. You can do that down the road. Heck, you probably do that next month at Backlash for all we know. Do not put it on Shawn and Alexa because they just won them, and they were the reason that Nia Jax and Lash Legend even got them in the first place. Nia Jax and Lash Legend shouldn't have been tag champs at all, but that's just me. The only right winner is Bayley and Lyra. The story's right there. The pop is right there. after Bailey got shafted last year. You know, this will be Bailey getting back on Mania. It's awesome. Lyra winning her second women's tag gold after losing it the night after last year at Mania, which was very dumb. When my girl returned, so I was my girl Beck's return, that was pretty cool, and then turned on her afterwards. But in all seriousness, Bailey and Lyra should and hopefully will win this match. That's my pick. Bailey and Lyra, let's freaking go. And plus, as a big Lyra fan, come on now. Give me my service. Come on, give my bird lady her service, man. Come on. And Bailey too. Give both of them their service. Bailey and Lyra are winning.
You know, that is definitely fair of a consideration. That is definitely fair. Beast, I'll go with you next. What do you make of the Women's Tag Team Championship match?
So I don't care. And this is a bad I don't care. Man, the women's tag titles have always felt like dog shit, and WWE just doesn't care about it. Like, they haven't cared about them from the start. Like, I don't know. They just kind of threw them in there and was like, oh yeah, we got women's tag titles. It's cool. Isn't our women's division awesome? But you had like no teams and still have like, you have more teams than you did when you first brought them in like fucking million years ago. But holy shit, like none of them have really any chemistry other than like the Bella twins because they're sisters, Bailey and Lyra. That's kind of it. I don't even really like the odd couple team of Charlotte and Alexa. I don't know. I'm not a women's tag title guy. Like when AEW is doing them too, like they feel very forced to, but at least they're trying and have been trying from the jump, but they still feel fucking forced. Like, I don't know, dude. If you really want to make your women's division feel like something, you should elevate it as a whole and not, I don't know, it's not just shaft fucking tag any title in there and just call it good. It's very weird. Who do I got? Man, let me tell you a story. Like, I got my PS3, and I'll tell you why. Because I ordered something the other day that ended up not corrupting my data, but wiping all of my data on a memory card that I've had, like, for years, since, like, 2013. And it was a memory card adapter for my PS3, so I could play my PS2 games on it. Plugged in my memory card, and it kind of wiped my all of my saves. So I'm going to be troubleshooting that, and maybe like redoing all my PS2 fucking saves on my internal memory card on my original PS3. Or I'm going to like try and tear my PS3 apart and put in my new hard drive on it. But we'll see. That's the projects I'm going to be trying to do during this match because I really couldn't give a fuck. Other than that, I could probably see Bailey and Lyra winning because they're like the best team of the fucking lot. And Coco Beware be watching at home because if you didn't know, Lyra is Coco Beware's daughter because he was Birdman, she's Bird Lady, and you know, bird plus bird equals bird. So bird, she's Bird Lady. Therefore she's Coco Beware's daughter. Coco Beware's gonna be watching at home like a proud dad. And R.I.P. Frankie the Bird, which is Lyra's brother, who was the bird that Coco Beware brought to him to the ring, and he has sadly passed away and has been passed away for a number of years. So R.I.P. Frankie the Bird. Coco's gonna be watching at home, proud dad, and hashtag do it for Frankie, Lyra, and Bailey for the win because I adore my PS3. That too.
What the fuck did I just listen to?
She's a bird, man.
Yeah.
Everybody knows about the bird.
So
the bird is the word.
The bird is the word, and the bird is Lyra.
The bird's the word.
Yeah.
The bird, yeah.
The bird is the word. Well, the bird is the word.
Oh shit. I'm twerking right now. Oh shit.
And Act, for those who can't see, I'm actually doing it right now. I'm doing the thing. The bird's the word.
For those that can't see right now, I'm actually throwing it back twerking style.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. I mean,
I've got the experience of seeing it.
I mean, hey, Beast, at least it's quite based for you to be working on the PS3 there, considering how that console is one of the greatest of all time.
It is, and I'm mad that shit. I'm mad that it ate my fucking PS2 saves. Yeah.
Yeah. Leo, I'll go with you next. What do you make of the women's tag team title match?
I mean, I at least give it this. At least it's got at least a build. Like Like, sure, it's a little bit messy with the teams coming in and out, and yes, the Bellas have not been there because Nikki tweaked her knee or like her ankle or whatever it was. So she's recuperating in time for the match. I don't have much to say. I don't care for Nia and Lash Legend as champions. I don't think they're gonna put the belts on the Bellas like without at least a proper like chase for them. Honestly, I would just give it to either Charlotte and Alexa or Lyra and Bailey, but I think they're gonna do it for Lyra and Bailey because they were meant to do it last year, but then the story was they screwed that up and had Becky Lynch come back and all that and take Bailey's moment away, so they're gonna give him that moment this year.
You know, that is definitely fair. That is a fair way to look at it. And Christian, what do you make of the women's tag team championship match?
Well, I think it should have been a TLC match, first of all. That would have been nice. And no, it's not just because I love to see the Bellas fall off ladders and go through tables. But I do like that we're getting a fatal four-way here for the championship, and it's actually been one of the very few feuds that has actually been consistent here, compared to a lot of others throughout the road to WrestleMania where it hasn't been consistent. Because each team has had their reasonings for wanting to be champions. I do like that the idea of Bayley and Lyra Valkyria winning the championships because, yeah, it was last year in WrestleMania in Las Vegas where it was supposed to be them two challenging the Judgment Day for the titles. And then Bayley got attacked by Becky, lost her moment. And this would be the perfect redemption story because we're in the same stadium a year later, so there is a connection here. I actually like that there is a feel of redemption, like a second chance. The Bella Twins case, they've been wanting to win tag team gold in their career, so that's their reasoning for being here. Charlotte and Alexa, they want to regain control of the women's tag division, being on top. And then you got Nia Jax and Lash Legend. Here's the thing. Some of y'all may not like Lash Legend. However, I do like Lash Legend. I've been very impressed with her. And I love that she has been a dominant force, especially in the Royal Rumble match this year. I just am excited to see how this is turning out because everybody involved has had their reasoning for being here. The story is well balanced, and that's what I appreciate about it. It's why I am looking forward to this tag title match. So for now, though, I think I'm going to go with I think the Bella Twins are going to take this. I don't want them to win, but this isn't a win, want, or not want thing. This is a predictions podcast. So I predict the Bella Twins are going to take it and make WrestleMania history, winning their first tag team titles, becoming the first Hall of Fame team to win tag gold in the women's division. So there you go.
I mean, hey, fair enough reasoning. So sometimes you just need that kind of fair enough reasoning to go for it. Honestly, for me, when it comes to this match, I don't have as much of an interest in it as like a lot of people would have, but I don't know, it's just there. Like, it's nice to get these ladies on the card, but it could have been a better way to do it, I would say. I'll go through the teams and I'll mention who I think is gonna win there. Nia and Lash. Look, I don't get like a lot of the hate for Lash. I can understand it, but she's okay. I don't mind her as much. She's decent enough, and I enjoyed her stuff in Metaphor, so there's that. I miss Metaphor every day. When it comes to Charlotte and Alexa, their chemistry's actually been really good. I've been enjoying seeing what Charlotte and Alexa have been doing. Although I think this might be the end of their partnership, and I'll get to it in a little bit. Bayley and Lyra. Not the biggest fan of current day Bayley. I haven't been a big fan of Bayley since her heel turn like 6 years, actually more like 7 years ago. Yeah, So it's like I'm not a fan of heel Bailey. I'm not a fan of her current gimmick.
6'7"?
Yes, but I'm just, I don't know, not my cup of tea. It just, the gimmick was just so just terrible that it's like, yeah, no thanks to me.
It's not your cup of tea because you're Australian, not British.
Damn.
I mean,
Jeez.
you're not wrong.
Wait a minute.
We do like a bit of iced coffee.
Wait a minute. Tyler's Australian?
No, what are you talking about? He's Canadian. Yeah,
Here we
Canadian.
go again.
Whoa! He's
Oh.
Scottish?
No, he's Austrian.
Austrian.
Austrian, that's
Sydney's-
right. I forgot.
Sydney
Like
Sweeney
Gunther.
Scotland style with the skibbity toilet Lyle fucked her or whatever.
Oh my god. But yeah,
Sigma is.
and then we got the Bellas. I mean, look, I don't mind the Bella as the Bella twins as such. Like, yeah, they keep showing up, but it's like they're veterans. They've got every right to like do their thing, so I don't mind it as much.
Ew.
Just it's a matter of like I don't mind that they're just there. That's it. They're just there. Who have I got winning? Well, honestly, I'm gonna have to agree with Christian here. I'm gonna go with the Bellas. Like, it may not be the most popular option, but it is an option that like does make some level of sense. Like veteran team winning titles, sort of thing. That is fair enough.
Popular.
Yeah, that is true. But as well as
I
that,
heard that.
I also think as well that when it comes to this, I think this might also be the end for Charlotte and Alexa, because I think Alexa's finally gonna turn on Charlotte. And look, will Alexa join the Wyatt Six? Probably not, but I would like it though. But still, I think we are going to see Alexa and Charlotte have their sort of breakup moment. And I think we will see the Bellas get the win here. May not be the most popular option, but it's an option at least. And sometimes a option is better than no option.
Popular.
Oh yeah.
Heard that. Heard that.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I just like Wicked.
Same.
That is fair as well. That is so fair. But you know what kind of match will probably be very popular? Oh, this one for sure. It is for the Women's Intercontinental Championship. And it is AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch. Well, all good feuds have to have a conclusion, and this is probably going to be the conclusion to this feud, because, well, they've
I
been
don't think it's a good one anymore.
Well, I mean, they've been going out for months as such. Like, they've...
Yeah, you mentioned popularity in this case. It's becoming less popular when it comes to its existence due to the fact that WWE has already promoted, hyped, and previously executed the match, and it wasn't good at all.
Yeah, like, that is the case, sort of thing. Sometimes that kind of thing does happen, and look, I mean, were we hoping for something better? Of course, but look, sometimes, like, hey, at least they get a second chance here. At least there's, like, a second chance to make things right, if that kind of sense here. And, hey, maybe things might go a little bit better. Who really knows for sure, but should be quite an interesting one here, considering the story they've told for the last few months. So, Christian, I'm going to start with you here. What do you make of the Women's Intercontinental Championship match?
Well, I don't like that it's once again AJ Lee against Becky Lynch. I know this is only their second time going off against each other in singles action, but this is their fourth match overall, and AJ Lee is literally 3-0. She made Becky Lynch tap out 3 consecutive times, and in all 3 occasions, it just wasn't that believable, you know? I don't like the way they've been pushing Becky Lynch in this case because it just hasn't been good. You know, this is the woman who main evented WrestleMania for the first time for the women and conquered Ronda Rousey and conquered all the hate, had a title reign that lasted over a year. And I just don't get it because, AJ Lee, I hate saying it, is like she's not really good at hanging with the women of today. It's like the women of today far outclass her, but they're pushing it to the point to make it seem like AJ Lee is like women's Jesus or something. And I just, okay, maybe not that. That's a weird ass comparison, but the reason why I don't like this as well is because, like, yeah, Becky Lynch has already lost to AJ 3 consecutive times. The matches they had were okay. The mixed tag was the best one. The War Games match was terrible, and the singles match at Elimination Chamber was really boring, and it was just not that good whatsoever. And you could tell Becky Lynch had to slow herself down so many times to help AJ look good because AJ a lot is not capable of doing it herself. And so now we have a fourth match with them. Once again, a singles match, no added stipulation, no added consequence, and no true feeling of hype to this. And the reason for it is because both women barely showed up whatsoever to promote their match. They have mainly appeared in pre-recorded interviews, vignettes that only appeared on the screen. They barely showed up, especially AJ. It seemed like ever since she retained the title against Bayley, now she's back to just not appearing whatsoever. And then all of a sudden, Becky is just not appearing whatsoever, and there's like literally nothing to do. The reason they did that is because what more can you do? What more can you say? Because anything that has been said, that could be said, has already been said, and anything that could have been physically done has already been done. There's literally no other way of hyping up this match. There's no other way of potentially building it up, because what more do you have left that you haven't already said or done? What do you do now? The answer to that, we've got nothing. So let's just have them hang up behind the scenes and let's just confirm this is a match at WrestleMania and call it a day. That's another reason why I don't like this. What they should have done, actually, is if they wanted to have AJ and Becky in the same match, fine. But they should have added a couple more people in there. Those couple, Natty and Maxine Dupree, because they also have crossed paths with both AJ and Becky multiple times, and Natty's new gimmick has been fun to watch. Not to mention the way they wanted to push Maxine Dupree. I think it would have been a great moment to see her involved. And what would have been great, a fantastic fatal four-way for the Intercontinental title. Natty could have won it at WrestleMania. It would have been a fantastic moment for her to finally get a moment on a big-time stage like that for the first time in her career as well. Think about that. And we don't get that. We're just getting another AJ Lee Becky Lynch match, which we're not hyping up at all. We're not building it up. We're just saying, this is AJ, this is Becky. Get hyped. There's nothing. There's literally no reason to be excited for this. I'm not looking forward to this match. The winner of this match is my PS5 and me trying to platinum Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Did I say that right? Beast, did I do that correctly? The whole game reference thing?
Yeah, that was based.
Okay, good. That's my overall thoughts on this. I don't care anymore. If AJ wins, that means Becky lost 4 times in a row to her. And if Becky wins, there's literally nothing. We get another Intercontinental title reign with Becky Lynch, a third one. It's a lose-lose scenario for a feud that should have been better than it is. And I hate saying that AJ's return has been awkward. I don't like this. I don't like how this has been portrayed. It's not doing wonders for me. And I'm disappointed about it, too. We should have gotten better than this. And WWE is flat out refusing to do better for more than one reason. We all know that. But overall, yeah, I don't care because I've lost all reason to care. Why should I be impressed? Like, what more can be done? Just get it over with.
Yeah.
And that's my thoughts on this.
I mean, that is absolutely fair of a consideration. Just like, if the match isn't interesting you, then yeah, fair enough for sure. Also based there with the PS5. I mean, there's some good stuff on there. especially like the VR stuff. So yeah. HeelBalor, I think I'll go with you next. What do you make of the Women's Intercontinental Championship match?
You know, I'm over it. I'm done. I'm over this rivalry. Dude, like, I'm the biggest Becky Lynch fan in here, and I don't want to see this. AJ is part of my childhood. I'm sure everyone else's childhood. I'm over this rivalry. I'm done. Like, there's no reason to do this. You could have given this a stipulation.
By the way,
heck?
how many times did AJ Lee say I'm your favorite wrestler's favorite wrestler?
Yeah, like 4 times? 5? Like, what are we doing? Or once? I think maybe it was once. Like, what are we doing here? Why is this rivalry still going? Can we just move on from this? Like, this isn't bringing any recognition to the IC belt, in my opinion, because it's been overdue or overdone, in my opinion. Becky looks like a chump, even though I'm glad she's putting people over. And again, this puts me in another situation as a Becky Lynch fan. She doesn't need to win. I don't want Bex to win. Again, most of my faves are on this card, and the person who should win this match, we're gonna talk about him later. One of them is here, and she shouldn't win. If AJ Lee wins, the belt goes away. Lose-lose situation, guys. So, you know what's winning? My PlayStation 4 is winning. Dude, I don't care. Like, I love Bex. I'm kind of glad AJ's back. They squandered it. It's just, I'm done. I really am just done. So, you know who's winning? My PlayStation 4 is winning. That's what I'm going to say about this.
You know what? A lot of fair opinions there. A lot of fair takes, folks. And hey, that's what you expect from us. Just, we're always willing to look things objectively, and oh yeah, this is as objective as we can get. Beast, I'll go with you next. What do you make of the Women's Intercontinental Championship match?
Correction. I think what you meant to ask him is which game that you got is winning.
Literally, because I would like this match if it was built better. That's the only thing. Like, I'm fine with this rivalry continuing, even though it's staler than a bag of chips you left open overnight. But holy good lord. This build to this match sucks, dude. Like, if they were going to keep this stale feud going, fine. I've seen feuds go on for longer than this. But the build sucks. It makes it that much worse when the build is just dog shit. I love AJ, and I love Becky. I'm going to be watching just for AJ's entrance and, like, the finish of the match and maybe a couple spots, but other than that, like, I'm going to be, like, playing on my Switch or something. Like, I really couldn't care, and it sucks because both women are fantastic. And maybe they'll win me over by having this match be great. You know, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe this match will cook. You know, maybe they'll win me over with this match being an absolute barn burner, because it could be. I don't know, man. Going into it, I'm looking at my Switch, and let's see what do we got. What do we got that could be on the menu to digest into my corneas? Let's see, what could I play? I got Into the Dead 2, that's based. Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion, that's also very based. My Friend Pedro. I mean, I talked about this on another podcast.
Your friends,
I'll say it again.
Pascal?
No, I wish. That's very based. I see it right here, and maybe I'd play this. I mentioned this on another podcast. I believe it was an AEW show, where it was also a match that I really didn't care about. But I think the game I'm going to be playing is a game that is made by one of my favorite YouTubers of all time. Huge shouts out. He's going to take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo, take a diarrhea dump in his beer. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd. Yeah. Gonna play the angry video game nerd. Very, very base. Gonna play the angry video game nerd 1 and 2 for my Nintendo Switch during the course of this match if it is not good. But if it is good, hey, they may have won me over, but we're going to find the fuck out, aren't we? Jesus Christ. Could you just build this better? Fuck.
I mean, hey, let's just hope this match is not a shitload of fuck. That's for sure.
Can you build this better? Is a common thing we're probably gonna say throughout.
Yes, it is. And very base shitload of fuck reference.
Oh, yeah. It makes you question if this kind of match would be better if someone turned into a fucking scorpion.
Or Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
No, you know who produced this match?
What?
Fred Fox.
Oh, yes! Of course he'd be
Very
doing that.
base.
Of course he'd be doing that. Well, Leah, thinking enough, it's up to you. I guess, what do you make of all this?
I don't care. I've lost all interest in Becky and AJ. Don't get me wrong. I love both of them, but like, my God, like all we get from this build is like things that happened in the past, and then like Becky attacks AJ, and then a promo segment, and that's it. That's all we get. Who's winning? I don't care. You know what's winning? Not a game, not a things. You know what I'm gonna be doing?
What's that?
Yeah, screw it. Like a lot of things are gonna. A lot of people are gonna get beaten on WrestleMania Saturday. You know what's gonna be getting beaten? My meat. I'm gonna be punching and jacking that thing.
Oh my God! Whoa! Hold on! Whoa!
I'm gonna salt. I'm gonna pepper. I'm gonna.
Oh my God!
My
yo.
cock?
My cock.
Technical difficulties. Technical difficulties.
So, wait. You call it the Godzilla, right?
Shut the fuck up.
No!
No. What do you mean? When I said beat my meat, I mean my steaks.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
I see.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
also
If
his.
if you thought I was gonna be beating my meat, no, I don't call it. I call that thing the THX.
Oh my God! Oh my God! He just said that. I guarantee that sound effect, that noise, just played through every last one of our heads.
Exactly.
The bloody deep
I
note.
think I just had a stroke, and not in that way.
Thank God we're not monetized.
Go hit a stroke, slap nuts.
Damn.
Okay, Billy Squire, everybody, have you heard?
Oh my God! Slap that sausage.
Oh my God. This is what you come to expect, folks. Just a bunch of mates having a good time, talking some good shit.
I'm 30. Shouldn't I be actually sounding more like an intellectual, wise person?
Same here. What's wrong with me?
You know what? We're 30-year-olds, and we've been conditioned to act certain ways. It's time to end it.
Yeah.
As Blink-182 once said, they tell me to act my age, but what's my age again?
Exactly.
Yeah. Age is just a number, y'all.
Oh, man. I think for me, when it comes to the match, I do have some sort of semi-interest in it. Like, yeah, it's mostly just because of the talent itself, AJ and Becky, just being like, oh, those two are in it? Okay, cool. That should be an okay match. Yeah, the last one wasn't great, but you know what? Hey, maybe they can redeem themselves here. That's obvious. I mean, look, if I wanted to play something during this match or anything, I'd probably be playing something on my PC. Like, I don't know what I've got. Like, I've got, like, Retro Rewind. Been playing a lot of that lately. I could play some TCG Card Shop Simulator. Love me a bit of that. I could play some Pure. Anyone remember Pure? That's a good one. Or even the movies. Who remembers the movies? That's an underrated sort of game. But, I guess since I don't know. I'm gonna say that AJ Lee wins. Like, yeah, I know Becky should absolutely get the win sort of thing, but knowing WWE, I'm just like, you know what? Yeah, AJ's probably gonna get the win, end the feud with her on top. And yeah, it may not be the greatest outcome, but you know what? It is a outcome. And sometimes that's how it'll be. But hey, maybe this next matchup will probably have a lot more interest in, and it should be quite an intense one, cause it is for the Women's World Championship. You know, I should mention how fitting it is how most of the matches on this card, well, are women's title matches, which is kind of crazy.
Good. Good. Because women are carrying pro wrestling, in my opinion.
In fact, actually, however, in my opinion, I think they messed up on the balance here. We have 4 women's matches total throughout WrestleMania, and 3 of them are on Saturday. Only 1 of them is on Sunday.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just, I guess.
And by the way, justice for Io Sky.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Justice for Io Sky, folks. Justice for Io Sky. But with this matchup, well, hey, it does feature 2 people who have faced off with Io Sky in the past. That being Stephanie Vaquer and Liv Morgan. Now, Liv Morgan got this opportunity from winning the 2026 Women's Royal Rumble in a fashion that I'd say is And like, this has definitely been one of the better built feuds heading into Mania. Just the both of them going up against each other in quite interesting ways, and all the call outs and such. It has been quite interesting. That is for sure. So Leo, I'm gonna start with you. What do you make of the Women's World Championship match?
I mean, at least they gave it a good, like, good build. At least good enough. Like at least Liv is gonna be able to compete, considering the giant bump on her head from last week. Her and Roxanne. Like, overall, I just don't really like care for like the insults back and forth. It's just kind of very repetitive. Call like Liv calling Stephanie puta. What up? If those who don't know what puta is, it's Spanish for bitch.
Damn.
Yeah, if it's not, if it,
I'm pretty sure it goes beyond that, actually.
Usually if in Spanish, if it's not puta, it's usually pedra. So other than that, like, I mean, I expect a good match. Who's winning? I'm not gonna be mad if Liv wins, but I kind of see Stephanie retaining, mainly because of 2 reasons. Number one, after this WrestleMania, we need the demise of the Judgment Day, because this group has gone too long. It's outstayed its welcome. It's not the same anymore. And problem number 2, let's just say someone in the near future will be back. I know can't come back right now, but I would say like by July, maybe August, a certain someone will be back to reclaim what they didn't lose. And I just implore Stephanie Vaquer to proceed with caution.
Oh.
Yeah, you got to remember that ominous background is there. That person is there. And she recently had her child. So
Yeah, my
enjoy
best
the
friend had a
next-
child.
So enjoy the next 6 months, because here's the thing. I know we're talking Naomi here. I just want to say, like, I don't see her showing up still for a long time, because nobody should ever have to pop out a baby and then jump back in the ring. You know, she's got to get back in ring shape.
Yeah, but remember, like, Ronda Rousey, when she came back, like, she had her baby in like September. She was back by January.
Yeah, but she didn't take bumps for the first couple matches, if you remember.
Yeah, true.
To be on the safe side. Anyways, I'll continue.
Well, yeah, I mean, fair enough on all that front for sure. Christian, I think I'll go with you next here. What do you make of the Women's World Championship match?
Well, it's not something that I would say is main event worthy. It is, however, a little better than what the actual main event has been given us on TV, but we're about to talk about that. Um, Everybody knows I'm not the biggest fan of Liv Morgan. I don't get. She's not as good as a lot of the other roster. I don't get where the popularity is coming from. But then again, I've been questioning that for years. Compared to other wrestlers on the roster, she's not as good. However, she's popular, and that's the only thing that matters. Popular. You're gonna be popular.
Popular.
And let's not forget, she just came out with a music video.
Oh
Is-
God, that
is
was
that
terrible.
Is
We
that
don't talk
popular
about
thing
that.
from a movie or something, by the way?
It's
Wicked.
wicked.
It's from Wicked.
Wicked.
Oh, the fucking Wizard of Oz thing?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. Base, what'd you call it?
The Wizard of Oz thing, right?
Yeah. The stage
Okay.
play.
Oh,
Started
that's
off as
man,
a
that
stage
man,
play.
that's my favorite Batman movie.
That's not even superheroes.
Oh my God. Started off as a stage play in 03, and then became, you know what, then never mind. It doesn't really matter.
Tobey
Um,
Maguire Batman Wicked style or whatever.
No!
You have again
my
lost. You have again lost your card. You're fired.
Oh man, I will say that I think I could see them giving this to Liv Morgan, but I think for the sake of the Judgment Day going down, and for the fact that Naomi could be returning on the horizon, I'd say keep the title on Stephanie Vaquer, because Naomi, she's not coming back as a baby face. Everybody knows that. She already said flat out that she's not going to do the whole emotional speech when she goes away thing. She's like, no, enjoy this while you can. I'm coming back to reclaim my throne when I'm back. So I think, I don't see Liv Morgan turning babyface either, because no offense, it never worked for Liv when she was a babyface. It never did. And when she was a heel, it barely worked. That's, at least from my point of view, it barely worked. But she was a better heel than she ever was a babyface, because you look at her and you don't think, that's the top hero of the story. I'm like, no, that's a deadly villain right there. So I'd say, Stephanie Vaquer, I think she's going to win this one, because I think I could see her continuing on her title reign that's already surpassed 200 days, but she's been a really good world champion. Honestly, she has been. So, I could see Stephanie Vaquer winning this match. That's my pick on this one.
And that is absolutely fair, very much so. HeelBalor, I'll go with you next. What do you make of the Women's World Championship match?
It's there. I'll give it that. I cried when Liv won the Rumble. That was awesome. Stephanie's reign has just been there. She's been champ since WrestlePalooza. And I think she's keeping it here. As much as I love Liv Morgan, pretty much everyone hit the nail on the head here. We don't need the belt in the Judgment Day. We need the Judgment Day completely dismantled, never to be seen again, never to be thought of again, never to be rectified again. No more Judgment Day. No more. So, I see happenings that maybe Roxy and Raquel come out and try to help Liv win the belt, and then they're going to accidentally cost her, and that's going to cause friction between all of them. The only reason I could see Liv winning, again, I don't know, Liv really, does she need it? Not really. At the same time, Stephanie's reign is just, it's not her fault, really, but it's really kind of a loose situation, in my opinion. But if you want the safer route, keep it on Stephanie. I do see shenanigans with Roxy and Raquel, especially with what happened at the Rumble, and I know it's every person for themselves, but Raquel will probably want I want to get revenge and all that. And technically, think about it, in that was a Extreme Rules, which was Stephanie and Raquel, didn't Liv or whoever accidentally cost her that, or almost accidentally cost her that match?
I mean,
So
Yes. Both Liv and Roxy got involved in the same match where Rox took a bump off the apron where she went through a table that got her a concussion. Liv was trying to help, even though Raquel said she didn't want the help. So
expect shenanigans in this match. Again, I love Liv Morgan. She's great. Still a fan. Stephanie needs this more than Liv. There's going to be shenanigans. Keep it on Stephanie. She's winning.
I mean, hey, you do make a very good point. Like a very good one for sure. And, Beast, what do you make of the Women's World Championship match?
The Judgment Day needs to be done after WrestleMania. Absolutely. This match and Finn Balor versus Dom, Judgment Day needs to go. Absolutely. The what's the word I want? Not the crescendo, because I mean, just makes long past this crescendo, but like the final nail in the coffin, I guess, it should be Finn Dom. This needs to be the start of things on night one, and I think Stephanie's winning. Abso-fucking-lutely, but just have this kind of start the downfall of Judgment Day, which has already been brewing for months, but have it really start to crumble and fall apart after this match. I definitely have Stephanie winning. It's gonna be fun though, but I got Steph.
You know, hey, that is absolutely fair. Oh man, this match I've not been excited for. I really haven't. Like, this match is just... I'm gonna be honest here, I have not been a fan of the Judgment Day's antics on Raw for, like, the past few months. I have not. And when Liv... Like, funny thing was, when Liv was gone for a little while, I was... Like, they were doing actually good stuff here. They were building up Dominic well. They were building up the rest of the members well. But then Liv came back and ruined everything with her return. She was just... The only reason why Liv Morgan is popular is because of Gooners. That's it. That's the only fucking reason. It's because fucking Gooners out there just look at Liv and...
What the hell did... Wait, whoa. What the hell did Gunther do?
Hey, what did Gunther do wrong?
Gunter to Gooner.
What's Gooner? What did Gooner do wrong?
Yeah, what did Gunther do? Like,
I'm a Gooner.
Gunther's a fan of Liv Morgan?
I'm a Gooner. What?
No. I don't think you understand the word there. Gooner. Not Gunter. Gooner. It's a specific...
If you want to use a proper word, just say Simps.
Yeah. Sims is probably the better way to go for it. The Sims.
Sims 4? The Sims 4?
Yeah, the Sims. Shout out to the Sims.
Oh my...
The Simpsons.
The Simpsons.
Maybe that's why they're called that. Oh my god.
The Simpsons.
Oh my god. But you know, folks, like, I'm not a big fan of, like, Liv Morgan sort of stuff and that kind of thing. Stephanie Vacour, I've been loving what she's been doing, and she's been a great champion. Like, yeah, booking has been kind of a mixed bag, but overall, she's done really well for herself. I mean, this is her first WrestleMania, and she's walking in as a world champion. That's something you gotta give credit for.
So was Tiffany Stratton last year. Look how that turned out for her.
We don't talk about that, and it's a shame she's not on this year. And neither is Julia. But the women's tag division, the women's U.S. title scene is dead. I mean, it was dead before women even arrived. But there you go. Neither here nor there. Anyways.
Yeah. But still. Who have I got winning this one? Well, it's kind of obvious what I think's going to happen. Because these guys nailed it on the head here. I think it's time to finally end the Judgment Day. As I think Stephanie Vacour will win, keeping hold of the belt. But after the match, I think we're going to finally have the moment. Roxanne looks over at Liv. Roxanne looks over and then, bang! Roxanne takes out Liv Morgan. Then Raquel looks over at Then Roxanne looks over at Raquel and bang! Raquel takes down Roxanne. And then Liv gets a bang! Raquel takes down Liv, and pretty much, I think with that, Raquel, she can be a tweener. Roxanne, she can be a babyface. Liv, you can stay a heel. But yeah, I think we are finally going to see the end of the Judgment Day. And funny thing was, last year on the podcast, when we talked WrestleMania, I mentioned how it was time then for Judgment Day to split. It just goes to show how long Judgment Day has been around for and like how long they have needed to be split up.
4 years.
Yeah. Just they took way too long to get here. But the 4-year odyssey of Judgment Day is finally about to come to an end, folks. Finally. Oh, man. But, I mean, you want to talk an odyssey? Oh, take a look at Night One's main event, folks.
You want to talk an Odyssey? Sure. I mean, the movie comes out in July, and I've had my tickets for almost a year now, and I'm excited for this movie because it is my number one hyped up film of 2026. You know, Christopher
Based.
Nolan is absolutely amazing in the film style filmmaking. This is the first movie ever shot in full length IMAX cameras, and I'm excited to watch this movie in IMAX 70 millimeter. So this is going to
Based.
be insane. The Odyssey is going to be hopefully the best movie of 2026 because to me it's the number one hyped up movie of 2026. Thank you very much.
Well,
Hey.
Spider-Man says hi. Anyways, moving on.
I mean, fair enough. I'm very much hyped for Doomsday, but you know what I'm not hyped for? This main event, folks. Because this isn't what you would call a hype match. This has no hype. It is for the undisputed WWE Championship. And it's the champion Cody Rhodes defending against Randy Orton. And Randy Orton will be accompanied by Pat McAfee. What
Womp.
the fuck happened?
And Cody Rhodes will be accompanied by Jelly Roll, who was I thought was in a feud with Kit Wilson and The Miz.
Oh God.
Better sound for the whole thing with Pat McAfee.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Truth.
Exactly.
Use that for jelly donut too. Fucking
Yeah. Like, what the hell is this storyline, folks? It is the most convoluted shit possible. So, Cody Rhodes won the championship back on an episode of SmackDown. And now, very much, Randy Orton, he won the Elimination Chamber to get his shot at the WWE title. And, well, you would think that this feud would be about their history, about their legacy sort of thing. No. Instead, WWE decided to completely fuck it over and just have the feud be about, friendship with a country musician. And as well, have it be all about some guy on the phone being like, yeah, I know, voices in my head all that. And, well, it's
The big problem is Randy Orton hears voices in his head, but TKO decided let's give the voice an actual body.
Yeah, they decided to go for Pat McAfee, which makes no fucking sense considering how positive he has been on the company for like years and how he was doing commentary and all that for years, sort of thing, and praising the company on his show. But I guess Bob Iger or whoever the fuck is involved with Disney now were like, nope, fuck that shit. We're gonna pump in some more ESPN people in this. So,
You want to blame someone? Blame Aria Manuel.
Yep, Aria Manuel. Here's the thing. This is part of why I don't blame a lot on Triple H because he's honest. His hands are fucking tied.
exactly. Like, yes.
This is why I'm like, this is not the guy who made NXT black and gold right now because, you know, it's ever since TKO bought out the company and everything, it's just like things have not been the same and for a lot of reasons, but you could tell this is not what Triple H normally does, but he's got higher ups, man. People always put the blame on Triple H for almost everything. I'm like, you got to realize there's another Vince.
Yeah, just think of it this way: like, you know, when a movie is bad, a lot of the blame goes to the director. Like, no, don't blame the director. Sometimes it's the studio that gets involved.
Yeah, the studio gets involved.
Oh, yeah.
This is exactly like the studio getting involved for the wrong reasons. I'm like, you had like a good idea. Here's the thing: this feud should not have like happened like right now anyway, because the timing was way off. Should have been Drew McIntyre in the title scene, but it got moved to. It got reported. Okay, now we're gonna move it to Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton because that's the bigger match. Okay, how do we make this bigger? Well, we have a long history between them. Let's go with that. Nah, not good enough. We need Pat McAfee. But why? We need Pat McAfee. Okay, fine. And we also need Jelly Roll. Hey, but you just said he was going to be in a tag match, right? Yeah, we need Jelly Roll.
Yeah. Oh, and it might get worse. It might get even worse, folks, as we'll get to later. But, oh, God, this... Oh, boy. Beast, I guess I'll start with you here. Try to make sense of this bullshit.
Hey Alexa, play I Hate My Life by Theory of a Dead Man Volume 10. Wow. This sucks, dude. Yeah, man, it is the most movie studio ass thing that I've ever seen. Like, yeah, Triple H probably does. He has some blame in some other departments. This, I hate TKO. I really, really do. I mean, as much of a counterculture, anti-establishment, anti-capitalism, anti-billionaire punk as I am, clearly I hate TKO. Fuck that shit, man. I love professional wrestling. And the fact that we all know how I feel about Cody Rhodes. I don't give a fuck about no fucking Cody Rhodes. However, the fact that it doesn't even need to be Cody and Randy. The fact that two people had years of build, years of story, years of betrayal, years of partnership, and they fucked it and screwed the potential money-making draw of a story for celebrity input with Pat McAfee and Jelly Donut is insane to me. Absolutely asinine to me. Why? Fuck TKO.
I'll be honest. I think the celebrity involvement only would have made sense if it was Jelly Roll siding with Orton, because at least he has a short-term history with Orton.
Yeah, valid. However, Kelsey has returned.
Welcome back.
Welcome to the shit show.
Welcome. We're talking Orton and we're talking Pat Mac. No, I'm sorry. My bad, folks. We're talking
we technically
Cody Rhodes
are.
with
God,
Pat
I fucking hate that guy.
Mac.
Tell you what,
Man.
let's let Beast finish up, and then let's get to Kelsey's turn on this.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There has had. God damn it! I loathe entirely, Grinch style, this shit with the ferocity of 1,000 suns that dwells within my heart. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit, Superhuman style. Shouts out Superhuman, jumping on top of fucking thumbtacks and barbed wire as the goat. Man, god damn, dude. Fuck Pat McAfee. Fuck Jelly Donut. Fuck TKO. You could have called Ted DiBiase Jr. I know he had like shit go on, but like he got acquitted, so that's cool or whatever. Like could have like come through and like added to the whole legacy shit, or if you weren't comfortable,
I still would not have brought him in for that, despite.
Yeah, and like I was gonna say, like if you weren't comfortable with that because it's still a hot topic, like you whatever, that's fine. But you could still build off of the legacy shit with Randy and Cody and not whatever, dude. This I would have cared if it was built on their past. The fact is not, and it's built on Pat McAfee and Jelly Donut. I do not give a single solitary fucking dick, ass, or balls. Don't care. I just don't give a fuck. Randy's winning because I'm not stupid. I know that's gonna happen, because duh. I just hate this is how we got here. Man, Randy's winning. Rad. Let's see. You know what? I already did the angry video game nerd thing. Let's see what else am I gonna play. I mean, Shovel Knight's a good shout. South Park: The Fractured Butthole, very
Nice.
based. I got the Crash Insane
Ayo.
trilogy. I mean, oh, you know what? I got something even better, and it's all the way over there, and I can't reach it right now. But I said I was going to play it on a couple podcasts ago, and I haven't been able to get to it recently because of the dealing with the PS3 troubleshooting and all that. I'm going to play me some motherfucking Twilight Princess. That's what I'm going to play on my fucking GameCube. Because fuck this shit. Twilight Princess, the greatest Zelda game of all time, bar fucking none. Majora's Mask #2. And that's what I'm going to do, because fuck this shit, man. Fuck.
100% agreed there. 100 fucking percent. And like, there's so much shit with it. Like, I know for a fact there's someone else that's probably gonna get involved in the storyline, but oh god, this is getting ridiculous here. Kelsey, I'll go with you next. What the hell do you make of all this bullshit?
Oh boy. Listen, I don't understand like what Pat McAfee has to do with wrestling. Like he infuriates me so much. I don't understand. Like go do your stupid talk show and fucking leave wrestling alone. Like you're just he's just so bad. Like I don't know. I don't like him. As far as this match goes, I don't really. This is one that I'm kind of like about because, like, I don't know. Cody Rhodes here recently. I don't really care for him. I really hope he loses. I hope Randy wins. Praying to God Randy wins because honestly, Cody shouldn't have even won the title back, but that's just my opinion.
Thank you.
Like, poor Drew. Anyways, this match is kind of just one that I'm kind of just gonna like not even pay attention to, if we're being honest. And honestly, Pat McAfee is probably gonna help Randy win, which is cool, whatever. I want Randy to win, but also I just wish he would fuck off. Like I want him to just fuck off. And that's all I'm gonna say about that.
At this point, you gotta wonder if Pat McAfee at this point is fucking related to John McAfee. Because, boy, John McAfee was a crazy son of a bitch. Now Pat's acting like a crazy son of a bitch, and it's like, what the hell, folks? What the hell? Leo, we'll go with you next. What do you make of all this bullshit?
I'm glad I'm gonna to give this because please indulge in this analogy of the road to WrestleMania for this story. Imagine this. Your family tells you, hey, we're all gonna go on a trip. Like, let's say, like, oh, we're gonna go to Disney World, or we're gonna go to Disneyland, or Six Flags, up north, northeast, whatever's closest to Beast, or Fantasy Fair and Woodbine Mall for Christian, or Warner Brothers Park for you, Tyler.
Oh, yeah.
And say, like, oh, we're gonna go. Like, oh, you're like, oh, okay, we're excited. Gonna go on a road's a little bumpy, but you know what? Like, hey, the destination's what matters, right? You make a quick stop at a gas station, pump up, like, you gotta go and use the bathroom. Go into the stall, about to drop your pants, and you hear a commotion. All of a sudden, the stall door swings wide open. Oh my god, it's Crazy Uncle Pat. Crazy Uncle Pat punch you in the balls, and now you piss all over the place.
What?
Damn.
That's crazy.
So now, now your balls hurt and you smell like piss, and you're sitting in the car, and Crazy Uncle Pat's yelling at everybody, saying like, oh, like how this generation sucks, our generation, so what? And like you just, but then like oh my, like, hey, at least we're finally gonna be there. We're so close. You get to the parking lot, you step out, you'll be like, you know what? Like, my balls hurt, but you know what? It's got better. I guess I still smell like piss, but you know what? We're finally here. I'm gonna
Oh my
enjoy my
God.
day. And crazy Uncle Pat decides to punch in the balls again. So then,
Damn.
so it's like, well, fuck. Now I don't give a damn that I'm here because I smell like piss and my balls hurt double the pain because crazy Uncle Pat's here and he ruined this whole
Taz!
trip. My balls, I know.
It's my balls! I know I saw
Damn.
it! She want a cup!
And that's
Fucking dead.
now the trip
I'm
is
so
ruined for you
dead.
because now the trip's ruined because your balls hurt, you smell like piss, and Uncle Pat is screaming at everybody. And
What is
also,
happening?
by the way, can somebody please help cousin Jelly out of the trunk of the car who's tied up like a
Jelly?
hostage?
Damn.
What the fuck is that? What is that, Private Pile? Sir, a jelly donut, sir. A jelly donut?
Yes, this whole rivalry has just been one elongated kick in the balls because fuck, I was actually looking
Facts,
forward
and I
to
don't
this
even
match.
have balls.
You got lady balls.
Yeah. I have bigger balls than most men, but anyways.
That's based.
Honestly, Kelsey's correct. She's right about that, honestly, because here's the thing. You know, random fun fact, women say suck my dick more than men do.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And
No, we're
it's a lot more crazy as a result.
Thank God we're not monetized.
yeah, thank God. So, but basically, like I was
Beautiful
actually looking
story,
for.
Leo. Beautiful story.
Yeah, so
Great
basically,
story.
I was looking forward to this rivalry, and then fucking Pat McAfee has to.
And then you
forced
got
in this,
kicked
and
in the balls.
yeah, now I don't give a shit because my balls hurt, and now and I just know I'm not gonna enjoy this. Well, this is gonna be 2 years in a row that one of the main events of WrestleMania is ruined because of celebrity involvement. By God, if they bring out Travis Scott again, just
God, don't get them again.
I will rip my nuts off with my own bare hands.
I will
No,
disown
some-
WWE.
Oh.
my God, somebody shove a baseball bat up my hole until it's coming out of my throat.
Oh, it could get worse though.
Yeah,
My God, because
the long way.
Oh,
Down your ass? You mean down your ass?
shut up.
my
Down my ass,
God.
kicking the balls, crazy eating corn long way style is awesome.
Shut the fuck up.
Damn, our audience right now are like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Trust us.
Bazooka.
Trust us, guys.
Oh,
we
fuck.
we know what we're talking about here.
So, who's
Yeah, we're
winning?
getting kicked
My
in the
God,
balls and getting shit shoved up our asses, apparently. I don't know. I just work here.
I know it's probably not going to happen, but for 3 reasons, I'm going to go with Cody winning. Number 1, this will be the 4th time in a row that he loses a main event at WrestleMania. Number 2,
Good.
I apparently from what I read, Randy's going into the match hurt.
Really?
And
It was the ball.
and number 3, I want Cody to win to say fuck you to TKO for shoving these celebrities into this match that doesn't need it, and that way we can get rid of Pat McAfee from our screens. Jelly Roll can go back to doing his concerts and only come back and be a celebrity guest every far few occasions. Save us from having to see Cody and Jelly Roll versus Pat McAfee and Randy. That way they get out of here. We can keep the story going of Randy and Cody, but then add back in Drew McIntyre and Jacob Fatu, and we can have that fatal 4-way at Backlash.
Oh, I don't see that fatal 4-way happening, and I don't see that tag match happening. I'll get to that later, but still, your analogy is pretty much on the money when it comes to this story. Like, just, it's a pissy road trip, folks. It is absolutely a pissy road trip. Christian, I know you've got a lot to make of this buddy storyline. Let's hear what you gotta say, mate. Damn. Damn. That's it?
I agree.
That's it. There you go.
Yes.
I mean, if you
There you
want to
go.
hear, if you want to hear more, just go check out my YouTube channel and on the video
Base.
titled "The Road to WrestleMania 42" has failed miserably. I already said a lot there. And besides, I can't exactly top Leo's analogy.
Yeah.
So I'll just say, Randy Orton wins. Just please, for the love of God, stay out of it, Pat and Jelly. Just if you guys want to fight at ringside or something, just fight each other. Go ahead and do that. I don't care. Just stay out of the ring and stay out of the decision. Let Cody and Randy just duke it out in the ring. Thank you very much. That's all I'm asking for. Please. Thank you very much. Randy Orton wins.
Well, that's what we gotta hope for. That's absolutely what we're gonna have to hope for. And HeelBalor, I guess you're last up when it comes to this match. What do you make of all this bullshit?
Fuck TKO. Fuck TKO. Fuck Pat McAfee. Oh, I'm sorry. Fuck Patrick McHappy Meal. Fuck him. Fuck Cody Rhodes. Randy Orton's winning.
McAfee.
Yeah, McAfee. We got McAfee. Freaking McChicken sandwich, McNuggets with a side of freaking French fries and shit. Because this storyline.
What?
Crazy.
Damn.
This storyline. This
It's
storyline
taking-
sucks.
Hey,
You're
don't
taking a
diss
bigger-
McChickens.
taking a
McChickens
big-
are good.
That's true.
Hey,
That's true.
I'll give you this, Healers about you're taking a bigger bite out of this than the CEO of McDonald's did for the Big Arch.
I'm taking a bite out of
Yo.
Bazooka Grandma style.
There you go. Bazooka. Bazooka. This storyline freaking sucks. First of all, why is Patrick McHappy Meal even back? Didn't you say months ago you want anything to do with this? And Triple H, didn't you say that Pat McAfee was the quote face of the company? You're freaking stupid. Second of all, why did Cody? Thank you, exactly. Second of all, why did Cody Rhodes beat Drew McIntyre for the WWE Championship? Why? There was no reason to take the belt off Drew. Third of all, why is Jelly Roll and Patrick McHappy Meal even involved in the storyline? You freaking ruined this whole storyline for fucking celebrities and shit. Again, I want my 10-piece Happy Meal with freaking French fries and Sprite. All right? Are you kidding me? This is what the WWE Championship, the most prestigious championship in that company, is being treated like shit. Are you kidding me right now? And I want to hear, oh, well, it's good storyline. Again, if you are fine with this storyline, stop watching wrestling. Just stop. Stop watching wrestling, reevaluate yourself. Well, this is what TKO want. I don't give a fuck what TKO wants. Fuck them. I don't care. I want to watch what men and women do in the national wrestling ring. There's a ring and a canvas and rope, and then putting their bodies in
You
line
are
for-
cutting out, my brother.
Man,
Well,
this match is killing Will's mic.
Yeah,
That
folks.
mic is crispy.
He's
That
so
mic is
mad that it's
crispy.
breaking.
Yeah,
That
folks.
mic is crispy.
It broke his internet.
Yeah,
Will's
folks,
back. Will,
I mean-
this match is so dog shit. It broke Will's internet.
Yeah,
God
I mean, this
damn,
match is so bad. It's like, yeah, Will, of course.
Will got that crispy mic.
Exactly. Crispy with my side of McNuggets and shit, because this storyline sucks.
Fuck.
The freaking WWE Championship that was on Pat McAfee's show. Are you kidding me right now? You had it right there in front of you. You had Randy turn heel, which, by the way, isn't working because the audience is cheering him. Cucky is finally getting turned on, which is making me laugh, and it's hilarious. I told you people was coming. Fuck Cody Rhodes. Fuck Pat McAfee. Fuck the Fed. Fuck DKO. Triple
Fuck
H,
the
your hands are
police.
tied. Yeah, fuck the police, from the strength, from the underground. You know what's up. She knows what's up. Fuck this entire rivalry. Randy, I need you to RKO Pat McAfee 10 times after this match. And while you're at it, deliver the punt kick. Many, many times.
Yes, please.
Many times. This shit sucks. This shit is terrible. This is what the WWE Championship, again, the most prestigious championship in the company. Well, it was. The World Heavyweight Championship actually exists, thank God. This storyline shit. Fuck this match. Fuck this entire rivalry. Randy's winning. Fuck Pat McAfee. Fuck the Fed. Fuck TKO.
You know what? You took the words out of my mouth there with a lot of that. But I still have a fair bit to say, because fuck this storyline. Actually, fuck this storyline. This shit is probably one of the worst built storylines I think I have ever realistically seen. And there are people out there who will be happy to see a lot of things. I mean, first things first, like, I like Cody Rhodes, I do, but at this point, the only reason why people are turning on him is because all the Roman Reigns marks on fucking Twitter and shit like that are just bitter about the fact that, oh, I don't know, Cody's the face of the company and Roman isn't, when, oh, I don't know, Roman needs to fucking retire. I'll get to that later, but then again, Cody Rhodes here, he ain't fucking helping with this storyline. He ain't helping with this booking, and it's fucking ridiculous. Then you go Randy Orton being the fucking... He's not even the featured part of his own fucking storyline. Like, Randy Orton is someone who has been a veteran of this company for so long, but at this point, you're done, mate. You're done. I am done saying you after all this bullshit. And then, I used to watch Pat McAfee's show. I used to be someone who enjoyed Pat McAfee, but now all Patrick McAfee, all relative of John McAfee and sort of thing, shut the fuck up, you fucking Mark. Go cry me a river, you piece of shit. Like, I posted a video on TikTok talking about this shit, but it's like, you're talking about, oh, everything needs to go back to the fucking Attitude Era. We can't go back to that. Did you not see a lot of the shit that happened during that time frame in the wrestling industry? And just, oh my god, this shit was... I mean, Randy Orton wasn't even in the fucking Attitude Era. You got your wrong eras confused. Maybe you should say, oh, we should go back to the Ruthless Aggression Era. That would have made more sense. Oh my god. And you know what? It's gonna get worse when we get to the match, folks, because I have Randy winning this match, but oh, it's gonna get worse, because I don't think it's just Pat McAfee who is going to help Randy Orton. Because I mentioned earlier that CinemaCon is currently on in Las Vegas. You know who I think is in Las Vegas right now, who has a close connection to Hollywood, and who has... and who has a close connection with wrestling, and who has his problems with Cody Rhodes?
I think I know exactly where you're gonna go with this. Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Justin Bieber.
No, what do you mean, Christian? Dave Batista's coming back.
Oh yeah, Batista.
No.
I walk
No,
mountains, I do
No, it's good. No, you know who's
danger.
gonna get? No, you know who's gonna get involved? The people that the crew that made Smiling Friends.
Oh my god.
Dear
Base.
God.
Base, what a great show.
Folks, if you don't know who I'm talking about, I am talking about the final Nepo baby. The people's piece of shit. The Rock. Yeah.
If you smell.
Audible sigh.
Yeah, big
Audible
fucking audible sigh.
Yawn.
Audible sigh
Yawn.
from me. Cause like,
Boo this man.
If you smell what the Moana live action remake is making, apparently.
yeah, Bob Iger really seems to be sucking up to people like Pat McAfee and The Rock. And now he's no longer the CEO of Disney, but then again, the current CEO probably would be happy to suck up to them. And I wouldn't be surprised if Bob Iger decides to show his face in a wrestling ring. Then again, Cody Rhodes would him with
Please
a
don't
fucking
give them
crossroads.
ideas. Please don't give them ideas. Oh god, you know they listen to our shit.
WWE out here just putting on some bullshit. But yeah, Randy Orton's gonna be winning this. But I'm just gonna say this right now. Post WrestleMania, once Raw after Mania comes around, and Patrick McAfee, he can be like, oh, I proved everyone right. Randy Orton is the greatest of all time. Who can stop me? Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, you get the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's time for Randy Orton to be retired by Gunther. Because after this fucking storyline, you have lost all your fucking stock, Randy. You're done. You're fucking done. Gunther comes in, kills your career, kills Pat McAfee's career, wins the WWE Championship, and yeah, just full on. Yeah, I think at this point, Randy Orton, he's pretty much done. And I hate saying that, I really do, but when booking is just this bad, sometimes you just cannot recover from that. And
Why
well,
don't we go from Randy Orton busting up Cody on SmackDown and making this man bleed to Pat McAfee? Pat McAfee, you jump in? Ow, please.
Oh, God.
You're
Oh,
so
God.
mad you're breaking
You're
again.
breaking up again.
I mean, we are so mad about this bloody storyline. It just go. I mean, we're
This
so mad
match.
about this match and the storyline sort of thing that just goes to show just how ridiculous it is.
Oh, it's.
Imagine Cody retains.
I will break things in my room.
I want
That's
him to
crazy.
retain. I want him to retain so we could get McAfee and everything else out of the storyline and just keep the focus where it should have been the whole time.
So I guess Orton wins at Backlash. Hopefully, just get the belt
Man,
off Cody.
I think Pat is staying regardless of the result.
Oh Lord.
Please God, no.
You know what? Just to lighten up the mood, Tyler, shall we move on to night 2 and the opening match, which is my most anticipated match of the entire WrestleMania?
Are we talking some big meaty men slapping mate, Leo? Are we talking that?
Based.
I'm talking about
Yo.
Oh, you.
I'm talking Beast and I slapping each other's mate. Wait, what?
Hey, yo!
At this point, our audience is really questioning us right now. They're probably typing in the comments, holy shit, these are horny motherfuckers. Well, one, you are
Man,
correct.
I really think that at this point, everybody slept with everybody.
Oh,
Well, hey, Leo, what match you thinking of here?
Of
Brock
course,
Lesnar
they're
versus
talking about
Oba Femi.
yes, Brock
Yeah.
and Oba.
I'm
Oba
so
and Brock.
excited.
Like the best built rivalry of this entire WrestleMania.
Oh, yes, indeed, folks. Brock Lesnar versus Oba Femi. Say what you will about Brock Lesnar. He has been making Oba Femi look like a star here in this storyline. And Oba Femi, well, he already was a pretty big deal coming on in, having dominated NXT, and now looking to dominate on the Raw brand. And, oh man, I'll tell you, you want to talk about anticipation? This is what anticipation feels like, folks. HeelBalor, I'll start with you here. What do you make of Oba Femi versus Brock Lesnar?
Well, the heel to Balor's loves a good meat slapping. Not like that. What? The heel to Balor's love watching men slapping meat. Good shit. It's good shit.
I mean, same.
That same stage Kelsey gets it. Yeah, we love a good meat slapping. Yeah.
He's got a good point.
Yeah, good like yeah, hell yeah. I mean, this match is gonna be fun. I mean, the robbery's been fun too. Been straight to the point. Oba's winning. That's all I'm gonna say. Oba's winning. Oba better win. Please. Please, can Oba win this match? Here's what I do. The bell rings, a fall from grace multiple times, and Oba puts his boot over the broken body of the beast. That's it. Oba wins the match. That's all I'm gonna say. Oba wins. If Oba does not win, we already know this company's stupid, but they'll be even more stupid if Brock Lesnar wins.
Burn it to the ground.
Yeah, burn it, burn down Legion Stadium. Just burn down Legion Stadium. Don't do that, actually. But yeah, Oba wins.
Fair enough. Absolutely fair enough. Beast, I'll go with you next. What do you make of Oba Femi versus Brock Lesnar?
I'm a sucker for a good hoss fight. Absolutely. As much of a David Goliath guy as I am, I love me a good David Goliath story. I'm also a sucker for a good hoss fight, and this is going to be a good hoss fight. We all know my feelings on Brock. Fuck him. But he's a good hoss, as much as I don't like the son of a bitch. And Oba Femi is one of the most talented, and I'm going to say it, I know a lot of people hate this word, but one of the most complete wrestlers that has aura now, right? Like he's got it made. He is one of the coolest sons of bitches on the face of the fucking planet is Oba fucking Femi. And I need this match to go at least 20 minutes, open night 2 with this, and just have them beat the brakes off of each other. Oba's winning because what the fuck? If Oba doesn't win, no. You can't. I'm not even gonna say what's gonna happen because you can't do that. Like that's just not a possibility. Oba Femi is absolutely beating Brock Lesnar, 1,000,000 goddamn %. This shit is gonna cook though, and it's gonna be a nice hot fight. Give him like 20 minutes, beat the fucking dog shit out of each other. Oba Femi absolutely going over. I cannot wait to see where his career is gonna go. I've been a fan of him since NXT, and goddamn, he's destined for great fucking things.
Oh yeah, he really is destined for great things. Like we saw it in NXT, and I think we're gonna be seeing it right here. Kelsey, I think I'll go with you next. What do you make of Oba Femi versus Brock Lesnar?
Dude, this match, I'm so excited. Ever since their feud first started, I was like, this match is gonna go so fucking hard, and I can't wait to see them beat the shit out of each other. Honestly, as much as I would love to see Oba win, and I really hope he does, something's telling me, I have this bad feeling in the pit of my stomach that Brock's gonna win, and I hate saying that because I don't like Brock. Fuck that guy. But like, I don't know. WWE does that fuck shit, so I know they're probably gonna have him win, which I hope they don't. But either way, this match is gonna be fucking awesome, and I can't wait. It's gonna be great.
Oh yeah, I think we're all in agreement of that. Leo, what do you make of Oba Femi versus Brock Lesnar?
Hee hee, ho ho. I am so excited. I know like if there's like I'm a man who's watched wrestling since the moment I popped out of my mom's womb. I have watched all kinds of wrestling. I love technical wrestling. I love the high flying wrestling. I love chaotic wrestling. I love the hardcore crazy shit wrestling. I love comedy wrestling when it's done right. If there's one thing I love, just as if not even more, two behemoths just colliding. And that's what this match is. I know it's not in here everyone's a fan, but I don't give a shit. I am a fan. I love Brock Lesnar. I think he's great. Yes, he doesn't always try because like he doesn't really need to. He's at that point where it's like, well, if it's not gonna go well, like I'm not gonna try. But he has cared so much for this that he has gone out of his way to make Oba look like an absolute Goliath. This man literally, when confronting him, when Brock and him stared down, Brock made the mistake of look away, look back, and got his ass planted. And then ever since then, Oba's had his number, and they've just like I just love it. I love it. I love Oba. Like at first I wasn't sure how to feel about him, but during his North American title reign in NXT, and especially that match at was it the Stand and Deliver where he had the match with Dijak and Josh Briggs. That's the match that made me into an Oba Femi fan. And going into this match, the right decision, and my prediction is Oba Femi. However, I will not be mad if Brock wins on the condition that it is a long, drawn-out fight, and Brock has to basically get desperate and basically get Oba to make a mistake, Brock needs to roll him up and like hold him down, hold the tights, and get out of there once the 3 hits. And because if this is the end of his career, like he's like right there around the corner, he has to like basically face his mortality in the face, and he's got to realize, oh my god, I can't beat this monster, and he basically make him the underdog, and he has to roll Oba up, and basically, so yes, Oba loses, but it doesn't really hurt him because he made a mistake, and he was basically cheated out of victory. Thus, it could at least keep his aura, and it could keep him looking like a monster, like, hey, yes, I didn't win at WrestleMania, but Brock Lesnar had to basically cheat to beat me.
You know what?
Otherwise, yeah.
Like, you know what? I like that thinking there, Leo. I do actually like your thinking there with that.
Yeah, it's the only way I could accept a Brock Lesnar victory. Other than that, it is going to be Oba winning, and there'll be no ifs or buts about it.
Yeah, no ifs, buts, or coconuts. Just some good old hoss action, which is definitely what you like to see. And Christian, what do you make of Oba Femi versus Brock Lesnar?
Well, because Oba Femi has honestly been winning the brawls, that's why I think Brock Lesnar has taken the win. I want to see Oba Femi take this because this is an amazing thing for him. This is his first WrestleMania, and he's younger than I am. It's got to the point where I'm the old guy now. And I think that what should happen is Oba Femi defeats Brock Lesnar, but knowing the WWE, if they're trying to make Brock Lesnar look dominant on his final run here, then yeah, I see them having Brock go over at WrestleMania, and potentially down the line, Oba Femi wins the rematch. I wouldn't like it though. I'd rather see Oba Femi take it, but I just got this odd feeling that it's going to be Brock. However, I am expecting a hell of a fight between those two because that's what they've been building up to. It would be a shame if they've been building up fights for the last month, and with Brock Lesnar showing up week after week after week, just to have the match end in like 3 minutes to several F5s and suplexes. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm hoping great match. I'm hoping Oba Femi wins, but I got Brock Lesnar winning this one. So that's my take.
You know, fair enough, and definitely a good way to look at it for sure. Oh man, you know what, when it comes to the entire WrestleMania card, not just night 1, night 2, just like for both, this is my most anticipated match. Like, for the longest time when it comes to the WrestleMania build, I had legit no matches I was anticipating. But when Brock Lesnar versus Oba Femi got announced, and just the build and the story, yeah, it is my most anticipated match. Like, I'm so fucking excited. I mean, yes, Brock Lesnar is persona non grata. He obviously has had situations and shit like that we all know about. We all know the situation with him. But he can still go. He's still one hell of a wrestler sort of thing. But Oba Femi, people. Oh, Oba Femi is like, he is the future of the company. He really is. He's a tour de force. He is one of the most dominant competitors I've seen in a long time.
Future champ.
Like, honestly, he is just so deserving of, like, all the opportunities he gets, and by God, I mean, if you've seen his stuff in NXT, then you know just how damn good he is. And we've been saying it for a long time, but yeah, Oba is absolutely the guy, and this story has proven it for sure. Who have I got winning? It's an open and shut case for me, too. I've got Oba Femi winning. I think because this is Brock's last sort of run, I think Brock wants to put over as many new guys as possible. Like, as many people as he possibly can, he is going to put over. And I think he's going to start with Oba. Then, in like a middle point for this, I think what it's going to be, like, Oba will be the start. Then at SummerSlam, it will end with Gunther. But I think in the middle, we will see Brock Lesnar versus Braun Breaker. I 100% think we will see that. Probably Clash in Italy might be the best way to go for it. But still, I think we will see that. And either way, all three of these matches, Oba versus Lesnar, Breaker versus Lesnar, Gunther versus Lesnar, I think Lesnar would lose those matches to give the rub to the next generation. Because he's done pretty much everything. Brock Lesnar has done pretty much everything in this industry. Realistically, he doesn't need to, like, he's given everything to the industry. Now he's gonna have to give back to the industry. He's gotta give back, and he's gotta give back to the younger generations, and I think that's the direction they're gonna go in for the next few months. I think Lesnar, for his retirement tour, in a sense, will be putting over the next generation. He'll be putting over Oba, he'll be putting over Breaker, and he'll be putting over Gunther. So, yeah. But, hey, in terms of non-title stuff for night 2, I think this next one... Oh, I know there is someone here who very much would like to talk about this, and I know they will have a lot to say when we get to it. It is Dominic Mysterio. Actually, I should say AAA Mega Champion Dominic Mysterio taking on the Demon Finn Balor. That's right.
Shit.
Yeah, it's not just regular Finn Balor. Dominic has reached the point with Finn Balor where he's taken him down. He's brutalized him to a point where Finn's just like, all right, you made me go for the Megadeth option. And he has brought back the Demon. Last time we saw it was at WrestleMania 39. And look, it may not have been the right outcome for the Demon then, but in that sort of scenario, it was very much difficult of a fight, for sure. But in this case, in this kind of scenario, calling for the Demon is the right call here. And, oh man, it has been crazy. The end of the Judgment Day could be upon us. Christian, I will start with you. What do you make of Finn Balor versus Dominic Mysterio?
Well, for one thing, I thought the Demon was done for good, because I believe that's what Finn Balor was hoping for. But I won't lie, I really think it would have been a lot better if we didn't know that he was coming out as the Demon until the actual entrance, because, well, by this point, everybody's long accepted, had long accepted, okay, the Demon's gone for good, okay. And then all of a sudden, you know, boom, 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 that would have happened. I mean, depending on where you put the match, actually, I don't think it's going to matter, because the Demon's entrance ain't going to be surrounded in darkness whatsoever. The show's starting at 3 o'clock, and the sun shines into the stadium, so, yeah. By 3 o'clock, I'm talking about local time, folks. 3 p.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Eastern. But the fact of the matter is, it's like, you know, that's happening that quickly, like, and still, though, it would have been amazing to see Dominic show up. He's just waiting for Finn, and then all of a sudden you hear the heartbeat, and the red lights appearing, and the crowd would have gone nuts, because then they know at that point it's the Demon. But now everybody knows the Demon's going to show up, so the response is not going to be as energetic or as loud. But overall, this is a match that was, yes, long overdue, and was hinted even before last year's WrestleMania. And if you recall, last year's WrestleMania in Las Vegas, since we're talking about Mania in Vegas, look what happened last year. Dominic won the Intercontinental Championship by pinning Finn Balor. So, there's a connection here with Allegiant Stadium and those two. So, I think it'd be cool to see how after everything they've been through, finally this whole thing comes to an end with Demon Finn Balor taking the win over Dominic Mysterio. We may not get the Finn Balor that was dominant 10 years ago, but you know what? I'll be honest, even a Finn Balor outside of the Judgment Day doing his own thing is a lot better than what we've been getting. So, I'm hoping for a great match. Actually, I know these two can put on a great match. I'm hoping, that Finn Balor takes the win. Be nice to see the Demon. I wonder what colors he's going to do this time. I wonder if we'll ever see Pumpkinhead Demon in October. I still remember that
Don't
was
put that out there into the audience. No.
Damn.
But overall, I'm looking forward to the match. I got Finn Balor taking this one.
I mean, hey, this is going to be one hell of a match, so that is definitely for sure. Beast, I'll go with you here. What do you make of Finn Balor versus Dominic Mysterio?
Man, oh man. I am so fucking excited for this match. I wish that the demon didn't die a while ago, and I wish that he just kind of kept it in the back burner. But I'm so happy. I'm so happy the demon is returning now. Absolutely. I am very, very, very excited. I know that we're probably not going to get Finn Balor that was like dominant like 10 years ago when he won the Universal title, but I at least hope we're getting the Finn Balor that was dominant in NXT.
You're literally just
Second
copying
one.
what I said word for word.
I'm agreeing. And I if we're going to get a dominant Finn Balor, I hope we get the Finn Balor that was dominant during his second run in NXT.
I know, I'm messing with you, honey.
Honey.
What the?
I'm about to nut.
Damn.
I really hope that we get the Prince back. Not Callum Newman. He's the Prince of Strong Style. I want the NXT Finn Balor Prince. I want that son of a bitch after he beats Dom here. And I love me some Dominic Mysterio, and I love me some fucking Finn Balor. I am so fucking ready, dude. Just sign me the fuck up. I do have Finn Balor winning. Absolutely. Demon King going strong. And then I just need him to become the Prince again. That's all I want. That's all I want. I don't want Smiley Finn. I want the Prince of NXT to grace us with his presence on the main roster, because that's what I want. I want Finn Balor to fucking destroy motherfuckers like he did in NXT, because that dude was a killer. Sign me up. I'm ready for this shit.
Oh, yeah, man. Oh, yeah, that is definitely understandable. Leo, I'm gonna go with you next here. What do you make of Finn Balor versus Dominic Mysterio?
It's a good story. I don't expect a very long match because I expect the demon to absolutely eat Dominic Mysterio alive. Because, let's be honest, he's been owed an absolute ass whooping for the longest time. So, the demon's gonna squash Dominic.
Oh, big level squash, it sounds like. Sometimes you just need that squash. Sometimes you just need it. And, HeelBalor, I know this match is very important to you here. What do you make of Finn Balor versus Dominic Mysterio?
Very, very excited. Obviously, the Demon has not been seen since WrestleMania 39, where he lost to Edge, and we don't talk about that. It coming back, I thought really Finn wanted the Demon to be dead. I mean, honestly, I love the character. The entrance is great, but the aura, I hate that term. The aura of the Demon has pretty much been dead for a very long time. It's basically a side quest of like, oh, Finn's not doing anything. Let's bring back the paint and all that stuff. Which again, it's always cool to see the paint and the entrance, all that stuff. It's great. He's gonna beat Dominic's ass, which is gonna be awesome. Finn is also 1-4 at WrestleMania, which is a very bad record for him, and I hate that. I really, really hate that. He lost at 34. He won at 30. He won at 35. He lost at 39. He lost at 40, and he lost at 41. So he needs to win here. He needs to win. If he does not win, if Dominic, first of all, I would not be surprised if Dominic beats the Demon, which would be hilarious, because knowing this, they had my man come out as a banana last year. God, we don't talk about that. From a banana to a demon. That's something. The story, obviously.
For the record, he did that because YouTube turned 20 years old, so it's peanut butter jelly time.
Peanut butter jelly time. Way what classic. Dang it, now you got some of that. I'm very excited, but yeah, like he's 1-4 at WrestleMania, which is not a good record on him. He needs to win this match. He will win this match. As you guys said earlier, I think we all said the Judgment Day after this whole thing, after Liv Morgan and this whole thing with Finn Balor and whatever, this whole thing needs to just be done with the Judgment Day. The Judgment Day ends with Finn Balor. That's how it's kind of Finn's the last one left of the OG quote OG with Damian, Rhea, and and Edge, and I guess Dom too a little bit, Dom. Well, that was never sorry. Edge, basically, what I mean, like the core four of the Judgment Day. It just needs to end. Finn, it ends with Finn beating Dominic. Do I think the rivalry is ending after this? No, it's not, because Finn's gonna go back to being, his usual self, and people are begging to bring back the trunks. Bring back the trunks, Finn. I guess I personally want the Prince back. I'm kind of with Beast myself. I want the Prince back. Again, it's cool to see the Demon. I can't wait, but I really miss the Prince. I miss, just him being the real rock and roll, that kind of stuff. Just him being the badass that he is. And he's not getting younger. This is his final contract, I guarantee you. His contract lasts till 2029. And I think he's done after this. So I need my guy to get some wins, especially at WrestleMania. I'm still proud. I'm still a fan. I'm beyond glad we got him and CM Punk twice. So that's something I can hang my hat on. Me and Beast King, our hats on. Our faves guys go at it. I'm very excited for the match, but Finn's winning. After the match, that'll be it. Pretty much end the Judgment Day. Finn's winning. If Dominic wins, I won't be surprised. I'll just laugh and just throw a lot of slurs at this company. A lot of, very, very bad slurs at this company, probably. And very dark shit. But in all seriousness, Finn's winning. That's all I'm going to say. Finn wins. Dominic's going to chase or whatever and do whatever the heck he does, and then that'll be it. But Finn's winning at Mania.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. And, hey, I mean, this company's been pulling off some bullshit as of late, so fair enough. Yeah, I think for me with this one, it's kind of obvious when it comes to this. I mean, Finn, he's bringing in that Megadeth kind of option, that kind of final, last resort type deal. Just like, okay, you went this far? Fine. I will go as far as I need to by unleashing my full power with the Demon. And that's always like been Finn's thing. Just like, oh, if I need to, I would do it. And, well, he needed to, and he's done it. And I'm glad he is, because I have missed the Demon for so long. Sure, we got a little bit of Demonito in a AAA, but still, it ain't the same. I'm just glad we're getting the Demon back, and I'm just glad that hopefully this finally marks the end for Judgment Day. Because let's be honest here, Dominic Mysterio, he don't need Liv Morgan, he don't need JD, he don't need all the ladies. If you've been watching AAA, then you know that Dominic, he's a great babyface by himself. He absolutely can be. I mean, he is fucking over as hell in AAA. And it's like, why don't you take that as a sign that, like, oh, I don't know, Dominic should be a good guy. You don't need him being a heel. You don't need him being a part of a faction. You just have him be on his own, damn it. So here's what I think is going to happen. I think Finn Balor will absolutely win. Don't know if it'll be a squash or a much more even side match. Just like Finn wins. And then after the match, JD McDonough and Liv Morgan, they'll walk on down to the ring. They'll look concerned for Dom. They'll pick up Dom. And I don't know, Liv kicks Dom in the dick. Liv takes Dom to Dick Kick City. And then, oh, I don't know, JD.
Can I prepare that? Can I prepare that dick first?
I mean, if you need to.
Then don't. Again, do not take anything I said for granted. Take everything for granted. I don't care. Continue.
Yeah. I think we're going to see that. I think JD will attack Dom as well. And pretty much that will officially mark the end of Judgment Day. Both of them just attacking him. But then afterwards, Finn Balor, he looks around. He sees what's going on. He's like, you know what? Might as well help out. And he scares off JD and Liv. The both of them walk back up the ramp sort of thing. And then Dom, he looks at Finn. Finn looks at Dom, knowing what they've been through. Dom, he puts his hand up. Finn, he puts his hand over, and then they shake hands out of respect. And with that, that will turn Dominic face and end the Judgment Day. Because let's be honest here, Judgment Day has been needing to end for a long time, and I think this is probably the best way to do it. So, yeah, I think that's overall going to be how I think the scenario is going. But yeah, Finn Balor absolutely has got this. He's absolutely got this. My God. Well, I mean, earlier on when we were talking about Oba versus Brock, I didn't mention the fact that that match will also be one that will be shown to cable viewers on ESPN. And this next match that we're talking about, the first of the title matches for night 2, is also one of those matches that will be on ESPN for those people. And oh, this is going to be a good one. It is a ladder match for the Intercontinental Championship as the champion Penta defends against Javon Evans, Dragon Lee, JD McDonough, Rusev, and Rey Mysterio. No gonna lie, this is quite a crazy lineup, but honestly, this is the kind of lineup that just is like, yeah, sure, why not? Although, to be honest, there is one person in this match that shouldn't really be in this match, and we probably will have our own takes on that, and we will absolutely get to it. But still, this is kind of crazy. When it comes to most of the entrants, they were confirmed, like, way before, just like before they could even do qualifiers or anything, they were just confirmed. Rey Mysterio, on the other hand, he just showed up and was like, you know what? I want to be in this ladder match. And Penta was just like, alright, you can be in this ladder match. Which, I mean, hey, Penta having respect for Rey Mysterio, hey, that's cool to see. But yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a crazy fun match. I mean, it's a ladder match. You know it's gonna be a lot of fun. So, HeelBalor, I'll start with you on this one. What do you make of the IC title ladder match?
You know me. I love a good ladder match. I love just a lot of, chaos and anarchy and just, anarchy in the arena. I'm kidding. Wrong company and wrong match type. This is going to be fun. I am very excited for this. The only thing I don't like is why is Rusev in this match? That's it. I'm sure Beast Buddy over here is going to explain that a little bit more, but, Rusev, again,
He
he's
won a
cool.
qualifying match that didn't even air on, but when it was announced.
What?
Rusev, yeah, he won a qualifying match.
What?
Everybody except for Rey Mysterio won a qualifying match.
Where the heck were these showcased?
It was on main event. However, what happened was they announced the participants and they said they earned their spots by winning qualifying matches on main event. The problem is those editions of main event didn't air yet.
So what? They decide to pull a whole Rio de Janeiro here?
Yeah, Rusev beat Joaquin Wild, I think it was.
What?
Yeah,
that's how they got in.
I just added this sound in. It'll explain everything.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are we doing? What? Really? That's how they got in?
Yep, that's how they got in.
Okay. All right, I don't know what we're doing here, but all right. What's really sad about this? Penta just won the IC title. He doesn't need to lose it. On the other hand, I wouldn't really mind anyone winning this match, I guess. Like, JD McDonough, he's not winning. Be cool. I love Jordan Devil and all, but he's not winning. Dragon Lee is not winning. Again, love him. He's doing great. And I'm glad he's been AJ Styles, I guess, passed down the Styles Clash to him, which is incredible. I like it. Miss Ray, you shouldn't be in this match at all. Period. And it's number 2. I love number 2. But you shouldn't be in this match. Then it comes down to these two, Javon Evans and Penta. Penta just won the belt. Don't take it off of him. But if they weren't taking it off him, I maybe give it to Javon Evans. But that's not going to happen. I'm going to go with Penta to retain the IC title. And he holds it till SummerSlam. This is me envisioning, by the way, folks. He holds it till SummerSlam where he loses to Javon Evans. That's what I do. But this company is something and on crack and cocaine. But what do I know? Penta's winning and retaining the IC title.
I mean, hey, you do make a good point on that. Although I will say, Penta has had a defense already in AAA against Vikingo, which... Why is Vikingo not in this match? I think we'll
Yeah,
all
he had
Because
a
he
defense
lost.
at triple. He had the defense against Vikingo, and then he had like 3 other defenses on Raw.
And you're questioning why Vikingo's not in the match. It's because he lost. The others who are in this match thought they earned it. Except for Ray.
Yeah. You know how it goes with WWE. They just like to mess with our heads a bit. Christian, I'll go with you next. What do you make of the IC title ladder match?
It's a list of people who otherwise would not have been involved at WrestleMania. Now that I think more about it, I would have actually done something else. I would have switched things up a little bit. I would have actually replaced the 6-man tag match that's happening on Saturday to an actual world tag title match with the Usos versus Logan Paul and Austin Theory, and then put LA Knight in the Intercontinental title ladder match. Because I think that'd be fantastic. But right now, I think it's good that, Javon Evans, Dragon Lee, and JD McDonough are getting their first WrestleMania moment. So, that's the first time they've ever competed at WrestleMania. Rusev, thankfully, he ain't missing WrestleMania after he returned the night after last year's Mania. As for Ray, no, I wouldn't put him in this match because he just came back from a nagging injury and he's severely sensitive to injuries. I'm like, why would you welcome him back by putting him in a ladder match? That dude's up there in age. So this is honestly not a good idea. But Penta, yeah, I see Penta taking the win right here because, yeah, he just won the title about a month ago, and it would be amazing to see him continue his reign because he's been doing good as champion. He's actually been interesting. And I'm not a fan of the whole, we're only putting a ladder match at WrestleMania just so we can crown a new champion every single time. It doesn't always have to be a new champion. No, we barely ever see a ladder match with all these participants and the champion defeats the odds. I'm like, I hope this is the same. This is going to be the case for this year because Penta deserves to once again prove that he can defy all odds. And he just recently got taken seriously, him finally contending for the Intercontinental Championship and then winning it. That's to me is him finally being taken seriously. So I'm hoping things are going to go good from this. That Penta is going to continue his title reign. It'd be the right thing to do. I got Penta winning and retaining the Intercontinental Championship.
Oh, yeah, for sure on that one. Beast, I'll go with you next. What do you make of the Intercontinental Championship ladder match?
It's going to be a lot of fun, man. It is going to be a lot of fucking fun. I do have Penta retaining as well, but I'm a sucker for a good WrestleMania ladder match, They've all been great, and I think that this is really, really going to cook as well. I definitely got Penta winning, but I am seeded for this match. As you have seen on my, I'm sure you've seen, because you're clicking on this video, the thumbnail for the podcast I make every podcast from, I believe, Revolution until now, and I'm going to continue making them. The pod art for this, again, made by me, and I put a ladder on top of the WrestleMania logo and put the IC title on top of there because I was like, well, I can't fit everybody on the fucking thumbnail. So I was like, because I'm excited for the ladder match. It's going to be fucking great. So I had to put a little reference to it in the pod art, and it's going to be a great match, man. I'm very, very excited. Penta is absolutely retaining. I would not be mad at anybody else in this match winning, though, because this is going to be a lot of fun. Really, I'm just going to be seated and watching it. It's going to be great. My prediction is not a yes because I do think that Penta's winning, but I would not be mad at anybody else in this match getting the win. Even Rusev, who, because, you got really more cruiserweight athletic guys in here, and he's going to be interesting to see how they work around. Even if he wins, I would not be upset because, all the guys in this are really, really talented. So I do have Penta winning, but I'm not mad if anybody else wins either.
Fair enough there, Beast. Fair enough. And, Leo, what do you make of the Intercontinental Championship ladder match?
This is one of the 3 matches I was looking most forward to, and I love me ladder matches. They are the best. Like, who doesn't love a good ladder match, especially at WrestleMania? Like, tell me one ladder match at Mania that ever like was a flop. You can't. That they've all been good. Even the Money in the Bank ones. Yes, there have been some that are like weaker than others, but they've all been good. Good to absolutely exceptional. So this will be no exception. I have Penta retaining. However, if I was to have a second person like as a winner, it would be Javon Evans.
I mean, fair enough. That is reasonable to assume there. Ah, man, this is my... Honestly, in terms of my most anticipated matches, this is my second most anticipated match. Because, I mean, Penta as IC champion is fucking awesome. Penta is one of the best additions that WWE has ever made to their roster. And the talent pool in this ladder match is pretty good, but look, it could have some improvement, but it's still going to be awesome. It's a ladder match. Like, it's going to be awesome. I mean, Javon Evans, one of the best additions to the Raw roster. He is fantastic. Wish he would have won the NXT Championship, but you know how it goes. But still, like, very much glad to see him in this. Dragon Lee, I'm glad to see him in this as well. Like, again, Dragon Lee, he's been doing some good stuff in AAA as well. Like, that seems to be a theme with, like, half of the guys have been doing stuff in AAA, half of the guys aren't. I guess it just goes to show something, I suppose. JD McDonough, this is the one where I very much am like, why is he here? Like, I get people saying, oh, he's going to take the fall. He's the fall guy. He's going to take a lot of spots and so everything. Why is JD McDonough here? This spot should have been Vikingo. It absolutely should have been Vikingo. Because JD, I'm sorry.
Again, he won a qualifying match.
He may have won a qualifying match, but JD, I don't think really should be in this match. Like, I'm sorry. I just don't see anything with JD McDonough right now. And considering, like, Judgment Day split sort of thing, he is going to be the weakest link. He absolutely is. And it's like, why is he here? Why is he in this match? JD would be better off getting drafted back to NXT and, like, doing stuff there. Like, I know that's crazy for me to say, but I don't know, that would honestly be better off for JD, but that's just me. And there's a lot of people online who are saying that Rusev is the weak link in this match, but if you've seen, like, other ladder match sort of thing, where it's, like, a bunch of cruiserweight sort of guys sort of thing, and there's, like, a Hoss in there, or, like, a Giant, a lot of the time, those matches are pretty good, and, like, the Giant or the Hoss sort of thing, they actually do really good in ladder matches. They actually have some creative spots and creative stuff. I'm excited to see what Rusev does in the ladder match. I'm more excited to see what Rusev does than JD. So, yeah. And, Rey Mysterio. I know there are people online being a bit funny, being like, oh, Rey decided, oh, I don't want to get retired by Gunther, so I'm going to put myself in a ladder match. I get the jokes on that, but look, I'm glad to see Rey's healthy there. I mean, he's been doing commentary on AAA, and he's been pretty good at it, to be honest. So, yeah, but honestly, I'm glad to see Rey getting back in the ring here. Considering how last year at WrestleMania, he was supposed to be in a match, but, well, that didn't happen. So, I'm glad to see Rey actually get another Mania match here. Who have I got winning? Penta. It's obviously Penta. I think Penta is going to keep hold of the title for a little while longer. And honestly, I could even see him drop the belt to someone even in AAA. Don't know who exactly, but just in general, just like, I could see that happening. Because, like, WWE is treating AAA like, in a way, the third brand. Even though I would consider NXT to be the third brand and AAA to be the fourth. Evolve the fifth. But you get the idea. Like, I very much see Penta keeping hold of the belt and continuing his great stuff across WWE's brands. Oh man, but this next title match, I don't know if we've got much positive to say about why this match is, but I think we'll have some positive things to say about how this match is gonna go, in a sense. It is for the United States Championship, and it is Trick Williams going up against the champion, Sami Zayn. Yeah, this has been quite a convoluted story. So, a few weeks back, the current US champion was Carmelo Hayes, and he and Ilya Dragunov were having their great stuff. And then out of nowhere, Sami Zayn won the belt, Trick Williams wanted a shot, and so here we are. They're having this match. And to be honest, I'm a little bit not happy about the fact that it's not a fatal four-way with Carmelo and Ilya involved, but you know, if that's the direction WWE's going for with this, that's the direction they went with. And it's definitely been interesting. I mean, bloody little Yachty, or whoever he is, has been involved with Trick, so it's interesting. It's just interesting, I guess. Leah, I'll start with you with this one. What do you make of Trick Williams versus Sami Zayn?
You know how earlier we were all complaining like how this should have been like this person going to the championship match, like Drew McIntyre should have been going into WrestleMania as WWE champion and whatnot, and with the Cody and Randy situation. That sentiment for me, it doesn't apply to, never applied to that. It applies to this. Because, by God, what the hell? Poor Carmelo Hayes was doing so good as U.S. champion, all for the rug to be pulled out under him right before WrestleMania. So, for what? For another thing for Sami to do? Like, come on. Like, you couldn't even make this a triple threat? Or a fatal four-way involving Dragunov? Like with all they've been doing? No, we're just gonna keep it a one-on-one thing. Hell, I don't even think this, if you want to do Trick versus Sami, it doesn't even need the title. But you know what? I ain't the booker. So, tell you what, if this was all done just so Trick could take the title off of Sami, that way, like, Trick didn't take it off of Melo so they could save that match for later, fine. But the only thing I'm interested in with this match is if and only if Sami Zayn fully turns heel, because like the whole like I'm a good person, like doing the right thing, like caring for other people and whatnot, that underdog kind of good guy shtick for Sami, it's lost a lot of its value. Honestly, he was a lot more interesting when he was like the conspiracy theorist, like going kind of being a bum character, little over the top, comedic. Like, we needed that Sami Zayn back. And we could get it at this WrestleMania if he drops the US title to Trick Williams. And for the love of God, please, Little Yachty, don't be the deciding factor of this match. Like, we already had enough with Travis Scott last year. We don't need another D-list rapper getting involved with a title match.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you do bring up a good point there with Sami, how, like, there's obviously a high level of fan resentment right now, and obviously that whole thing, so I think we'll probably have a lot to say on that for sure. HeelBalor, I'll go with you next. What do you make of the United States Championship match?
It's going to be a fun match. I mean, my boy Melo gets screwed. My boy Melo got screwed out of this match. Should have walked in as U.S. champion. It's a shame. Same company that left off Motor City Machine Guns, left off Fraxium. You know where they are right now? They're currently at WWE Access, WWE World, WWE Access, wrestling on that. That's where my boys are. Disgusting. What a travesty. leaving off Carmelo Hayes. Just, yeah. But Jelly Roll can make WrestleMania. Okay, I see how it is. Okay. Fuck the Fed. Fuck them. Anyways, this is gonna be fun. Trick Williams is winning this match. The only reason, I think Leo said it best, the only reason Sammy should and probably could win is he turns heel. Which again, Sammy being a heel, I mean, I guess I wouldn't say it's needed or warranted in my opinion, but they might have to because the resentment of what they've been given, they've been given with because you shouldn't take the belt off Carmelo Hayes. Stupid company. Lil Yachty, stay out of this match. Trick Williams is winning this match and winning the US Championship.
I mean, fair enough. Christian, I'm gonna go with you next on this one. What do you make of the United States Championship match?
Well, despite the fact that WWE is the top wrestling company, when I see Trick Williams with Lil Yachty, for some reason I got Dollar Store Swerve Strickland and Prince Nana.
You know what? You're actually right on that.
Yeah, that is a little weird. But yeah, I wasn't expecting this feud. I knew this match was gonna happen at WrestleMania, but I thought it was just gonna be a non-title singles match, and I would have been okay with it. But no, I did not need the United States Championship because the whole deal with it was that Trick Williams somehow had a match set for WrestleMania, but Sami Zayn did not. And that's why I'm like, okay, Nick Aldis approaches Trick Williams. Hey, man, I got you a match at WrestleMania. He did not name an opponent, though, because that wasn't set in motion. But yeah, in that same promo, he turned to Sami Zayn. Yeah, I got nothing for you, unless something changes. Sorry about that. All Sami honestly had to say was, well, you just gave Trick Williams a match, and he has no opponent, so you know what? I accept Trick Williams' challenge. I am going to face him at WrestleMania. You got an opening, so I'm going to WrestleMania. There we go. So and that's why it never made sense that Sami had to jump through hoops to win the United States title just to get a match at WrestleMania. I'm like, this is the guy that main event at WrestleMania 39, beat Gunther to end the 600-plus day title reign at WrestleMania 40, and he was not at WrestleMania 41, but that was because he was on recovery from that fight he had with Kevin Owens. So the fact that it was somehow impossible for him to get a match at WrestleMania, but it was super easy for Trick Williams, barely an inconvenience. Trick really didn't do anything, honestly, to warrant a WrestleMania match. No disrespect to him, but he did nothing, really, nothing. All he did was show up, have people say, whoop that Trick, and that's it. Sami Zayn, on the other hand, nah, I got nothing for you. But he had to win the U.S. title at the expense of Carmelo Hayes and Ilya Dragunov. I was hoping, honestly, that Carmelo and Ilya for the U.S. title could have been at WrestleMania because, remember, for the longest time, Carmelo wanted the rematch with Ilya, and Dragunov said, no, I can't because if I give in to my rage, I will destroy you. The whole deal could have went on, and then finally it became too much, and Dragunov finally gave into his rage, setting the tone for WrestleMania. Now that would have been fantastic to watch. Carmelo and Ilya literally on a murder spree at WrestleMania. But because Sami Zayn has now the U.S. title, and they're giving it to Trick Williams, it looks like, possibly. Sami Zayn versus Trick Williams is now for the U.S. title. Ilya Dragunov vanished off the face of the earth, and Carmelo Hayes has to fake a leg injury just so people can have a storyline excuse for him not being at Mania. So that's why this is really not a good thing. Like, they messed up once again. They had something going. All they had to do was one simple sentence. I accept the challenge. I will be Trick Williams' opponent at WrestleMania. That's all that needed to be said. Could have gone from there. The feud was already in motion. Could have just gone from there. They're not going with it. So because of that, we got a disappointing U.S. title scene. And by the looks of things, Sami Zayn's definitely going to have to turn heel because now people are booing the shit out of him. And it's not even his fault. He's the victim of the poor-ass booking. People are already cheering on Trick Williams because, well, he's got a catchy theme music. Of course they're going to cheer for Trick Williams. He's got a catchy theme music. Lil Yachty, that whole deal is not making things any better. No disrespect. I don't even know who that guy is, honestly. But to be perfectly honest, it's like I was looking forward to this match when it was just a non-title singles match. Then it would have been fine. But because it's for the US title and it came at the expense of people like Carmelo Hayes, Ilya Dragunov, Matt Cardona, maybe even Johnny Gargano. Because of all that, this is really not that interesting anymore. This is just depressing. That's my take on it. But I have Trick Williams winning the US title and hopefully turning babyface because this heel run is not going to do well because people are cheering for you louder. And turn Sami Zayn heel too because that just might be the only way that can save him. And also, drop the underdog story with Sami Zayn forever. It's been 12 years. Drop it forever.
Thank you. Thank you, Christian.
Ruthless depression,
Drop it
folks.
forever. Yep. Drop it forever. Just, that's enough. Thank you very much.
Ruthless depression, folks. Ruthless depression. This era has just been ridiculous, but still, it's been quite complicated. Based, what do you make here of the United States Championship match?
You know, I absolutely agree with Christian. I absolutely agree with all my losers. Like this, the man, poor Carmelo Hayes. This should have been Mello versus Trick at Mania. Then I'm not mad at Sami Zayn being US champ. I'm not. Should have been Mello Trick Mania. Mello should have retained. Then we should have got Sammy Mello at Backlash or something. I don't fucking know. We'll figure it out. And that's where Sammy could take it from Mello. This just, it screams that WWE doesn't know what the fuck they want to do and that they're hot potato and shit, just a hot potato shit. And just, I don't know. It goes back to, I mean, different company, but it goes back to the Chris Statlander Tekla thing from AEW, right? Like, I'm not mad that Tekla beat Statlander for the world title. I'm mad at the timing of it. It was just the wrong time. Not mad at Sammy being US champ. Actually, I kind of fuck with it. It's just the wrong time. And it was at the expense of a great champion like Mello. And it was at the with AEW, it was at the expense of a great champion like Chris Statlander, who Chris Statlander deserved more, and Mello deserved more. Isn't that funny how it all works like that? I hate to say that I would be a better booker, but you know I would be. Not to say I haven't booked anything before, because I have. Like, I don't know, dude. It's very weird. It's very, very odd. I think Trick's winning. Absolutely. If it was a perfect world, though, again, it would be Mello Trick at Mania. Mello would retain, and then we'd get Sammy Mello, and Sammy would take the title off Mello at an actual pay-per-view, which is what both guys deserve, to be elevated more, not on a fucking random episode of SmackDown. But again, what the fuck do I know? I don't know. Strange. It's kind of like I know shit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what's up, Beast. You know what's up. Oh, man. For me, when it comes to this, you know what? I'm kind of the opposite when it comes to, like, a lot of people when it comes to this, where, like, people are, like, not interested in Sami Zayn. I'm the opposite. I'm not interested in Trick Williams. In fact, I've never been interested in Trick Williams as much. Like, I've tried. Believe me, I have tried to get into Trick Williams, but he just doesn't do it for me. He just doesn't. I don't know what it is. Like, his fucking, all of his bloody catchphrases are bloody annoying as hell, and he's Booker T's guy, and then again, Booker T, he's way too bloody annoying on commentary, so that didn't help for shit. And it's like, I don't know. I am not a Trick Williams guy. He may be an okay wrestler, but that's all he is. Okay. He is not main event. In fact, I don't even see him as mid-card. I don't know what it is. I have no real interest in Trick Williams, and I think he was better off being Mello's sidekick. He was better off being Mello's sidekick instead of being a main attraction. That's just me. That's honestly just me on that. And obviously, that's not everyone's opinion, but still, I'm I'm the odd man out when it comes to it. I still like Sami Zayn. I don't get fully why everyone's just continuously booing him. And I get it, though. I get it. People are getting tired of the whole shtick. But still, I still like it, so I don't know. I guess I'm just the odd man out here. Who have I got winning? I've got Sammy. Again, just I'm the odd man out here. I don't know. Just something about Trick just doesn't really appeal to me. So I'm just like, okay, I'll just go Sammy. And look, if you like Trick, cool. All the power to you, but he just doesn't do it for me. And that's okay. That is absolutely okay. Oh man, but this next matchup, well, while it has been a complicated one to get to, and it's a weird one to get to, it should be more than just okay. It should be great, as it is for the WWE Women's Championship, as it is the champion Jade Cargill defending against Rhea Ripley? But this has to be a joke, right? This has to be a joke. Like,
Let me see. Let me check the notes. No, it seems about right.
really? That's fucking crazy. Because, like, oh, I don't know. Wasn't Rhea, like, in the middle of a tag team with Io Sky?
Yes, but they left EO off the card, and they decided to put in Rhea Ripley because she won the Elimination Chamber, and of course, you know, Bianca Belair's been injured since WrestleMania of last year, so they decided to get Rhea as a replacement. So there we go. Didn't forget to mention EO is off this WrestleMania card, and Asuka, and Kairi Sane, and Tiffany Stratton, and Julia, and Motor City Machine Guns, and Infraxium. Am I forgetting anybody? No?
Ilya?
No.
I mean, we already talked
Ilya
about
Dragunov.
that. So.
I can give you a list, but it'll be as long as Jericho's 1,004 holds.
Good God, there you go. Don't forget to mention the tab belts are off the card. Yeah. Good stuff. All right, good stuff.
Yeah, it has been
Travesty.
just I just don't know what to say here. This is probably the most hap-dash booking I have seen for a women's title feud, because like Rhea was never supposed to be in like the women's title scene again. She wasn't, but we don't got anyone for Jade to face, so parachute in Rhea. And don't get me wrong, as an Aussie, I 100% love Rhea, but this, oh boy, this has been complicated. Not to mention the fact that Jade, she's kind of got a faction now, and
the whole deal with Rhea joining came at a cost as well, because wasn't Rio doing such a great job in the tag division?
What tag division?
No, they actually were doing really good. It got to the point where literally after the Royal Rumble, I was starting to think about fantasy booking about what could happen with the tag division scene at WrestleMania, especially with Rhea Ripley and Io Sky leading the charge.
Yeah.
They were, but unfortunately, the person who they wanted to face Jade is unavailable because she still had to get her hand fixed. So this was the best case scenario they could come up with.
Because speaking of, I feel bad for Bianca Belair, if that's who you're referring to.
Yes.
Yeah, because like she's only recently had the surgery on her finger, and it's still not healing properly. That's why I'm legitimately worried about her.
Same.
Yeah. Like, it is rough.
Even if it doesn't properly heal up, like if she does continue to compete, like when she comes back, like she may like have to wear like special made gloves to keep her finger protected.
Yeah. I mean, hey, she could probably make them look cool. Now, that's for sure. But hey, you want to know what's not cool? Jade Cargill, out of nowhere, deciding to have a faction with two of the people that she bet up. So, yeah, I
mean,
think
we know why. Like this is basically like their way of like having Jade like what was her faction in AEW? The Baddies with
We don't talk about that.
with Red Velvet and who else?
Who?
I'm asking genuinely. I forgot who.
Oh yeah,
Who was?
I have no idea. Red Velvet and like somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, this shit is just wild. So, I guess, Base, we'll start with you here. What the hell do you make of this weirdly booked women's championship story?
It's very oddly booked. I used to be a huge fan of Jade Cargill. Still kind of am, but I love me some fucking Rhea Ripley. Been a huge fan of Rhea Ripley since she was in NXT UK. I think that Jade is definitely underrated. I know some people are like, "Oh man, she's green." She's always been kind of sloppy, but I think she's underrated. I've been a fan of her since her work in AEW.
Did you just call her the Wicked Witch?
No,
because you said she was green.
Nice reference. I guess that makes Rhea Glenda the Good.
Whoa. That makes her Gothic the Good is what that makes her.
Gothic the Good. Hell yeah.
Face, that's me. I do like Jade. What's the word I want? My feelings on her, I guess, have soured over the last little bit, unfortunately. But Rhea's really rad. I think this is supremely oddly booked. I don't know, man. I think that Rhea's gonna win here, and unfortunately, Rhea's gonna go to shit down, which is a shame. SmackDown is not gonna treat anybody nice. That show needs to just go off the air at this point. Because goddamn, you need to reevaluate fucking priorities, man. Shit down is not good. And unfortunately, Rhea's probably gonna go there as a champ and whatever. Hey, man, it's fine. It's whatever. It's whatever. But hey, it's another notch in Rhea's belt. She gets another title. As a Rhea fan, not gonna complain. Just she's gonna go to SmackDown and that sucks. But I do have Rhea winning. And I think this is gonna be a decently fun match. I just Jade, I've soured on her a little bit again, unfortunately. And Rhea, I just don't want to see her go to SmackDown, but it's probably gonna happen.
Yeah, it's kind of tough of a situation here, but you know how it goes. WWE sometimes just has to parachute in for random situations like this. HeelBalor, I think I'll go with you here next. What do you make of this weirdly booked women's title situation?
I told everybody months ago that Jade Cargill's title reign wasn't going to really amount to anything. I gave it a chance. I did. And I said, it doesn't last long. It didn't do anything for me. Well, there you go. Proven right. Proven right. Then, of course, Rhea Ripley comes in the fold. I like Rhea. I do like Rhea. This storyline has sucked because there really is no storyline, honestly. I mean, apparently they have legit beef against each other, which started on social media, but that's neither here nor there. Then apparently you have, B-Fab and Meechin, who I forgot was even on the roster of Shitdown, decided to come into the fold and form a little stable with with Jade Cargill. I mean, cool. Rhea's winning. That's all I'm going to say. Rhea Ripley wins the title.
Yeah, it has definitely been complicated, that's for sure. Christian, I think I'll go with you next. What do you make of this weird women's title story?
Well, it's some content. It's a match and it's happening. So yeah, we're getting a match and some content and Rhea Ripley's winning. Yeah.
I mean, see, this is what you've done, TKO. You've broken us. You've actually broken us here with these storylines. Oh my god. And Leo, what do you make of this weird ass women's title story?
Even from the start, they things have been off. It's just kind of it started off as like, oh, I'm gonna beat you because I'm better, because I'm that bitch. And then the other goes, oh, I'm better than you because because I've done all this because I'm that bitch. And well, that look, they really had nothing for this rivalry, and it shows. It didn't really start getting at least somewhat interesting until Eos guy got involved, and even then it's like, oh well.
Actually,
Everyone's
actually no offense, sorry interrupting, but that kind of made it a little worse because Io Sky, in the midst of a feud with Asuka and Kairi Sane, suddenly joins in on that feud just to do some fall damage.
Yeah.
Because they had to punish somebody, I guess, and they couldn't make Rhea look weak, and they couldn't make Jade look weak because they were back in the corner. So Io Sky was taking the fall damage for no reason.
Yeah, that was definitely questionable. Don't you think, Leo?
yeah. Questionable, yes. I'm just it's interesting, but it's like not good. Other ways, like who's gonna win this match? Everyone said Rhea. I'm actually gonna go for Jade to retain because I don't think Rhea's the one they really wanted to take the title off of her because like she was never meant to be in this position. If this position was Bianca Belair without the hand injury, like I would be more conflicted because I would have said I could see it go either way, but because Rio is a substitute, I don't see them putting the title on her. So for that, I'm gonna say that Jade Cargill will retain, with interference of Meechin and BFAB.
You know what? That is probably the fairest way to go for this, like, for sure. Ah, man, like, as a Rhea Ripley fan, I feel just dejected here that this does nothing for her in terms of, like, the storyline. This does nothing. And I get why they went with the story. Bianca's out sort of thing, and you can't really go for it. But if that was the case, then why couldn't you do fucking Tiffany Stratton versus Jade Cargill again? Why couldn't you do that?
We already did that like 4 times.
I know, but you could have just been like, okay, let's just do it again. It'll be fine. Just put in some kind of stipulation.
That would have been a lot worse. No disrespect, that would have been a lot worse.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that
to be
is
fair, like Jade to me is better when she has someone good to bounce off of, and the same goes with Tiffany Stratton. Like she's good, she just needs someone to kind of be there to elevate her in the match. Like she's good, she's just not that good. And then when those two were facing, like we never really got a good match. So that's why I'm like, I didn't want to see it again.
Well, I guess that's fair enough, but still, I'm really not sure about this one. This match just made no sense from the beginning, and now that the feud has come to this point, this has made lesser and lesser sense by the minute, and I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I legit don't care. You know what? I'm gonna say this right now. On my notes, I have it saying that Rhea wins, because it makes sense, but you know what? I think this is the kind of match where I don't care, and I'm just gonna play something watching it. I don't know, maybe I'll play some more Retro Rewind. That game's really good. Maybe I might hop on my PS3 and play some fucking Bioshock. Yeah, maybe some Bioshock would be nice. Or Bioshock 2. Bioshock 2 would be really good to play, but...
Do you have the remastered?
I do on PS4 sort of thing,
You
but
could,
just...
you can download on the PS5.
Well, yeah, of course, but I don't know, just something about the original versions. But still, I do not care for this match. I really don't. And this is like the biggest match of the not caring category, and I'm a Rhea fan. I should care about this match, but WWE has done everything in the power to make me not care. So, there you go. But folks, this has been such a long podcast that I think it's time we get to the big one. I think it's time we get to the match that has had the most story, the most build, and the most insanity. Folks, It is the main event of night 2.
Tyler, we already talked about Brock Lesnar and Obafemi.
Oh yeah, but
And we already
this-
talked about Finn Balor versus Dominic.
Well, okay.
Okay, the third one, right?
Yeah. It is for the World Heavyweight Championship, and it is CM Punk defending the belt against Roman Reigns. Yeah, this has been interesting. So, Roman Reigns was the winner of the Royal Rumble, and he immediately decided, you know what? I want Punk. So he chose Punk. And ever since then, the both of them had to decide, you know what? These golden shovels we have, let's just use them on each other and just throw them as like blade daggers or something. Because at this point, they are just burial after burial after burial after burial. At this point, each other, they're not even Z-bros anymore. They just Z. They're not even bros. Because they just cannot stand each other, and now it has come to this point. It has come to this moment. Folks, this is gonna be a crazy match. Like, we are expecting this match to be pure and utter insanity, and considering the build, well, it's definitely gonna be heated, that's for sure. So, Leo, I'll start with you here. What do you make of the World Heavyweight Championship match?
I expect a great main event. If last year's was anything to go by, with just without Seth involved, like yes, these two don't like each other, but they are gonna put on an excellent match. Now, for the winner, I can see it go either way. I'm not going to be mad if Punk wins. I'm not mad if Roman wins. Because at the end of the day, I just want them to put the best match possible. If I had to pick a winner, I've looked at a lot of bets. People been going 50-50, split down the middle. I'm going to go with Roman Reigns to win the World Heavyweight Championship because not because I know, like, oh my god, you're letting your dislike of Punk for the get in the way. I don't even dislike him anymore. I don't feel either way about Punk. I appreciate the work he's done and everything he brings. It's just that I'm looking at everything around this. There's a lot more with Roman winning than with Punk retaining. Because if Punk retains, like, okay, well, what's next? Because, like, if Roman wins, like, he should win clean, no help of the Usos. Like, he should be it should be like clean as a whistle, because it'll be a big fuck you to Punk, because hey, you kept saying I can't win things by myself. Well, guess what? I just won something on my own, and I beat you for it. And then he should go on. He should not have a long reign. Not the 1,300 plus day reign that he had last time.
Yeah,
no,
let's not have another 4-year reign of terror. That would be a bad idea.
No, it should go maybe till SummerSlam, and he have like maybe 2 defenses in between, like if not Backlash, then Clash in Italy, or the whatever the heck they're gonna do in June, if they're gonna do a Saudi Arabia show, and from there, drop it at SummerSlam. If not Braun Breaker, if he's ready, if you want to hold that off, you can do that later. But he should drop it to Obafemi, because believe me, if Oba's beating Brock to WrestleMania, then they should just Brock Lesnar him to the title. Like, go through a bunch of jobbers, or go through a bunch of mid-carders and higher up guys, and then at SummerSlam, completely wreck Roman, because that'll be his Brock Lesnar moment. Like when Brock Lesnar won the title the first time, he beat The Rock, and now Alba has his Brock Lesnar push, and he beats Roman Reigns for the world title. And that's it.
Wow.
So, yeah, for that reason, I'm going to go with Roman Reigns to win.
Wow, man.
I
Like,
gotta be heading out. I hate to interrupt, but I gotta be heading out soon. So would it be all right if I went next?
you know what? That's fine with me, Christian. You can go right ahead. What do you make of the World Heavyweight title story?
Well, I'm just thankful that it hasn't been a load of crap like a lot of the other build-ups we had for WrestleMania. But I'm thankful that the feud has been going great. The promos have been fun, and I feel a lot of it has been CM Punk on the offense, Roman Reigns on the defense, and Roman's honestly been winning a defense game. I hate saying it, but like CM Punk, no matter what amount of insults he threw at him, Roman's the one who made him strike first by calling him old, because that's something that nobody likes to admit in life, And I really think that Roman Reigns, he's like the king of mind games. I know like CM Punk, he's one of the best like talkers on the mic, but Roman, he's a mind game artist. So you have him going up against CM Punk. This is the main event of Sunday. So hey, CM Punk has managed to main event both nights of WrestleMania now in Las Vegas, no less. So I think what's going to happen here is perhaps maybe the Usos might get involved, but honestly, I don't really see it because it just doesn't seem like it's going to be a thing. Like they haven't exactly been a thing of the feud for a few weeks now. They've been busy with their own thing. And I hope it stays that way because I want CM Punk and Roman Reigns to have a definitive end, because last year's main event that also involved Seth Rollins ended because of Paul Heyman doing low blows, and it was just a wild thing. I think, yeah, this needs a definitive winner, no matter who it is. But I pick Roman Reigns to win it. I don't see him holding the championship for as long as he did before, but I could see him holding the title for a long time again. At the most, maybe to next year's WrestleMania. That's at the most, though, not at the earliest. But I'm hoping that regardless of what happens, that it's a great match and a great way to end off the weekend. Because after all this horrid buildup, at the end of the day, all we can hope for is that this weekend of WrestleMania is going to be one that we'll always remember for the right reasons. And with that being said, though, this has been a lot of fun for me. I've had a good time with this very long podcast, as I always do. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Christian Maracle signing off. Enjoy WrestleMania.
Well, thank you so much there, Christian, there. And not gonna lie, you had some good thoughts there. Like, very much so. So, thank you so much, man. We appreciate you as always. Ah, man. I'll tell you, a lot of good stuff there in Christian's mindset. Like, he really has something when it comes to predicting. I know that for sure. HeelBalor, I will go with you next. What do you make of the World Heavyweight Championship match?
All right. This is going to be a while, honestly. My thoughts on the World Heavyweight Championship picture have been this. Roman winning the Rumble was not needed. I'm just going to say that right now. It's Roman Reigns. The dude could have just asked for a title opportunity. Punk probably would have granted him one. Whether it was Punk or Drew McIntyre, he would have been granted a World Championship shot. It's Roman Reigns. That's all I need. Punk won the World Heavyweight Championship back in at 7th Man event back in November, I believe. And ever since then, he's been on a tear. He's been on a roll as world champion. I've been enjoying this reign. I know a lot of people, which understandable, don't like CM Punk. That is completely fair. Guarantee you are warranted for your opinion. Guarantee you. Roman Reigns, again, same with him. If he wins the world title, cool. Whatever. I'm going to give two scenarios. Well, actually, many scenarios. Why Roman could and maybe, I guess, should win the World Heavyweight Championship. Well, he shouldn't, but that's just me. One, it does, I guess, elevate the championship's prestige, even though, in my opinion, it's already been elevated because of Rollins, Punk. Gunther ruined that status, sadly, and same with Jey Uso. That's neither here nor there. They also, it could be on, like, maybe something fresh with new matchups or something like that, which could be fun. You got the got the emphasis, the basically like the prestige of the world title be lifted up, and how basically Roman be carrying it. Like Leo said, it had to be like 5,000 plus days or 1,000 days, whatever. That is not needed at all for this championship title. Have him hold until SummerSlam where he drops the Braun Breaker or Obafemi. I'll be fine with either one. Nobody else. Nobody else. Then dang well not Brock Lesnar. No. No. Don't even think about redoing that rivalry again. Ever. So there's that. On the other hand, CM Punk has been holding the world title for a pretty long time, and like I said, I've been enjoying it. His match with Braun Breaker. His matches 2 times back-to-back with Finn Balor. His match with Jey Uso where he won the championship have been fun. I've been enjoying this reign. The other reason Punk, in my opinion, could and should win, he's full-time. Punk is full-time. Roman's not. There's more, in my opinion, more stock in Punk winning than Roman walking out champion. The only reason and scenario I could see Roman walking out champion is of 2 scenarios. 1, the Usos turn heel, which would be hilarious. And 2, there's going to be stupid interference or something like that. I don't know who it would be. I'll talk about interference when we get to Roman's part. So there's that with Roman Reigns, and and probably like scenarios wherever that he can win the world championship. It's gonna be a fun match. It is. Just remove Seth Rollins from last year, then pretty much you got that match just without Seth Rollins between Roman and Punk. It's gonna be fun. The build-up has been not really the best, honestly. I thought they get more intense. I mean, Punk did say I'm gonna bury you next to your father and something like that, and all Roman's comeback has been, you're old. Okay, cool. I guess it's not the best comeback. I mean, maybe Roman's being held back, which would be stupid in my opinion. Why are you holding that Roman Reigns?
My God, if I was Roman Reigns, I would have been like, okay, you want to bury me next to my father? All right, I'm gonna drag you into the dirt with me, you little bitch. And speaking of bitch, I'm gonna bury you next to Larry.
Damn.
Oof. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Jeez, he's not a bad comeback, dude. There's a snare about that, they didn't go too hard into each other, which I expected. I think I just wanted a bit more. I wanted a bit more mic work. They brawled a few times, which was fun. The brawl in Madison Square Garden was probably my favorite one. Then basically they just had a little face-off this past week, and they stared each other down, and that was it. I wanted a bit more. That's all. I just wanted a little bit more. I don't know what I wanted from the mic work, but I wanted just a bit more. They did get very real. Of course, these two do not like each other, obviously. But yeah, I give them credit for them, working with each other and got to put respect out there. It's great. I give props to both guys. All right. So there we go. There's the all that shit right there. Now, who do I think is going to win and who I think should win? Punk wins and Punk should win. Why? The world title would not be off television. 2, Roman does not need the championship at all. Period. Didn't he call that belt like a freaking not trophy case? What is it?
A consolation prize because
Consolation prize,
no one
thank
was able to beat him for the other belt. But he has stated I want to win this in spite of you because of all you've done.
Yep.
And because with that title on him, it'll make things all the better. In his view.
In his view, yeah. Punk also threw it out there, he's been the workhorse. He's been there every single week, which you gotta give Punk some credit. I've been enjoying this run and with him in WWE so far. They're trying to make him happy, which is completely fair. This will be his 2nd time main eventing WrestleMania, which is awesome. So it crosses off his checklist, I guess, outside winning the Royal Rumble, which he maybe down the road he wants to. I don't freaking know. But scenarios he had the Usos and all that involved a few weeks ago, and then they just disappeared. And basically, it was Punk trying to get under Roman's skin, which was kind of cool. That was pretty cool. Where Jey Uso was telling Roman to go get Punk and he speared the crap out of him, and they put him through a table. Then the week after, Punk put Roman through a table in Madison Square Garden, and then they basically they had a talk, I believe, this past week, and then that was it. God, there's so many scenarios you can go with this. There's really so many scenarios. There's no need for interference at all, but I see interference happening because it's Roman. It's a Roman match. There's going to be interference. What do I think's going to happen? Maybe the Usos are going to show up and maybe accidentally cost Roman or something like that. Or the scenario I'm thinking of, sadly, this will happen after the match. I think Punk is winning, barely. Punk is barely going to win. No, Punk is not going to tap out Roman Reigns. That would be hilarious if that would happen. That's not going to happen. Basically, multiple finishers, multiple GTSs, multiple Superman punches. Just we're gonna see so much stuff in this match. It's gonna be insane. There's gonna be table bumps. There's gonna be a ref bump. There's gonna be crowd fighting. There's gonna be literally anything you can think of in this match, and they're gonna do it. Punk, in my opinion, is going to win. After the match, when it's gonna happen, I think they're gonna shake hands, something like that. Roman's gonna raise up Punk's hand. Then afterwards, the lights are gonna go out. You're gonna see lightning on the freaking screen on the stage and all that. The Rock's gonna come out, and he's gonna freaking, I don't know, get in the ring or something like that, and just hit Roman with the rock bottom, or Punk with the rock bottom, or both, and just walk away. Yeah, for some reason, I don't know, man. I got this feeling The Rock is coming back. I don't know how or why, and it builds up the long-term build for WrestleMania 43 or whatever. I don't know. I feel like The Rock is coming back. Whether it's during the match, whether it's after the match, I feel like Dwayne the Pebble Johnson is coming back to grace us with his presence, the final boss. What do you freaking do?
Don't you
He's
mean the
gonna
final
disappear back.
Nepo baby?
Yeah, the final Nepo baby, and he's gonna disappear back into Hollywood like a little bitch. But I do like Dwayne, but like he's probably gonna show his face again and get the long-awaited match that everyone wants to see, even though it's past. But what do I know? Anyways, back to the status quo. Punk wins. He retains the world title. He goes on to drop it down the road at SummerSlam WWE, in my opinion. It's either Obafemi or Braun Breaker. Nobody else. Punk wins. Punk retains the world title. I know this is a gamble. Almost everyone I've seen and I've listened to, I picked Roman. That is completely fair. Let me tell you this. I picked Randy at the Chamber. Everyone was picking Cody. Everybody was picking Cody. I picked Randy at the Chamber. I got that right. Hopefully this one sticks. CM Punk walks out WrestleMania, barely, but he walks out World Heavyweight Champion. Pepsi Punk.
You know what? That is absolutely fair, and that is absolutely a consideration there. And Based, I know this match is very important to you. What do you make of the World Heavyweight Championship match?
I am going to start off by saying if CM Punk comes out to Miseria Cantare, I am going to cry. I'm going to bawl my eyes out. What the fuck is Miseria Cantare? Just admit you don't know ball, that's okay. Miseria Cantare is CM Punk's Ring of Honor theme song back in the early 2000s. It's the song he used when he wrestled MJF in the Dog Collar match in AEW. If he comes out to that, I'm going to cry. If he comes out to this Fire Burns, I'm going to cry. If he did come out to this Fire Burns, could you please give Jesse Leach or Howard Jones or both of them a call and the rest of Killswitch Engage too and have them perform it live? That would be awesome. Thanks, guys. But I do think he's coming out to Miseria Cantare, and if that happens with the jacket and I'm gonna cry anyway because that's my dude. But I'm gonna bawl my fucking eyes out. Number 2, Kelsey's not here. She's taking a nap. Self-care is more important than wrestling and the podcast as well. So I hope she's resting well. However, I wanted to say this, and I wanted to let her voice be heard as well because she's my CM Punk buddy. Because I'm now the voice of the voiceless. It's funny how that comes full circle. Her and I are going to be a wreck during this match. We have stated multiple times to each other how nervous that we are, and especially the go-home show, there was no brawl. It was just a stare down. That makes me even more nervous. Nobody got the upper hand. Nobody touched the title. Nothing. Like, it was just a stare down. And that made her and I both extremely nervous. This is going to be Anxiety the Musical, is this match, and I am here for it. Now, I have 2 minds. One of them is my fandom, my heart, and that's where I think Kelsey and I are going to have a very similar outlook on things. CM Punk is winning. That is mind number 1. I think that is the way they should go because please don't have Roman win. CM Punk needs to win here. It is his second WrestleMania main event, and he's main eventing night 2, so he's actually main eventing WrestleMania in totality. He lost his first one, which is fine. Wins and losses don't really matter in wrestling, except here. This, CM Punk needs this. CM Punk needs to win here. He cannot lose. Punk should win and hold it until SummerSlam, where he loses to Braun Breaker. Because knowing Punk, he want to put the title, he want to drop the title to somebody like a younger talent, right? Not somebody who's a part-timer, who's older. He'd want to drop it to somebody who's younger, who's hungrier, who's more full-time, even more full-time than Punk is. And really elevate somebody's stock. And then, oh, well, who's going to take it off Braun? Obafemi. Obafemi takes it off Braun Breaker. But what do I know? Then we've got my second mind, which is my Han Solo mind, which, that being referenced to, I've got a bad feeling about this. I still, and I vocalize this to Will, to Kelsey, where I have a bad feeling about this. In the pit of my stomach, I feel like Roman's winning. And I hate that feeling. I'm going to cry regardless, and I know her and I are going to be, figuratively, because, she lives half the country away from me, but figuratively, we're going to be in each other's arms crying, right, as the fucking Punk fans that we are, wearing our Punk merchandise as our fucking mascara and Punk eyeliner and emo makeup falls down our fucking faces, but we're going to be bawling our fucking eyes out. Regardless what happens at the motherfucker's entrance, if he wins, if he loses, he should win. But I got a bad feeling about this, man. I really, really, really do. And I think Roman's winning. But I also think Punk's winning. It's a flip of a coin, really. And the logical part of my brain really does go with my heart. And it says CM Punk is winning because that makes the most logical sense. And I can't bet against my heart. But also, man, I got a bad fucking feeling about this, dude. I really think Roman's winning. There's something that tells me that Roman Reigns is beating CM Punk. And then we're getting Roman Rock next year. For the title, mind you. I don't think Roman will be losing it until next year Mania. I really don't. And that would suck for all the young guys on the roster who need elevation.
Oh, God. Would they give the belt to The Rock then? Please don't.
Yeah,
maybe,
Probably.
yeah.
It's TKO,
Yeah.
knowing them, yeah.
Exactly. It's TKO, and that's why I got a bad fucking feeling about it. However, I cannot bet against my heart. I can't bet against my Punk buddy. I can't bet against myself. And I'm going with CM Punk. I have to, out of principle, out of fandom. I have to go for CM Punk. Because God fucking damn it, that son of a bitch not only deserves to win, not only deserves to hold the title until he loses it to a young, hungry up-and-comer, he deserves to hold it until he loses to Braun fucking Breaker.
Yeah.
Damn straight.
CM Punk is my prediction, but God damn it, if Roman wins, there will be such a hellfire rain down upon this earth with the ferocity of 1,000 suns. But I'm telling you, right now, I can't bet against my heart. I can't do it. Out of principle, CM Punk is winning. And I know Kelsey would say the same. And I cannot wait. I cannot wait to watch WrestleMania with all the group, including her. And I cannot wait to see our boy, CM motherfucking Punk, march down to that ring, down that aisle, and do what he does best. And that is be the best in the fucking world.
Damn straight. Damn fucking
Facts.
straight. Like,
Would you rather the belt on a part-time, or would you rather the belt on somebody who's been here all the time?
Exactly.
I've gotten used to the part-timer thing.
That's fair.
But I agree with both of y'all. It's just I feel like Roman winning would mean just a little more, and also the one who beats him, it's gonna feel bigger. If Braun Breaker or Oba, win King of the Ring or challenge for the world title at SummerSlam, what's it gonna mean more? You beat a guy who's almost 50. Yes, he can still go, but he's almost 100 pounds less than you, and you can tell is is close to the twilight of his career, or you can beat the guy who was the face of the company for like 10 years, and like the legitimacy of beating him and winning that title, like
Yeah.
after he won it, would mean a little more.
But can
Yeah.
he still go, though? Can he still go now that he's a part-timer and now he's just out here doing
have you
his shit?
seen the match? He hasn't had a bad, like an outright bad match.
John Roman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he
Okay.
hasn't really had like a god awful match. Like yes, some drag, some but like
Yeah.
like when push comes to shove, like his matches are usually like if they're not long, like which is what a lot of the problem is usually like they're usually good to great depending on how the story's being told.
Yeah. The only thing I ask is like if Roman does win, just drop it to again. I'm going with WWE might be thinking. WWE's probably thinking, hey, let's put the belt on Roman. I'm just saying what they probably think. They're probably thinking, let's put the belt on Roman, have him hold it till The Rock comes back. Again, for all we know, The Rock might not come back, but we shall see. They have him hold it till Mania 43. That's what I fear they might do. Not saying that's what
they don't. They don't need the belt for that match.
No.
Like
No.
it should just be tribal combat, and like and Roman beats Rock, and that's The Rock's retirement.
Please. And Roman goes on to SummerSlam and drops the belt to Braun Breaker or Oba Femi. And that's the dream match I want to see is the Braun Breaker, Roman Reigns match. Because that shut the Rumble last year in 2025. That had me pumped. I'm like, yes, give me that match. So, please do the right thing, WWE. It's like that's asking a lot, but please do the right thing.
Ah, man. Well, trust me, I've got a fair bit to say on this match myself, and it's like,
go for it.
I'm not that happy about this match being the case. That this should have not been the match for Mania. That this really shouldn't. I very much am the kind of guy at this point who is just done with Roman Reigns and his bullshit. I've been done ever since the Reign of Terror. I've got fucking PTSD from that shit now. It's just
you could just be honest and say you're racist to Samoans.
Oh God! Oh yeah!
Damn, man! Damn! Come on, man! You know I like Jacob Fatu.
I'm joking.
But seriously though, like I very much am at that point now with Roman in his career where it's just I'm done. I'm overall done, and I'm just tired of seeing people on fucking social media, like people like bloody Nav or Tribal Wrestling or Jake TV or Ashay Wayne just sucking up to Roman, sucking his dick and that kind of thing, and just all that shit. I'm just tired of it. I'm fucking done. I'm done with this shit, and honestly, I just want Roman retired sooner rather than later, so we can just move the fuck on. Like,
apparently he says he doesn't want to retire. That's what he said in an interview this few days ago. He ain't retiring anytime soon, so yeah.
No, he said like not anytime soon, but like in the next few years, like he will have to stop because remember his leukemia, like that affects the way you your health wise, and you can't keep going with that. Like the best thing he can do is like end his career on a high note, and then be like, just kind of slow down. That way he can keep living a good, prosperous life.
Yeah.
Like, pretty much. Roman, I think it would probably be better for him if he does retire, like, honestly, and just, I'm pretty much done for it. Is this gonna be the end for Roman? No, obviously not, but you get the idea. Just, it's gonna happen sooner rather than later. But, yeah, honestly, this feud has pretty much been one-sided, and honestly, fair enough, because CM Punk has been saying the absolute truth about Roman Reigns and his family. He's just been saying it. And look, some of the stuff is way too dark, but
yeah, they've both kind of been spewing truths, like calling each other out, and neither of them are really wrong.
There you go.
Yeah, that may be the case, but I think Punk has had more shots and more troops placed than Roman has done so. But yeah, honestly, with this matchup, I think it'll be an okay match. I don't expect it to be like good, but I expect it to just be okay. Who have I got winning? It's obvious. It's CM Punk. I've got CM Punk winning because it just makes all the sense in the world for Punk to just keep his reign going, go all the way to SummerSlam, and then drop the belt to Braun Breaker. Which I think that's also kind of important as well. Why I have Gunther going for the WWE title after Mania. Because, well, if Braun Breaker's going after the World Heavyweight, yeah, no chance in hell Gunther's going to be World Champion. So, you see what I mean with my booking philosophy. Just, that's the way it goes. So, yeah, I think Punk's going to keep hold of the belt, then drop the belt to Breaker later on. And, yeah, but, this is where this is where I think things might get worse. Like, if you thought the stuff from night one was bad that I mentioned before, oh, it could get worse, because you know, obviously, how we talked earlier about The Rock and how he might get involved and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, if The Rock shows up night one, yeah, but I think he would also show up on night two. And what happens is that after the match, Roman and Punk, they'd be out there, they'd be like, Punk be like, you put up a good fight. Respect. They shake hands, might even do the bloody Zebros, but then afterwards, lights go down, Rock shows up, and well, Rock attacks Roman. Rock just attacks Roman, Rock bottoms, people elbows, I don't know, maybe some sort of new move, maybe Rock can hit a pile driver, I don't know.
Nah, he's gonna just stand on the stage, look out on the ring, do that weird cutthroat thing that he does with like one finger, then does a two, and then walks away.
Yep.
But as well as that, I could also see WWE being like, with that being like, okay, we can throw McAfee and Orton into it so that Rock gets extra help for the beatdown sort of thing. But I wouldn't expect...
God, no.
I would not expect that. I would just expect to just be Rock doing the beatdown, being like, I took down Cody because I had business with him, but I took down Roman myself because this was personal. And so then...
The only reason The Rock... Yeah.
And so then, with that then leads to Mania 43 in a non-title career versus career match.
Oof.
Like...
Combat.
Tribal Combat.
Yeah, Tribal Combat, non-title, career versus career. Simple as that. They can say the story that one career must end, the other will continue to flourish type deal. But
I'll be shocked. Ugh. Okay.
Still, I mean, look, either way, I've got Punk winning. I 100% have Punk winning. It just makes overall more sense for the future of the product, and yeah.
It's gotta be, like, it's gotta be.
It just has
I can
to.
see The Rock staying on my face. Okay.
It just has to, folks.
Yeah.
Although, as you were saying...
I was saying, like, you mentioned the idea of, like, The Rock standing up on the stage, right? Doing the cutthroat thing. That could be a scenario. You know who appears behind Roman or Punk? The Usos. The Usos. And they turn heel on whoever, and they're The Rock's henchmen or something like that. And the only reason I could see, like, The Rock even showing up because he's disappointed in Roman because Roman didn't get the job done. The Rock is obviously, he's getting TKO and stuff, but he's listening in. He is. So, Rock's like, you know what? Roman, you couldn't get the job done. I gotta take care of you now. Then, like, maybe a scenario, like, maybe, God forbid they do this match. They redo Roman and The Rock. They redo, like, Punk and The Rock down the road for the world title. And then, like, they have Roman screw over The Rock in that championship match. and that leads to their whole thing at WrestleMania next year. I don't know. That's just a scenario they could do. I do see a scenario maybe where they do tease Dwayne showing up because he's not doing anything. He's not doing anything at all.
And keep in mind as well, like right now in Vegas is CinemaCon, and Rock is probably going to be in Vegas for that. He's probably
he is. He was just on a panel for Disney for Moana.
There you go.
Exactly. So pretty much he is there in Vegas, so you know for a fact he is going to get involved.
Unless he left, which I consider he left. But I'm not saying he's going to be there. It's just this match is not ending clean.
Yeah.
Again.
I feel like the match is not going to end clean. It's not. It could, but knowing both guys, they probably wouldn't want to go over clean, just knowing how they are, and they don't like each other. So, yeah, Punk still wins. And the only reason I'd be fine with Roman winning is if he drops it to Braun Breaker Oba. That's it.
Yeah, it's a complicated thing, but it is what it is. Oh, man, guys, what a podcast, folks. This has probably been one of our longest podcasts, but we hope you all enjoy our massive coverage here of WrestleMania 42 and the Hall of Fame and the Andre Battle Royal. God damn, this weekend is always our favorite weekend of the year to talk professional wrestling, and by God, was it good to get to it. Would you say, guys?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh,
like-
hell yeah.
It's like Christmas for us wrestling fans on the podcast.
It really is, folks. It really is. Man. So, you know what, guys? Normally I don't really do this, but you guys mind if I do the outro this time?
Sure.
Absolutely.
If you want, I was gonna ask since I'm always quiet at the end, but if you want to do it, the floor is yours, Tyler.
Alrighty then. Well, we thank you all so much for joining us for this supersized edition of the Losers Lounge podcast here. WrestleMania season has finally arrived and it feels good. If you are new to the page, make sure to give us a subscribe on the main page here and all of our pages here on our socials too. Like, share, comment, hype the video with the bloody hype feature if you want. Just show your support when you can, and my God, I don't know when the next time we will see you is, but folks, we are the losers, and this is our lounge. We will see you all next time. Take it easy, everyone, and we will see you all whenever that may be. Johnny!
Yeah.
Someone